Love Magic by Gregorio Martinez Sierra. Translated by John Garrett Underhill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters.
The Prologue. Read by Todd.
Pierrot. Read by Tomas Peter.
Columbine, Pierrot's wife. Read by Sonia.
Pierrot, maid and confidant of Columbine. Read by T.J. Burns.
Martinez, an old magician.
Read by Adrian Stevens.
Harlequin. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Little Girl. Read by Jasmine Selma.
Stage directions read by Larry Wilson.
Rum-a-tum-tum, ladies and gentlemen. Although I am a marionette, I am the prologue, and invested with so high a dignity, permit me to announce the subject of the comedy which is about to be presented, and to address you in eulogy of the personages who are to appear in it. Ladies and gentlemen, inevitably it treats of love. 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 I wish, ladies and gentlemen, I were a poet at this moment, so that I might present to you, in a nosegay of the sweetest-smelling syllables, a panegyric of that dear misfortune, that delightful pain, that fatal passion, that enchantment, that irresistible effluence of the stars, that fierce consuming of the soul, that death-dealing microbe, or whatever it is that you may decide this delicious inquietude to be, which, through all the centuries, men and women have agreed to call love. You would listen amazed, if I were such a poet, to the crackling and scintillation of my metaphors. You would admire and marvel at the unstable shifting winds, the soft unfolding flowers, the broad expanse of heaven, the silver fountains, the caverns, the eagles, the sun-rays, and the moonbeams, and all the twinkling stars which I should make dance before you upon the rope of my imagination to embellish my discourse. You would twiddle your thumbs with delight, ladies and gentlemen, listening to my discourse, if I were a poet. But I have already told you that I am not one. I am only a marionette, and the prologue. I see you smile. Smile, then, but don't disdain me. To be these two things at one and the same time, one must amount to something. Marionette, I see you laugh. Joy sparkles in all your eyes. Do you suppose that it is a small thing to have a name, the very mention of which is enough to make people laugh? And do you suppose it is nothing, when you have it, to be able to live up to it throughout the ages, and to uphold such a reputation with a dignity which, after all, is purely ridiculous? And we have upheld it, yes, we have, ladies and gentlemen, splendidly, like kings and princes. Our little bodies are our witnesses. To win applause, they disjoint themselves, twist and turn and bend backward, throw off their arms and heads into the air, or lose a leg in a high prance, to get it back again in a pirouette. See, we palpitate from head to foot, every inch of us, as if our bodies were all hearts. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, beyond a doubt we have no hearts. What should we need of them when we vibrate and fly from one thing to another so continuously without them?
But, Mr. Prologue, how can marionettes love if they have no hearts?
I did not say that they could love, my dear young lady.
Didn't you say, Mr. Prologue, that your comedy was about love?
That is exactly it. It is about love, but it is a comedy.
Oh.
But do not be sad, beautiful black eyes, for our comedy will be incomparably played. All the love in the world could never discover lovers' sighs anywhere which would be like those of Columbine.
Good, good. Are you going to tell us about Columbine?
Why not? Know, then, that she is white, but not pale, because in each of her cheeks every instant a rose is about to be born. She has painted her lips with the red of poppies, and one day when she sat down to dream, looking out over a meadow, 2 violets sprang up and jumped into her eyes. Since then nobody has been able to tell whether her glances were fragrance or light. And out of this sweet confusion, as out of all beautiful confusions, a harmony springs, which we call music. And so the look of Columbine is a song. Merely listening to her sing and hearing her laugh, men have gone mad. So her mind is like a wonderful bird cage, filled with nightingales, which, like all captive nightingales, feed upon hearts, upon her heart. That is why Columbine is unfaithful to Pierrot, sometimes to feed her heart. For Pierrot, who is a marionette and a puppet as she is, refuses her the heart's meat on which, as I have told you, the nightingales feed.
Good, good. Now tell us about Pierrot.
What shall I tell you about Pierrot? His mind is like a sunbeam which has fallen into a globe of crystal and clear water, and all the colors are there in it, except one, which is constancy. You see, today he imagines he is a philosopher, but out of his philosophy roses spring, so that our comedy, which begins with a sigh, ends with an embrace, or rather with 2 embraces, because Harlequin, after he has sung his song so earnestly, and to such utter disdain, consoles himself for love by loving, and for the kisses which he cannot get by those the girls will give. For this is the proper way all love songs should end. Try and sing them, gentlemen. You will always find some ear that is willing to hear. And you, beautiful ladies, listen to the song of love while it is floating in the air, and catch it on the wing, for you will find that it is tame and it thrives in captivity. Ask Pierrot if the kisses have not turned to honey which she has taken in when they lost their way and had nowhere else to go. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I can only add that wisdom is about to appear upon the stage of our farce, but the triumph of folly will oblige him soon to break his wand.
The curtain rises.
The comedy begins. This is the garden. I forgot to tell you that the stage represents a garden. Open your ears, for the fountain begins to play. Open your eyes, for the roses are bursting into bloom.
The prologue retires. Scene 1. In Pierrot's garden, there's an arbor with rustic benches at the right. It is spring. Trees with bushes droop their boughs, laden heavily with flowers, perfuming all the air. The breezes sing with the voices of birds, and the sky smiles bright with sunshine. Columbine, seated within the arbor, whose foliage conceals her almost completely, seems wrapped in melancholy thought. Pierrot walks up and down at the rear, musing, and gazing contemplatively from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky, lingering lovingly before the flowering trees and talking to the flowers. Pierrot declaiming.
O nature, mother without beginning and without ending, beyond the touch of time, what can I do to merit all thy gifts? Roses of fire, how can I ever hope to know the mystery which is flaming at your hearts? Lilies, how can I penetrate the secrets of your petals of white snow? Thanks, thanks, O beauty, thanks, for thou hast rent thy veil before mine eyes, and in contemplation of thy treasures I must end my life.
Oh, woe is me!
Pierrot disappearing, lost in the depths of the garden.
Thanks, thanks, 1,000 thanks. I value my vision and my poet's dreams above all the splendors and above all the loves of earth and heaven.
Oh, woe is me!
Pierrot enters accompanied by Polichinelle.
Enter, Signor Polichinelle, quickly. For now Signor Pierrot is wrapped in his meditations. He will not discover that you are here. Enter.
Did you say that your mistress has sent for me?
Oh, how eagerly, Signor Madge. Could I but make you understand how wretched the poor child has been. Does it not pierce the very soul to look at her? She spends all the day and the night time sighing. She is fading away so fast. That divine form of hers is not what it once was, alas.
Alas.
How oblivious men are to such things, Signor Madge.
Not all men.
My lady is like the driven snows of heaven to her spouse.
Turning around toward the back with a menacing gesture.
Ah, Signor Pierrot, Signor Pierrot.
Hush. I think Columbine has discovered us.
Columbine coming out of the arbor and advancing in tears towards Polichinelle.
Ah, Signor Magician, how impatiently I have awaited your arrival.
Polichinelle, bowing.
Signora Columbine.
Bring chairs, Pierrot. Oh, woe is me.
Do not sigh, lady.
I am so unhappy.
I congratulate you.
Upon being unhappy?
No, upon finding that your beauty has not faded so fast as I had been led to suppose. Of course, I had heard from Pierrot.
Pierrot returning with the chairs.
What do you know about such things, you old dotard? Nonsense. I suppose a woman's beauty is like an article of religion in your eyes. There's no more to it than seeing and believing.
Leave us, Pierrot.
Pierrot, before retiring, she looks towards the rear, where it is to be supposed that she sees Pierrot.
There he is now. Look at him, bending over the roses, and I dare say composing verses in their praise. I would hand him a bunch of roses if he had the honor to be my spouse. Ah, Signor Pierrot, unhappiest of men, don't you know that you are not the only poet in the world? That there are others who compose as beautiful verses as you do, and to better purpose?
The notes of a cithern are heard in the distance.
Didn't I tell you? It is good Harlequin.
Harlequin singing.
White roses are her forehead, the waving grain her hair, the stars her eyes. Alabaster pure her shoulder, and the beauties that enfold her, the starry skies. Who would not be of the roses, or the grain that is in her hair, her starry eyes, or her neck of alabaster, serf and slave where she is master, her deep heart's eyes.
The words are heard afar off, linked with a haunting melody. Pierrot listens, entranced, emphasizing them with gestures of approval. Columbine rises indignantly, the first stanza scarcely concluded, and presently addresses Pierrot.
Pierrot!
Lady?
Didn't I command you to send that impertinent fellow away? His music is displeasing to my ear.
In compliance with your command, I shut the gate in his face, and the body of your lover remains outside in the alley, sore distressed. But his spirit, woe is me, is an immaterial thing, and who can deprive Signor Harlequin with the consolation of sending it after you, wherever you may be, on the wings of his songs?
Go and tell him that he offends me with his music.
I would not be too severe with him if I were you. What harm can it do, just to hear?
Ah, Pierrot!
Pierrot as she turns to go.
All are blindly in love with the impossible. My lady with her husband, Harlequin with my lady, and with me, nobody, which alas is only too possible.
Columbine sinks again into her chair and sighs wearily. Polichinelle, greatly perplexed.
But will you be kind enough to explain to me what the matter is? What is the meaning of these tears, these songs of Harlequins, this inexplicable discontent upon the part of your maid? Why all this mystery? I am distracted. I shall go out of my head.
Ah, Signor Polichinelle, love is the most mysterious thing in the world.
I should be so sorry to have you think so. Love is a natural function. It is simple, perfectly simple. The difficulty is that we complicate it with spiritual distinctions. Ah, that is where the trouble begins. Nature is never willing to have man improve upon her processes.
The fact is...
That is precisely the fact.
The fact is that my husband does not love me.
What do you say? What is that? Pierrot is deceiving you?
He is not even deceiving me. Oh, if only once he would deceive me, then at least I might be thankful that he had had the grace to consider me, to make some effort to preserve my ideals.
But your rival?
My rival, Signor Mage, is nature.
Polichinelle is dumbfounded.
Yes, Pierrot is a poet, the most miserable he. He adores the carmine in the roses, but he disdains it upon my lips. He worships the azure of the overarching sky, but he cannot see it in the teardrop which glistens in my eye. He drinks sweet perfumes on the breezes, but he will not quaff them from the zephyrs which are wafted from my mouth. Oh, woe is me! Woe is me!
Pierrot a poet? You're right. Poetry in marriage is entirely out of place. It is an intruder, an interloper, like anything else which we do not expect. But these songs of Harlequins?
They are another complication, Signor Mage. My misfortune, thanks to the little pains which my husband takes to deceive me, has become known to all men, and Harlequin has had the audacity to presume to console me for it. He wishes me to follow the old adage, which says that love is cured by love.
What is it that he wishes you to do?
Oh, have no fear. I shall not follow his advice.
You are right, for this notion that love can be cured by love is sheer nonsense. Believe me, there is no cure for anything on earth outside of science. You could trust me for that, Signora. I'm a wise old man.
That is the reason I have sent for you.
You have done well, my daughter.
He meditates.
You say that your husband has deserted you. He has abandoned and is tired of you. He writes verses. Oh, these are bad signs, very bad. However, fortunately...
Oh, is there no remedy?
One which is well nigh infallible.
He draws a crystal phial from the recesses of his robe.
Take this phial. In it has been brewed a philtre, compounded by magic art out of the essence of your tears.
But what shall I do with this philtre?
Whenever Pierrot is pensive and absorbed, wrapped in his poetic ecstasy, let fall but one drop from this phial, and poesy, adieu.
I do not understand.
Listen. For example, you say that Pierrot is enraptured with the azure of the skies. Spill but one drop, let fall but one tear, and the sky will be covered with thick clouds in his sight.
Oh, I understand.
So little by little, hour by hour, he will become disenchanted with all natural beauty, and you will turn again to yours.
Which also is natural, believe me, Signor Mage.
I believe you. Ah, too well. Adieu.
How can I ever thank you?
Do not thank me too much, or your gratitude will overcome my wisdom, and lay it prostrate in the dust. Signora.
He bows and retires.
I am saved. Pierrot! Pierrot!
Pierrot enters.
Come and rejoice with me.
Pierrot disappointed.
Do you mean, that is to say, has the sage found a remedy? Then...
Endeavoring to conceal a note which she is carrying in her hand.
What is that? What paper are you trying to conceal?
She seizes it.
A letter from Harlequin. Is this the way that you obey my commands?
I gave your message to Signor Harlequin, and he was cast down into the uttermost depths when he heard that his song had given you pain. And so, to prove that he intended no offence, he has written out the verses on this piece of paper, which he begged me to put into your hands. But if you do not wish it...
No, let me see. Surely I ought to read what they are. It is my duty to make an example of him, a horrible example.
She runs her eye over the paper.
Words and phrases of fire. Fire shall put out your fire.
My lord, my lady.
Spirit of God, aid me now.
Pierrot enters. He carries a bunch of purple roses in his hand. As he advances, he gazes lovingly from flower to flower, and begins meditatively to recite the verses which he has composed in their praise.
Purple petals rich in hue, God has shed his blood for you.
Columbine lets the first drop fall from the vial.
Hey!
Columbine running up to him.
What is the matter?
Thorn pierced my hand.
My love, leave the roses, for they are full of thorns.
She takes the flowers from Pierrot's hands and dashes them violently upon the ground. They leave a purple trail behind them as they pass through the air, and then fall, their stems bare. Pierrot watches them fall, and sighs heavily. Columbine flings herself into his arms.
What are you thinking of? What is on your mind? Don't you know that my love is a flower that can never be stripped bare?
Scene 2. Pierrot's garden in autumn. There are no more flowers in it, only a few pallid roses and some hardy chrysanthemums. At the back glows the red of the setting sun. Above, little white clouds are driven fitfully across the sky, while at intervals gusts of wind shake the trees and scatter the dry leaves upon the ground, or rustle them about in restless golden whirls. Columbine and Pushinel are seated in the garden. Columbine is even more melancholy than in the first scene.
But it is clearly impossible. Do you say that my remedy produced no effect?
A most marvellous effect.
Frankly, then, I do not understand.
The remedy was worse than the disease. Pierrot has ceased to be a poet, but he has become a philosopher.
A philosopher?
Yes, so much the more miserable he. Your philtre was too efficacious. For days now there has been no sky without clouds for Pierrot, no rose without a thorn, no pleasure without loathing and disgust. Even the perfume of the flowers gives him pain, so that I, too, have almost begun to pity him.
But have you manifested your pity with tenderness and affection?
As affectionately as I was able, but, alas, when my husband, disillusioned with the perfidies and imperfections of nature, turned to hate and despise them, he took it into his head that my beauty also was a natural thing, and it has been impossible to disabuse him of it. You can imagine the consequence. My lips seem to him like roses, my eyes like the sea or the sky, my hair like the sunbeams. And not only that, but Pierrot has discovered in various parts of my person all the blots, scars, stains, blemishes, tempests, and storm clouds that afflict the universe or offend the sense of beauty. I am worse off than I was before, Signor Mage.
A pause ensues.
Have you no new remedy to prescribe for this new evil?
It will be difficult, Signora Columbine. It seems that the spirit of your husband is obdurate to love. If you could only learn to forget, to resign yourself.
Is that all your boasted science can do? Know then that I do not wish to resign myself. I wish to love. I am looking for a cure, not for consolation.
Do not be angry with me, lady. The problem is stubborn and involved, but I shall study it in my laboratory, and I swear to you that I will never emerge from it so long as I shall live, unless I have found an infallible medicine.
He goes out.
Science and wisdom here.
Pierrot enters.
Wisdom? I should like to know what wisdom has got to do with love. What does that old impostor know about it anyway? At his age.
Age is a guarantee of knowledge.
Not to me. It may be in some things, but in affairs of the heart, practice makes more perfect than learning. In love, experience is the key which opens hearts. If it is not used, it rusts. Ha! And I do not need to ask you how long it must be since Signor Polichinelle has used his key.
Will you always destroy my illusions, Pierrot?
Yes, because one reality is worth 1,000 illusions. Signor Harlequin.
Do not talk to me about Harlequin.
Signor Harlequin is a reality. Believe me, my lady, there is no illusion about him. I know, and I can answer for it. Besides, you must be convinced by this time that all the drugs of all the sorcerers are of no avail to win back the heart of Signor Pierrot.
Alas, so I am. Woe is me.
So that you will never find a remedy through the aid of science?
I fear it.
Leave it to me then, and let me put my plan into execution.
What plan? What is it that you wish to do?
You will soon see. Without any other science than experience, which I have picked up on my way through the world, I shall save you. The first thing to do is to receive Harlequin.
Pierrot!
Though it be only to undeceive him, one angry word from your lips would have 1,000 times more effect than 1,000 sermons from mine, which, to tell the truth, were not made for sermons. But in any case, he's here.
Harlequin enters and throws himself at Columbine's feet.
Queen of my soul, sun of my spirit, magnet and pole of my desire.
What is this? Rise. Pierrot, is this the way that you obey my commands?
Pardon, lady, but it is too much for you to expect me to stand forever between the fire and the wall. You don't know to what dangers I have been exposed, contending continually against the ardours of Signor Harlequin.
My lady, in turn I beseech you to pardon Pierrot. It was not her negligence, but my audacity which caused this wrong. If wrong it be.
How?
Does the heart overwhelmed in darkness sin because it desires the light?
Desire is one thing, performance is another.
Columbine, in the mind of lovers, desire is performance. The desires of love are mandates, peremptory as the laws of life.
You blaspheme, Signor Harlequin. Certainly to love like this is a crime.
What matter so long as it is love? Do not shrink and draw away from me. Move closer, lady. At least listen to my tale of woe. Grant me this solace.
Will you promise to go away then immediately, if I do?
If you ask me to.
And will you promise never to come back?
If you are not convinced by my arguments.
You may talk.
Thanks.
He kisses her hand.
I said talk.
My lady, that was the irrepressible cry of my soul.
You have a soul that has been most rudely brought up.
Pierrot to Columbine.
Good. Lead him on.
Pardon, lady, for my soul and for me. We have both hungered through so many ages for a sight of this glory, that now, when we find ourselves in your presence, my soul and I face to face, it is small wonder that we forget our ill fortune, and become boys again, and throw to the winds all sense of proper restraint.
Which my dignity cannot excuse, Signor Harlequin.
But your love and your sympathy ought to excuse it.
Do you presume to talk to me of ought?
Ought there not to be many oughts between you and me, Columbine? Oughts and never an ought not?
Between you and me? You?
Yes, Columbine, me and you, for I am wretched for your sake.
It is not for my sake.
It may not be through your fault.
I like that better.
But it is the same to me. My misery is the same because I love you, Columbine. I love you. I love you so much that when I love you all I can, I hate myself, unhappy that I am, because I cannot love you more. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Each time that he says, I love you, he kisses her hands passionately. Columbine defending herself a little, but not displeased at heart.
Not so loud, Signor Harlequin, not so loud. There may be an echo in the garden.
They wander off at the rear, pursuing the debate, and disappear.
I should never have believed it possible that the grief of my mistress would have been so difficult to console. Ah, me!
Pierrot enters. He carries a book in his hand. He reads and meditates.
To think that even in the dewdrops, the radiant tears of morning, there is a world of monsters, a contending universe of pain. To know that the smiling verdure of the fields is but the mask of foul decay, the immortal beauty which we love, the veil and dull similitude of death.
He paces back and forth, absorbed in his meditations. Pierrot approaching him sympathetically.
Signor Pierrot?
Who speaks to me? Ah, is it you? Why are you smiling? Why are you so happy?
Signor, life is beautiful.
Do you know what you bear within? A skeleton, a void, nothing.
A pause follows.
Where is your lady?
She was here a moment since, so wretched over your philosophy. She was in tears, but now she is consoling herself. That is to say, she has company. Signor Harlequin.
Harlequin?
A most extraordinary young man. Proud, handsome, amorous.
What is that?
And an excellent poet. My lady could not possibly have chosen better company.
What do you say? Why do you tell me these things?
Because they are true.
What makes you look at me like this?
I was counting sadly the wrinkles which philosophy has dug into your brow.
Tell Columbine that I wish to see her.
Do you think it will be wise to interrupt them now?
Is she so intent upon that visit?
Look and see. There they are.
Pierrot retires and peers through the shrubbery.
Do you see anything?
That Harlequin is a fool.
Oh, no, he is not. Why, all the while one is with him, he has such winning ways.
Columbine laughs.
My lady laughs. Poor lady, it is so long since I have heard her laugh. Ah, look! I wondered what they were doing. That was a happy stroke of Signor Harlequin's. But what is the matter?
Pierrot starts to run and rushes headlong off the stage like one possessed.
Where are you going? See him run. A jealous man is always ridiculous. There he is now. He is furious. My lady pleads for mercy. And Signor Harlequin? He effaces himself. He fades modestly out of sight. Ha! I'm sorry for that man.
The sound of rude voices is heard in the garden. Shortly afterward, Harlequin emerges from the trees. He comes forward with a dejected, disappointed air, and hurries rapidly across the stage. Pierrot detaining him.
What is the matter, Signor Harlequin? Was not my lady willing to be consoled?
Your lady is a model of conjugal fidelity.
Who told you to go wandering in other people's gardens, exploring hearts which have masters? Better stick to the highways and the byways, Signor Rover, and to fields which are virgin.
Do you know any?
That is a reflection upon me. What do you mean, Signor Harlequin?
I mean any disposed to receive me?
Why, Signor Harlequin, what do you want me to say? I am a young and inexperienced girl, but I am sure that there must be someone, perhaps not so very far away. You know what the song says, when you least expect it. And I never expected it. Don't look at me like that.
A pause ensues. Pierrot's eyes become eloquent in the silence of her lips, and pronounce a significant discourse. Harlequin with sudden resolution.
Could you love me, Pierrot?
Do you think I win my victories through other people's arms?
Don't be cruel.
My lady is much more beautiful than I.
Illusion. The beauty of woman is all of one great store, one vast and perfect body, in which every woman is but an individual part. Your lady is beautiful. You are as beautiful as she, both different parts of the same great beauty.
But I wonder, just what part of this great beauty that you tell me of am I?
From what I feel, you must be very near the heart.
They embrace. Pierrot and Columbine re-enter and advance into the garden. They also are locked in an embrace, and gaze steadfastly into each other's eyes, full of happiness.
Swear to me that you are telling me the truth, Pierrot.
I swear it. The fear of losing you has revealed to me the truth that your love was the soul of my life. Your words are the most beautiful of poems, and your embraces the most enduring of philosophies.
Porchinel, entering precipitously with a phial in his hand.
Signora, here is the philter, the love magic, the true, the infallible medicine.
All laughed gaily, and Pierrot carries her impertinence so far as to mimic the magician with many a comic grimace. Porchinel stares at them in amazement. The phial which he carries in his hands explodes with a loud report, and the elixir of love is scattered upon the ground.
It was about time to explode it.
What is this I see?
What you see, Signor Madge, is simply this. that science is superfluous when it comes to affairs of the heart. There all wisdom is vain, and all philters are colored water, for love is cured by love, and disdain by jealousy. So it has been since the beginning of the world, and so it will be until the world has ceased to be. Spells and conjurations are of very little use. The love that has fallen asleep through excess of good fortune is not to be awakened again without the menace of another love, which is more passionate, and which burns like youth's fire. That is all there is to it. My master was asleep because my lady loved him too much, and he has waked at the fear that she might cease to love him so. Don't you see?
What I see? But,
pointing at Harlequin,
wasn't this gentleman also in love?
Head over heels. You can surely see it.
Chanel protesting.
But not with you?
He thought not himself, but he soon found his mistake, through my assistance, and the force of circumstances.
Although I am a young man, Signor Ponchinel, and a poet, I too have my philosophy, and in the first chapter there is this a maxim: he who refuses to console himself for the kisses which he cannot get, by those the girl will give, is mad entirely.
The sorcerer is scandalized, takes to his heels, covering his ears with his hands, then throwing his arms into the air, brandishing them wildly. Soft, sweet music sounds, and the two pairs of lovers begin a slow and stately dance. Curtain. End of Love Magic by Gregorio Martinez Sierra. Translated by John Garrett Underhill.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
He Said and She Said by Alice Gerstenberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters:
Diana Chesbrough, a society girl, read by Jennifer Pratt.
Enid Haldeman, read by The Story Girl.
Felix Haldeman, her husband, read by Todd.
Mrs. Cyrus Packard, their friend, read by T.J. Burns.
Stage directions, read by Kelly Taylor. He Said and She Said. Scene: living room at the Haldemans. Before dinner. Discovered: Enid setting the room to rights. Enter, in hat and coat and jingling a bunch of house keys, Felix Haldeman. He kisses Enid affectionately, as if it were his daily habit, and then tosses down the evening paper.
Hello, dear.
Felix, I've asked Diana and Mrs. Packard over for dinner. You'd better hurry and wash up a bit.
What? Am I to be the only man again?
Can't help it, darling. Mr. Packard's in Washington, and all of Diana's suitors are in the trenches.
There must be some old graybeard left somewhere to invite for Diana.
Oh, there are a few leftovers floating around, but Diana doesn't like them. If she can't get the best male company, she prefers female.
Diana's a peach. She should have married one of the boys before they all went over. Poor Aubrey Lawrence was madly in love with her.
Hurry up. There's soot on your cheek.
She taps it affectionately.
All right. If I have to dine with 3 women, I'd better look my best.
Enid, admiringly.
Yes, my dear cock of the walk.
There's the evening papers. We gained 3 miles again.
Exit down left. Enid is about to glance at the paper, but is interrupted by the breezy entrance of Mrs. Packard.
My dear, your maid told me to come right in.
Oh, Mrs. Packard, I'm so glad you could come on such short notice.
I jumped at the invitation. It's so lonesome with John away. How lucky you are to have your husband at home.
Thanks to his business, the government prefers him here. Take off your things.
I'm a little early, but I took advantage of the chance to ride this way in Mrs. Morgan's car. Do you like Mrs. Morgan?
Why, yes, don't you?
I don't think you ought to like her.
Why not?
She has a long, bad tongue.
Talks about people.
Mrs. Packard raises her eyebrows.
Does she? You ought to hear her. But then, you ought not to hear her.
About me?
Now there, my dear. I have come for a jolly little dinner party, and I'm not going to gossip.
Still, if she said anything against me, I ought to protect myself.
That's just it. That's what I thought. And when she said, "Oh, no, why should I tell you?"
Why shouldn't you tell me?
Yes, why shouldn't I? After all, I'm one of your best friends, and you ought to know.
Certainly I ought to know.
But you may never forgive me.
Not forgive you for protecting me.
That's true. You must protect yourself. It is my duty to tell you.
What is it? You have me quite scared.
If she tells me a thing like that, of course she will tell everyone else. By this time, no doubt, it's all over town.
How dreadful. What have I done?
It isn't what you've done. It's about Diana Chesbrough.
She's coming tonight.
Is she? Your invitation?
Why, yes.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Well...
She raises her shoulders and eyebrows.
But in what way can gossip couple my name with Diana's? She is one of my best friends.
Oh, is she?
I am quite sure she is.
Maybe she is. Still, they wonder why Diana didn't marry one of the boys before they went off to war.
Why should she have?
Yes, why should she have, really? Still, anyone as attractive as Diana, she had plenty of chances, didn't she?
Oh, yes.
That's what they say. All nice men, too, and 1 or 2 real catches. Don't you think it's strange Diana didn't marry one of them?
Yes, I do think it's strange.
There! Of course you do. I said it. But why do you think she didn't?
I don't know.
What does she say?
I think she...
Exactly. It's just what everyone is saying. And everyone feels so sorry for you.
Sorry for me?
My dear, you get all the sympathy.
What for?
Is it possible you have been so blind?
Blind? I?
You're with each other a great deal, aren't you?
Yes.
And your husband?
Oh, that's what you mean.
Oh, my poor dear, that's what they say.
Just what do they say?
That she and... Oh, no, my dear, of course I don't believe it, but...
But just in exact words, what do they say?
Hasn't he ever admired her in your presence?
Yes.
What does he say?
That she's a peach, and popular, and all the men like her, and many of them want to marry her, and...
There you are. That's just it. They said so, and Mrs. Morgan told me that Diana refused the other men because... Well, she said because...
Sees Diana entering. Changes subject quickly.
Oh, Diana, you dear sweet thing. Good evening.
Diana enters back center. Gay, happy, pretty, unconsciously friendly.
Hello, Mrs. Packard. Hello, Enid, old top.
Kisses Enid.
I'm early because I came straight up from town after dressing at the club. Canteen work all day. How's everybody?
I've been nursing at the hospital all afternoon.
Isn't Enid a trump, doing the home nursing and releasing someone else to get the glory over there? I'd have gone over there myself.
Mrs. Packard, pouncingly.
Why didn't you?
Against the law. I have relatives in the trenches. Oh, I'd love the romance of being there. Enid, get the letter from your brother, won't you, and read it to Mrs. Packard? He gives such unusually interesting descriptions.
Yes, it's most interesting. Excuse me a moment. It's in my desk upstairs.
Exit Enid, back, center. Mrs. Packard, with a backward glance to see if Enid is out of hearing.
My dear Miss Chesbrough, pardon me for seeming to presume, but I'm only trying to save you. Are you aware of what people are saying about you?
Saying about me?
Of course they wouldn't say it to you.
What wouldn't they say?
It is so much easier to flatter than to say disagreeable things.
People are saying disagreeable things about me.
You haven't heard?
No, but I should certainly like to know.
Of course you would. Any young girl like you. But, my dear, do you really think you should come to this house?
Come to this house? Why, Enid and I went to school together. She is one of my oldest and best friends.
Best, did you say?
You doubt it?
After what she said?
She said something to make you doubt her friendship to me. Surely you are mistaken.
My dear girl, I have eyes and ears. I can see and hear.
What did Enid say?
She said she wished you had married one of the boys before they went off to war.
Oh, that.
You admit it? And still you come here? That is what people say.
What do I admit? I don't follow your reasoning. I don't see.
Of course you don't see. Love is always blind.
Love? We haven't said a word about love.
Of course not. It is a delicate word to use, and in this matter it is, well, the world does not think it becoming.
Diana, indignantly.
Mrs. Packard, I do not understand your innuendos. Tell me the plain facts. What are people saying? And what has love got to do with it?
Mr. Halderman.
Felix.
And you.
I?
They couple your names together.
They say that Felix and I... It is a lie.
It doesn't make any difference if it is a lie. The point is what people say.
The people who say such things have rotten little minds that haven't enough brains to entertain themselves.
My dear Miss Chesbrough.
And you're just the same, repeating such slander.
You insinuate that I am one of the...
I do.
You have insulted me.
Not more than you have insulted me.
Miss Chesbrough, you will suffer for this. I tell you something in all friendliness of spirit to protect you from the slanders of the world, and then you reward me by...
You listen to idle tongues, and then you come and rob me of my happiness by putting poison into my mind.
I was telling you the truth. But people do not thank you for telling them the truth.
I am the one who knows what the truth is. I know that Enid and I are friends, and that Enid and Felix and I are friends, and that is all. Felix adores Enid. He would never care for any other woman.
Oh, wouldn't he? Does the world know more than Mrs. Halderman herself? It does not. Just a few minutes ago, in this very room, she told me herself that she wished you had married because she knows that Felix is in love with you. She pretends to be your friend, but in her heart she hates you.
It's not true.
It is not pleasant to argue with you, Miss Chesbrough. I shall find my hostess and make my excuses, and not stay to dinner.
Exit up center. Diana goes as if to follow her.
If I have been too utterly rude, I humbly apologize, but I cannot allow you to circulate such outrageous...
Hello, Diana. When did you get here?
Felix enters from down left.
Want to help me mix the cocktails?
goes to a side table and begins to mix drinks.
Felix, a terrible thing has happened. They talk about us.
Who is they, and who is us?
People are talking about you and me.
Felix, mixing cocktail.
Why, what have we done? Do you like a drop of orange bitters?
You're not taking it seriously.
But what is there?
That's just it. What is there? If there really were something...
She watches him anxiously.
It's most embarrassing for me. I don't know how to say it to you.
My dear Diana, you can say anything to me. Haven't I proved myself a real friend?
But if what they said is really true...
Don't you know whether it's true or not?
I thought I did, but after she said it, I began to wonder.
Wonder what?
Diana hesitates.
Oh...
Out with it.
You know I love Enid.
Why, you've grown up together.
I wouldn't hurt her for worlds.
No, you trump.
So do you love her more than anyone else? Don't you?
Of course, but...
Diana, horrified.
Don't say but.
But why?
Why did you say but?
Did I say but? I don't know. What was I saying?
You said, of course, but...
I don't remember. You have me all confused.
You don't think I'm in love with you, do you?
Great Scott! Do they say you are in love with me?
You never have thought, have you?
I'm not so conceited to think I could.
Ah, then, but...
Well, now, what, but...
Are you in love with me?
No!
Thank goodness, but...
What?
That's what they say.
That I am in love with you?
And that I am in love with you.
And?
Exactly!
Holy smokes!
But it's not true.
No!
But they say it's true.
And what they say...
amounts to the same thing.
What can we do?
That's what I'm asking you.
Go straight to Enid.
But Enid believes it.
Nonsense.
She said so.
What she said so?
Mrs. Packard said they all say it.
How do they know?
They don't, but they think they do, so it amounts to the same thing.
But Enid can't believe it.
But there's proof that she does believe it.
It's too absurd.
Mrs. Packard said that Enid said that you said you were in love with me or something like that, and that Enid hates me.
That's not true. I know she likes you.
But Mrs. Packard wouldn't dare say anything.
She said Enid hates you?
Perhaps Enid does. Perhaps she is jealous over nothing at all. Perhaps she has been imagining things. Perhaps she does hate me. Perhaps she too has been saying things, making it seem as if...
She stops as Enid enters, followed by Mrs. Packard, center.
Diana, Mrs. Packard says you insulted her and that she feels she cannot stay for dinner.
I apologized to Mrs. Packard, but she would not accept my...
Ah, you do admit that you insulted me.
Only after you insulted me.
You hear, Mrs. Haldeman? It is just as I said. She accused me of insulting her when I was trying only to be kind and give her a little motherly advice.
Mrs. Packard took it upon herself to repeat some things that people are saying, things that are manifestly untrue.
Whether they are true or not, it is highly unpleasant for me to have this altercation in my house.
I can tell by your voice you are willing to believe that woman.
Mrs. Haldeman, I resent being called that woman.
I don't care what you resent. You've come in and spoiled a beautiful friendship I've had all my life, and I don't care what I call you.
But in my house, my guests...
Don't worry, I shall not be your guest another moment. I'm going.
Starts.
No, Diana. I can't let you leave in anger.
But I do. I leave with my heart black against you for listening to what she said.
What did I say?
You said that Felix and I were in love with each other, and you insinuated that—
I never said such a thing in all my life.
Mrs. Packard, why, just a few moments ago, in this very room, you—
I never said such a thing in all my life.
Can you look me straight in the eyes and tell me you never said it?
I never said it. Never, never, never.
Didn't you tell me that you have eyes and ears, and that you can see and hear, and that everybody was saying—
But what everybody else says isn't what I say.
Didn't you tell me that Felix was in love with me?
I didn't know that. She told me that.
Turns to Enid.
I never told you that.
Why, my dear, you did. In this very room a few minutes ago.
I never said such a thing in all my life. And how can you imagine?
I imagine nothing. I know what I see and what I hear. And you certainly told me that you ought to know all I had to hear so you could protect yourself. So I told you in a friendly way, trying to be a help, and there we are.
Diana, bitterly.
Yes. Where are we?
You have no one to blame but yourself.
We have no one to blame but you.
Mrs. Packard, I didn't know I had to protect myself until you insinuated—
Why, it was you yourself who said he wanted to marry her.
I said nothing of the sort. I said that he said—
All women turn simultaneously upon Felix, who up to this time has refrained from meddling in the quarrel. He is confused by this sudden demand upon him and answers foolishly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Didn't you say to your wife that you wanted to marry Miss Chesbrough and didn't?
I never said such a thing in all my life, and whoever said it got it out of whole cloth.
He denies it, of course.
He has to deny it to admit it would be false.
Whether it was true or false, he would have to deny it.
Why would he have to deny it?
Because the ethics of a gentleman would make him deny it in order to protect you.
Diana, raging.
So it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. Nothing we can say or do can wipe out the miserable thoughts in your mind.
Not in my mind. Everybody's mind. I have nothing to do with it.
Enid, can't you stand up and defend us?
You admit you must be defended.
The whole world has to be defended against women like you. If you were in my house, I'd show you the door. Enid, show her the door, and prove that you trust Felix and me, that you know there isn't and never has been anything between us but the most innocent friendship. You don't move. You don't trust me.
I have always trusted you. I never had the slightest suspicion. But perhaps I have been blind. Perhaps the world has been able to see better from the distance and understand.
Are you going to take the world's word against ours? Are you going to believe a silly gossip and let 1 minute of slander outweigh the love and loyalty you've had from Diana and me for a lifetime?
Why don't you tell your wife you love her?
I love my wife, but I do not see any reason to make a public statement of it. I stated that publicly when I married her. She knows I love her, don't you?
Do I?
He adores you.
Don't you know it?
But Diana is pretty and—
Felix, I leave this house. Forever. Thanks to you, Mrs. Packard, I have lost 2 friends who meant more to me than even the world's opinion. And I shall never see either of you again.
Diana, come back. It is too outrageous to allow such contemptible gossip to break your friendship with Enid.
You see, he does not want her to go.
It would never be the same between Enid and me again.
I do not want her to go because I do not want to have an evil tongue like yours triumphant. If you had come into our house and stolen our silver, you would be less a thief than you are now. New silver can be bought, but tarnished friendship can never be bright again. You caused this by your malicious remarks about my regard for Miss Chesbrough.
I didn't say it.
Pardon me, you did.
I didn't say it, she did.
Turning to Enid.
I didn't.
You did.
I didn't.
What does it matter now how it happened? It's done. Done. Our friendship is over, but I won't go without leaving my memory here white and clean. I don't care what the world believes, but I want Enid to know I have never had a thought against her. And so I'm willing to tell the truth, even though I'd rather have died than tell this before.
Oh, now we will hear something.
Diana, be careful. You are under no obligation to...
So you know what she is going to say.
No, he doesn't know. It's my secret. No one else has known. There is only one man I love, or ever have loved. And he's over there.
She's making it up. A likely story.
I'm not making it up. If you don't believe me, I'll have to tell you his name.
No, Diana. It is not fair to demand that of you.
They will not believe me, but I'll do anything for Enid. She'll have to know. It is Aubrey Lawrence.
Aubrey Lawrence? He wanted to marry you.
It's true, he did. But Diana wouldn't...
Why wouldn't you?
Because I did.
You married
him?
Diana takes wedding ring from chain about her neck.
Yes, I married him the last day before he sailed.
But your family didn't like him.
That's why I didn't tell them. But you can go now and tell them yourself, Mrs. Packard.
Aubrey Lawrence? Did you really, Diana?
He hasn't any money.
But he's straight to the core. I'm awfully glad, Diana.
So am I, Diana. Forgive me.
There's the door, Mrs. Packard. And the world outside is waiting to hear the latest gossip.
I'll go, my dear, because I've offended you, and I know you're not ready to forgive me. But I promise not to breathe it to a soul. Not a soul.
Exit up center in such a way that one knows she is excited and eager to tell it to everyone she meets.
Diana, I'll never forgive you for not telling me you married Aubrey. Why didn't you tell me that you married Aubrey?
But I didn't.
You didn't?
But you said...
Oh, what I said. It doesn't matter what I said.
But she'll tell everyone.
Of course she will.
But if it's not true...
It might be true.
But it's not. Is it?
I told you it wasn't.
But now I don't know whether to believe you or not.
Nor will other people know whether to believe her or not.
But when Aubrey hears of it, Diana, what will he think?
He will wish that it were true.
But what will he say about you?
He will say that I wish it were true.
And do you?
I do.
Have you found out since he left that you really love him?
Madly, madly, madly.
Felix, teasingly.
Shall I cable him that?
I have already.
You haven't.
I have. I'm going to marry him by proxy.
Felix, offering glass.
Do have a cocktail on that.
But when we tell people you married him by proxy after Mrs. Packard has told them you are married already, what will people say?
Diana takes cocktail with a smile.
What will people say? In any case, exactly what they choose.
Curtain. End of He Said and She Said by Alice Gerstenberg.
The Hartleys, a play in one act, by Arthur Eckersley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters. Stage directions read by Jen Broda.
Rupert Hartley, read by son of the exiles.
Mrs. Hartley, read by Kay Taylor, 07.
Hester Hartley, read by the Story Girl.
George Perrin, read by Todd.
Susan the maid, read by Avayi.
Scene: the Hartleys' parlor in a street off the King's Road, Brighton. Time: evening in early spring. The Hartleys. The scene represents an ordinary middle-class sitting room, very respectable. Furniture heavy and uncomfortable, with the exception of one easy wicker chair before the fire. There is one door right, fireplace with fire burning left, table in center of room, partially laid for high tea, chairs for 3 round it. The easy chair above fireplace, another, smaller and not so comfortable, below. When the curtain rises, Mrs. Hartley, an ineffective-looking, pale woman in a cap and shawl, is discovered knitting in an armchair above fireplace left. Mrs. Hartley half rises and looks at clock on mantelshelf, then sits again. Immediately afterwards the door opens and Hester appears. Hester is a girl of about 29. She comes in quickly, smoothing her hair and dress, which are in slight disorder, as though outdoor things had just been removed. Mrs. Hartley, glancing up.
Oh, so there you are. I thought you were never coming. It's close upon 6:30.
Isn't that clock a bit fast?
It's slow if it's anything. Your father might be home any minute. Where have you been?
Hester, evasively.
Only as far as the pier, for a blow.
After dark? I doubt your father would be best pleased if he heard of it. You know how particular he is.
Yes, I know.
Mrs. Hartley, with unconscious irony.
You ought to. You're old enough.
What time is tea?
The same time as usual. That's as if he catches the 1/2 from Victoria.
He's got cutlets, hasn't he?
And asparagus. I ordered 1/2 a bundle.
I'm glad of that. Asparagus evenings are almost always good-tempered.
What a way to talk.
Seeing Hester advance towards the fire.
What have you there?
His slippers. I thought I'd put them to warm.
Mrs. Hartley, surprised.
Well, you don't generally, but I dare say he'll not mind.
I hope not. I do want him to be pleased tonight.
Kneeling, she places slippers in the fender. Mrs. Hartley, after staring at her.
Aren't you well?
Oh, yes, thanks. Why?
It doesn't seem like it. All this fussing about your father's comfort. It isn't natural.
Hester, still kneeling, turns to face Mrs. Hartley.
Has it ever occurred to you how old I am?
My dear.
Bewildered.
I'm 29, and a bit over. Quite soon I shall be 30, and I can remember the time, only the other day it seems, when that used to sound like old age. So by my way of reckoning, I'm almost an old woman.
We all have to grow old.
Yes, but in different ways. You were quite a girl when you married father, weren't you?
I was 17.
And you were very much in love with each other.
He was. He used to tell me he'd shoot himself if I didn't marry him.
Hester, slowly.
Fancy being 17, and having somebody to say things like that.
My dear, what are you talking about?
Mother, think. Do for once think of it from my point of view. What have I been doing all this time? Just sitting here with you and Father, and letting everything go by me. I've wanted not to mind. Night after night I've cried myself to sleep because I was too selfish to be satisfied.
Everybody can't get husbands, if that's what you mean. You've had the same chance as other girls.
No, that's not true. Every chance, it's your own word, that I ever had has been deliberately taken away from me. I know I'm not pretty or attractive. I made up my mind to that. But in spite of it, there were people.
Breaks off.
Oh, you're not so bad as all that.
There have been just two. Do you remember that Mr. Thompson, whom I used to help at the library 6 years ago? He used to walk home with me. Then he asked if he could call. Well, you know what happened then.
Your father never approved of that library. Almost a shop, he called it.
Hester bitterly.
Yes, it wasn't genteel enough for his daughter. Anyhow, that was the end of Thompson. And the other went the same way, only it didn't get quite so far.
Your father is a very reserved man.
Oh, I don't say I particularly cared for either of them. Not then. But they'd have been life, and home, and perhaps even little children.
Mrs. Hartley shocked.
Hester, at least you needn't be rude.
Anyhow, that's all in the past, and I thought it wasn't the sort of thing that was ever likely to come again.
You don't mean to say it has.
Beginning to see. Hester faces her, nods.
Yes, apparently.
Somebody else? Well, and what about your father?
Hester points to Slippers.
That's why.
You're going to tell him tonight?
I think he wants to tell him himself.
Well, I'm that surprised I don't know what to say. How did it happen?
I hardly know.
Sits in chair below fire.
It all seemed to come so strangely. I think I saw him first, only about a fortnight ago, when I went out to the post in the evening. He used to be hanging about by the pillar box.
Those pillar boxes.
I never thought he could be waiting for me, but he was. And, oh, I don't know. Somehow he spoke to me, and one thing led to another. I met him once or twice by accident in the street. He used to smile and perhaps walk a little way. And then one day I arranged to meet him.
Mrs. Hartley shocked.
Well, and just for that you think you love this stranger enough to be happy with him?
I think so, but it isn't being happy that matters. It's living.
Mrs. Hartley, ignoring epigrams.
What's his name?
Perrin. George Perrin.
And what sort of a young fellow is he? A gentleman, or just a man?
George Perrin works at something in London. I don't know what. He's here on holiday.
Well, what does he talk about?
Oh, me, and you, and Father. Everything. It seemed so queer that he should be so interested in us.
And he's coming to see him tonight?
He asked particularly what time he'd be sure to find Father at home.
That looks like something. Did he ask what your father's business was?
I think he did. I forget. Anyhow, I couldn't have told him, except in the city. That's all I know.
That's all I've wanted to know all these years. Your father was never one to babble. Keep yourself to yourself was always his motto.
Oh!
Rising, startled.
What is it?
Hester, struck with an idea.
I told him any time after 6:30. Suppose he comes before Father's had his tea.
That would be awkward. However, it can't be helped now. Hark!
listening.
There's his latchkey.
Mrs. Hartley rises with some difficulty and transfers herself to the chair below fireplace so as to leave the more comfortable one free for the master. Hester under her breath.
It must go right. It must.
I declare, you've made me all aflutter myself, but we must keep calm and tell him gradually.
The door opens and Rupert Hartley comes in briskly, a capable man with short beard and quick, humorous eyes, very quietly dressed. He carries a small bag such as might contain papers. Hartley, nodding to them.
Evening, Mother. Hello, Kitty. Well, here I am again, and glad to be back.
Had a tiring day, Father?
So. Bit more work than usual, because I'm giving up that Cannon Street office.
He sits in easy chair before fire and begins to remove boots.
Shan't go back there again. Too inconvenient.
Why, that's the third change this year.
Yes, and I'll tell you what, old lady, I'm thinking about making a bigger change and giving up altogether.
Giving up?
Ah, chucking it. Settling down at home with you and the kiddie to enjoy my old age. I've earned it.
Well?
Haven't I? Every penny I have. Hello? Who's been putting my slippers to warm?
Hester standing by table.
I did, Father.
Ha! Want something out of it, Dad, I'll be bound. Yes, settle down. Walk on the pier in the mornings. Maybe an alderman before I've finished.
To himself.
That would be the crowning touch. Oh.
I don't see why you shouldn't be, Rupert.
Me?
Grave again.
No, of course not. However, we can talk of that after tea. Nearly ready?
Here's Susan, just coming, Father.
Enter Susan, a neat maid in cap and apron. She carries a tray with tea things, etc. Hester helps to lay table. Mrs. Hartley, a little nervously.
There's cutlets and asparagus.
Capital. Well, how should you like to have me at home all day, old lady?
I'm sure it would be very pleasant, wouldn't it, Hester?
Ah, and brighter for the kiddie. Take you and her on the steamers sometimes. Bournemouth, Hastings, all over the place.
That would be nice.
Get to know some of the best families, too, I dare say. I've always been against having people come chattering round when I wasn't here, but it'll all be different now.
Having changed his slippers, he lifts the small bag onto his knees and begins glancing through its contents, papers, etc.
Indeed, it will.
A slight pause. Susan, having finished her part in laying the table, goes out. Mrs. Hartley and Hester exchange looks. Mrs. Hartley makes signs advising Hester to speak. Hartley still reading.
Yes, the fools that think mine's been an easy job are fools. But I've done it. How much do you guess I'm going to bank over the last, Mother?
The last what, dear?
Hartley, catching himself up.
Ah, well, you wouldn't know the business terms, but it's working out at nearly £3,000, and it takes a clever man to make that safely nowadays.
That it does, I'm sure.
Hester, nerving herself.
Father?
Nay?
There's a visitor coming to see you tonight.
Hartley puts down paper, turns.
Visitor? What visitor?
Mrs. Hartley, very nervously.
Only a man, Rupert.
Hartley ignores her, speaks sharply to Hester.
Who is it?
Mr. Perrin, his name is. A friend of mine.
Friend of yours?
Just in a manner of speaking.
Hartley impatiently to Mrs. Hartley. To Hester.
I don't understand.
Looking from one to the other.
What is all this mystery?
His voice has a note of anxiety, almost fear.
It's someone who wants to speak to you about something.
Does he? And what, if I may ask?
It's about Father. Surely you can understand.
Mrs. Hartley explanatory.
Like that young Thompson from the library.
Hartley smiles.
Oh, that's it, is it?
His manner shows relief. He becomes bantering.
More flirtations?
He asked the child if he might call.
So you're in it too, eh, Mother?
I?
Flurried.
No, Rupert, no. I've never seen him.
I've told you, Father. He's a friend of mine. And naturally, he wants to meet you.
Does he? Very flattered, I'm sure. Wants to meet my money too, I dare say.
You've no right to say things like that before you've seen him.
Hoity-toity. Well, I apologize.
Rupert.
But I've a fairly shrewd idea of the kind of idle young waster who comes buzzing after a girl if he thinks her father's well off. Somebody no one's ever heard of. Where did you meet him?
In the street.
Defiant.
Where else could I meet anyone?
I thought so.
Yes, because you've kept us shut up all these years, as though you were afraid to let us be seen. And already you've made up your mind. You're going to take the worst view of it and put obstacles in the way. Well, I've made up my mind too. You shan't treat me any more as though I were a child.
Hester!
Mother, I mean it. We're past all that now, thank goodness. I've put up with it because I was weak and a coward. But now...
She stops abruptly as the bell is heard.
That's maybe him.
Hartley watching Hester.
Yes, and now?
Hester makes a quick movement towards the door.
Stop.
He's outside, Father.
Perhaps. Well, I'll see this young man. I make no promises, but I'll see him.
Hester softened.
Father.
I say I make no promises. You've thrown some hard words at me, my girl, but let that be.
You'd better go and let him in, dearie.
She'd better do no such thing. What do we keep a servant for? Let Susan go.
She's always such a while.
Well, I suppose this Mr. whatever he calls himself can wait as well as another.
Yes, Rupert.
A slight pause. They all remain motionless in expectation. Then the door is opened, and Susan enters announcing,
Mr. Perrin.
He is a man of about 30, very self-possessed and assured in manner. Perrin halts on threshold, glances round.
Ah, good evening.
He sees Hester.
Good evening, Miss Hartley.
Hester advancing.
Father, this is Mr. Perrin.
Hartley, without rising, nods.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
To Mrs. Hartley.
Good evening, ma'am.
You've come to see me?
I ventured to ask Miss Hartley when I should find you at home.
Well, you have.
A slight, uncomfortable pause. Mrs. Hartley, fussily.
Can't Mr. Perrin sit down, Father?
I dare say he could if he tried. You'd better ask him.
Hester, dear.
Hester eagerly places a chair for Perrin, who takes it with a word of thanks, but does not look at her. Another pause. Mrs. Hartley making conversation.
It's been unusually cold for this time of year, hasn't it?
Yes.
But then, of course, it usually is.
Yes.
Hartley, who has been enjoying the general discomfiture, turns suddenly upon Perrin.
Well?
Just what I was going to say.
I suppose you're going to mention the reason for giving us this unexpected pleasure.
Quite so, Mr. Hartley. My object was 5 minutes' conversation with you, in private.
Ah.
To Mrs. Hartley, grimly.
Hear that?
Mrs. Hartley, rising tremulously.
I'll just go and put the tea back a bit, Rupert.
I do.
Dryly.
This gentleman says 5 minutes. Give us 10.
Yes, Rupert.
Moving towards door, Perrin crosses and holds it open for her. At door, she addresses him nervously.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to have met you.
Shakes hands with him and goes out. Hester, as Perrin still waits by door.
Do you want me to go too, Father?
No, I've not been consulted.
Sardonically, Perrin does not meet her eyes.
I think what I have to say had better be to Mr. Hartley alone.
Hester, a little surprised.
Very well.
To Perrin.
I shall only be outside if I'm wanted.
Turns to Hartley, seems to speak, then controls herself and goes out in silence. Perrin closes the door and comes back. Hartley, at his ease, filling pipe.
Now then, Mr. I've forgotten your name.
Perrin, standing center.
Perrin.
Sit down.
Perrin sits right of table.
Thanks.
Now, you know, it doesn't need much guessing on my part to twig what you're after.
Perrin quietly.
I believe there you may be mistaken, Mr. Hartley.
Oh, I may I? You haven't come here after my girl, I suppose. Oh, dear, no.
Perrin twisting chair as to face him.
No, I've come here after you.
After me? What do you mean?
Precisely what I say. I have come here for the pleasure of a little chat with you, Mr. Hartley.
No.
Sharply.
This is some kind of joke, eh?
Not at all. Perfectly serious. Perhaps I might have made myself clearer if I had addressed you by the name of Ross.
Hartley shows agitation, drops pipe.
Ross? I don't understand you.
Oh, yes, I think you do. Or if Ross does not convey my meaning, let's see.
Reflectively.
There was Watson before that, wasn't there? And Carmichael.
Hartley springs up, furious.
What the hell are you talking about?
Perrin surveying him calmly.
Your very varied and interesting professional career, Mr. Hartley.
Out of my house.
Perrin smiling.
Yes, that's about the only argument you've got, isn't it? And not a very good one.
Hartley walks away, then turns.
You pretend to know a fat lot about me. How'd you find out?
That's better.
Genial.
It's my business to find out things.
What are you, then?
Quick movement.
A detective?
Oh, dear me, no. Nothing so unpleasant. I'm a writer, Mr. Hartley.
A writer?
A journalist, if you like that better. An investigating journalist. It's something of a special line.
And you mean that you've been investigating me?
Exactly. And as I said, a very interesting story, I use the word in the technical sense, you make.
I've a good mind to break every bone in your damned body.
But a better mind not to. Your movement just now was picturesque, if melodramatic. Still, it'll make an effective episode in the final installment.
Installment? What of?
Of your exposure. That's what we're working up at the present moment.
Well.
Stares, then flings himself into chair again.
Let's hear it. Mind, I admit nothing. Let's hear what you think you know.
Perrin easily.
Your admission, Mr. Hartley, would really be superfluous. My information is remarkably complete. It may be necessary to trouble you with a few details about myself. You don't mind?
Go on.
Thanks. I told you that I'd taken up investigating journalism. It's rather a new development of the power of the press. As a matter of fact, the idea came to me, somewhat suddenly, through a man you may have heard of named Walford.
Hartley, starting.
Walford? He's dead.
Yes.
Placidly.
But he wasn't when I met him, though very near it. It was about a year ago. You may remember the circumstances. He was run over by a motor, and died shortly afterwards. He was in your employment at the time, as, shall we say, confidential clerk?
Have you come here to blackmail me about Walford? I did everything I could for the man.
Precisely. That was an elementary precaution that you would be hardly likely to neglect. No, my point is that, at the time we speak of, I was a reporter, and was sent by the paper I then represented to interview Walford after the accident. He was not able to tell me much, but his wife offered to take down a few facts as soon as he was able to recount them, for which I might call later in the day. When I came again, the man was unconscious, but I received the paper. It was lying with a number of others on a table by his bed, the others being some that had been in his pocket when he was brought home. In the pursuit of my calling, I naturally glanced through these, and finally took them also. Can you form any idea of their character?
Hartley agitated.
Damn.
Exactly. You're quite right. Amongst other things, they gave me one of the most thoroughly incriminating accounts possible of Carmichael and Company, who had lately baffled the police with such success. This, of course, interested me, and with it in my possession, I was able to work backwards and forward till I had a fairly clear idea of your activities. You understand I was doing all this in my spare time. It's been a kind of hobby with me.
Producing notebook.
It's all here. I know, for example, about the begging letter business of '89, and again, under different names, in 1907. Then there was the bucket shop. Much the same dodge that you've been working just now as Ross in Cannon Street. All very ingenious. As for the rest...
Hartley broken.
Stop. That's enough.
There's plenty more.
Hartley rising.
25 years, and to be pulled down by a damned reporter.
Yes.
Complacently.
I think I'm entitled to plume myself a little. You were a clever man, Mr. Hartley, but chance favored me, and I made the most of it.
Closes and replaces pocketbook. Hartley not heeding him.
And to think that only today I'd made up my mind to chuck it all and settle down with my earnings.
Perrin with professional alertness.
Ah, those must be a tidy sum. I should, of course, be glad of any figures you could give me. It all adds to the interest.
What are you going to do about it?
Well, at present, as I say, the thing is my exclusive property. No one else knows anything. but I took a rough idea to the editor of the paper for which I now work, and it was he who sent me down here to finish my investigations on the spot.
Will money square you?
Hardly what you would be in a position to offer. I've been promised my own terms for the series, subject, of course, to the stuff being satisfactory, which I think it will be. And one has naturally a certain pride in it as well. It'll help me on a lot.
What's to happen now?
The intention is to publish the whole story in weekly installments, leaving the authorities to take what action they choose.
That means smash up.
I'm afraid so. Of course I sympathize with you, Mr. Hartley, but you can see for yourself the thing's a mere matter of business. The expense has been great, and we naturally look for a big return. Your exposure ought to be what we call a scoop.
Hartley stands, irresolute, biting nails.
I see.
In fact, it's the biggest thing the Lantern has had.
Hartley starting violently.
The what?
The paper I represent. The Bull's-Eye Lantern. A halfpenny every Wednesday.
Hartley gives a great shout of relief.
My God! That's done it!
Done what?
Let me out! Good Lord, what an escape!
What do you mean?
Why, man alive, I am the Lantern. 9/10 of the money for it is my money that I've made and saved and put in. I could smash it tomorrow if I liked. You've been investigating your owner, my lad.
Perrin bewildered.
Mr. Hartley, this is a serious matter.
It might be a jolly sight too serious for you.
How do I know you're speaking the truth?
No? You go back and ask your editor for his list of shareholders. Bliss and Duckworth, those are the two biggest. They're both me.
Perrin irresolute.
I hardly know what to say.
Of course you don't. There, I bear you no malice. This appeals to my sense of humour, that's what it does.
Of course, if the thing really is yours.
And a good investment, too. I knew there'd be plenty of the godly willing enough to pay their halfpenny to see the others tormented.
Perrin stiffly.
The Lantern is doing a great work.
Yes, that's what I say. Oh, I'm quite satisfied.
Perrin hesitates.
This naturally places me in a somewhat awkward position.
You did that to me, my lad, 2 minutes ago. When you called me Ross just now, it was one of the nastiest shocks I've had, I assure you.
With a gesture.
I felt the rope round my throat.
Fraud is not a capital offence, Mr. Hartley.
Hartley overbearing.
Well, well, can't I express myself? Don't be so damned literal.
I beg your pardon.
Rises.
But in the meantime we're keeping Mrs. and Miss Hartley from their tea. Perhaps I'd better—
He makes a move towards the door. Hartley with a change of manner.
Stop a bit. Miss Hartley, you said. Thanks for reminding me. You got admission here, I think, by making love to my daughter.
Perrin uncomfortable.
Hardly quite that, Mr. Hartley. You'd be the first to see that I had to obtain 1 or 2 details, and, well, that was the way.
You seem to be a pretty cool customer.
Perrin slyly.
We have to earn dividends.
Oh, I'm not blaming you. Every man do his job.
Thanks. Then I'll wish you good evening. I shall, of course, tell the editor that this matter goes no further.
You leave that to me. And the investigations?
I must try those somewhere else.
Hartley staggered for a moment, then recovers himself.
Must you? I wonder.
What do you mean?
Hartley watching him.
I've been getting the notion, Perrin, that I might even take a hand at that paper myself. I'll want something to do with my time, and there's big money in it if it's properly run.
Undoubtedly.
If I had a real live man to work with, who meant to get on and didn't mind how, I'd make it worth his while.
As editor?
Hartley considering him.
Possibly. These ideas come to me and they want working out. We'd have to find something for the present chap. He knows too much to be chucked. But I generally succeed, and as I say, there's a fortune waiting for the man I choose to push.
Do you mean me?
Well, I was thinking of my son-in-law.
Your son-in-law?
I haven't got one at present, but things might turn out.
I don't understand you.
Oh, yes, I think you do.
Seats himself above table, motioning Perrin to do the same.
Look here, Perrin, you've been spooning my girl. To you, it was nothing, just a trick of your trade.
I explained all that.
Not to her. She thinks it's serious, and I've always meant that if a man came along that wasn't a fool or too much of a knave, he should have her. Well?
Mr. Hartley, your attitude is preposterous. The thing's impossible.
Are you married already?
Certainly not.
Very well, then. Let me tell you it's not such a bad offer. I make it because I believe that, with you and I together, there's almost nothing we couldn't do.
Perhaps.
It's risk, of course. In a way, you aren't worthy of her. But a man can be a pretty big rogue in business and a good husband. I know that.
You forget that there is also a certain risk attached to entering your family, Mr. Hartley.
Not at all, but the money's safe. I'd settle the lantern on Hester at her marriage. She'd have that. Whatever happened to me.
I see.
So there it is. It's been one of my professional maxims, when you see what you want, not to waste time. I've made my offer. Take it or leave it.
Oh, Mr. Hartley, I'm sorry. The thing's impossible. It's indecent.
Oh, if you begin to talk about decency, there's no more to be said. You refuse, then?
I'm sorry.
Rises.
As I say, I'd better get back to town at once. I'm sorry.
Not at all.
Rises also, moves to bell beside fireplace and rings.
They'll let you out.
Of course, I fully realize.
He stops as the door opens, and Hester comes in quickly. She stands looking from one to the other.
Yes, father?
It was for Susan I rang.
Vexed.
To show this gentleman out.
I'll do it, father.
Moves towards Perrin, lays her hand on his arm, in an undertone to him anxiously.
Is it all right?
Hartley at fireplace overhearing.
Yes, you do well to ask him.
Father, if that means you've refused, it doesn't make any difference.
Turning to Perrin, speaks steadily.
I'll come if you want me anyhow.
Perrin, he cannot meet her eyes.
I beg your pardon.
Why?
I can't explain, only I beg your pardon. I must go.
Wait.
To Hartley.
Father, you must hear me. I don't want to be undutiful, but I owe him more than I owe you now, because he made me love him. Perhaps you can separate us, but that won't make the least difference to the only thing that matters. I shall go on loving him and thanking him always.
Hartley grim to conceal how much this has moved him.
I congratulate you, Perrin. You seem to have made a pretty complete job of it.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Perrin crosses quickly to her.
And by God's help you never shall. You make me ashamed. But will you trust me once more?
Why, of course. I've never left off.
You shan't regret it.
He leaves her and comes to Hartley.
Mr. Hartley?
In an undertone.
I'm in your hands. I accept your conditions.
Hartley, same tone.
And the investigations?
There.
Gives him book. Hartley pockets it swiftly.
Good.
Hester, who has only heard the last word.
Oh, Father, that means you consent?
Perhaps.
With secret irony.
He over-persuaded me.
Hester looks proudly at Perrin.
I knew he would.
Did you?
With a movement of genuine affection, he puts both his hands on her shoulders.
And you really care enough for him to chance it? It's always a risk, you know.
Hester simply.
He made me care enough. He could do anything. See how he got round you?
Yes.
Sardonic again.
He's a wonderfully convincing talker.
Perrin takes Hester's hand.
I'll do more than talk.
Well, that remains to be proved. By the way, what's your Christian name?
Hester shyly.
It's George, Father.
Is it?
Still highly amused at himself.
Well, George, stop and have some supper with us.
He turns to Mrs. Hartley, who at this moment appears in the doorway.
Mother!
With a gesture of introduction towards Perrin.
This is George.
Curtain. End of The Hartleys, a play in one act by Arthur Eckersley.
The Sicilian, or Love Makes the Painter, by Moliere, translated by Henri Laun. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Don Pedro, a Sicilian gentleman. Read by Tomas Peter.
At last, a French gentleman in love with Isidore. Read by Adrian Stevens.
Isidore, a Greek girl, Don Pedro's slave. Read by Sonia.
A senator. Read by Todd.
Harley, a Turk. Adrast's slave. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Zaida, a young slave girl. Read by Jen Broda.
First musician, Phileni. Read by Avayi.
Second musician, Tircis. Read by Todd.
Third musician, Shepherd. Read by Jim Locke.
A slave, singing. Read by Kay Taylor.
Stage directions read by Rob Marland. The Sicilian, or Love Makes the Painter. Scene 1. Harley, musicians. Harley, to the musicians.
Hush! Do not come any farther, and stay where you are until I call you.
Scene 2. Harley, alone.
It is as dark as pitch. The sky is dressed like a scaramouche this evening, and I do not see a star that shows the tip of its nose. What a droll condition is that of a slave! Never to live for oneself, and always to be entirely engrossed by the passions of one's master, to be controlled by nothing but his whims, and to see oneself reduced to make all his cares one's own concern. Mine makes me here share his anxieties, and because he is in love, I am forced to lose my rest both day and night. But here come some torch-bearers. It is he, no doubt.
Scene 3. Adraste. 2 servants, each carrying a torch. Harley.
Is it you, Ali?
And who should it be but me? At this hour of the night, except you and me, sir, I do not think that anyone takes it into his head to roam the streets now.
Nor do I think that anyone can be met who feels in his heart the grief that I do, for, after all, it is nothing to have overcome the indifference of the harsh treatment of the fair one whom one loves. One has always at least the pleasure of complaining and the liberty of sighing for her, but not to be able to find any opportunity of speaking to her whom one adores, not to be able to learn from the fair one whether the passion which her eyes have kindled pleases or displeases her. That is, in my opinion, the most annoying of all anxieties, and that is to what I am reduced by that tiresome, jealous fellow who watches with such care over my charming Greek, and who does not stir a step without dragging her at his side.
But in love there are various ways of speaking to each other, and it seems to me that your eyes and hers have told many things during nearly 2 months.
It is true that she and I have frequently spoken to each other through our eyes, but how to find out if we have correctly interpreted this language on either side? And how do I know, after all, whether she quite understands everything that my glances tell her, and whether hers tell me that which I sometimes fancy they do?
We must find some other mode of speaking with her.
Have you your musicians here?
Yes.
Tell them to come near.
Alone.
I will make them sing until daybreak, and see whether their music will not oblige the fair one to come out to one of the windows.
Scene 4. Adraste, Harley, musicians.
Here they are. What shall they sing?
What they think best.
They must sing the trio that they sung to me the other day.
No, that is not what I want.
Ah, sir, but it is in that beautiful natural.
What the deuce do you mean by that beautiful natural?
Sir, I am fond of the natural. You know that I am a judge. I love the natural. Without the natural there is no salvation in harmony. Just listen for a little to this trio.
No, I wish something tender and impassioned, something that will lull me as in a sweet dream.
I see that you prefer the flat, but there is a way of satisfying us both. They shall sing a certain scene of a little comedy that I have heard them attempt. 2 shepherds in love, quite full of languor, separately come into a grove to make their complaints in the flat. They confide to each other the cruelty of their mistresses. Then comes a jovial shepherd with an admirable natural who laughs at their weaknesses.
Very well, let us hear what it is.
Here is just the very spot to serve as a stage. And here are 2 torches to throw a light upon the play.
Place yourself against this house, so that the slightest noise outside we may extinguish the lights.
Fragment of a comedy, sung and accompanied by the musicians whom Harley has brought. Scene 1. Villain, Turkis. First musician, who represents Villain.
If with the sorrowful tale of my grief I disturb the quiet of your solitude, do not be angry, O rocks. Rocks, tough you are, you will be touched when you know the excess of my hidden anguish.
Second musician, who represents Turkis.
The gladsome birds, when day begins to break, renew their song in these vast forests, and I renew my languishing sighs and my sad regrets. Ah, dear Philine!
Ah, dear Tircis!
What grief I feel!
What cares I have!
Ever deaf to my sighs is the ungrateful Clymene.
Chloris has no sweet looks for me. Oh, too inhuman law! If you cannot compel them to love, O Cupid, why do you leave them the power of charming?
Scene 2. Villain, Turkis, a shepherd. Third musician, who represents a shepherd.
Poor lovers, what a mistake to adore merciless creatures. Sensible minds ought never to bear with harsh treatment, and favours are the chains which ought to bind our hearts. Here are 100 fair ones, to whom I hasten to offer my tender cares. It is my greatest delight, but when they act like tigresses, upon my word, I become a tiger too.
Happy, alas, are they who can love thus.
Sir, I just heard some noise inside.
Be off quickly and extinguish the torches.
Scene 5. Don Pedro, Adraste, Harley. Don Pedro, in a nightcap and a dressing-gown, with a sword under his arm, coming out of his house.
I have noticed this singing going on for some time at my door, and no doubt this is not done for nothing. I must try to discover in the dark who these people can be.
Ali?
What is it?
Do you no longer hear anything?
No.
Don Pedro is behind them, listening.
What? Are all our efforts to speak for one moment with this pretty Greek in vain? And shall this cursed jealous fellow, this wretched Sicilian, forever bar all access to her?
I wish with all my heart that the devil had taken him for the trouble he gives us, the tiresome fellow, the hang-dog that he is. Ah, if we only had him here, how delighted should I be to avenge upon his back all the fruitless steps which his jealousy causes us.
We must, for all that, find some means, some trick, some stratagem to catch our brute. I am too far advanced to be baffled now, and although I should have to use...
I do not know what this means, but the door is open, sir, and if you like, I will go in softly and find out what the cause of this is.
Don Pedro goes back to his door.
Yes, do so, but do not make a noise. I shall not be far away. Would to heaven it were the charming Isidore.
Don Pedro giving Harley a slap in the face.
Who goes there?
Harley doing the same to Don Pedro.
A friend?
Hello, Francisque, Dominique, Simon, Martin, Pierre, Thomas, George, Charles, Barthélemy. Come, look sharp, my sword, my buckler, my halberd, my pistols, my blunderbusses, my guns. Quick, make haste. Here, kill and slay, give no quarter.
Scene 6. Adraste, Harley.
I hear not a soul stir. Ali, Ali.
Harley hid in a corner.
Sir?
Where are you hiding yourself?
Have these people come out?
No, no one is stirring.
Harley coming out of his corner.
If they do come, they shall have a drubbing.
What? Shall all our trouble be for nothing? Shall this tiresome, jealous fellow always laugh at our attempts?
No, I get angry, and my honour is at stake. It shall not be said that anyone has outwitted me. My reputation as a rogue disdains all these obstacles, and I am determined to show the talents that heaven has given me.
I only wish her, by some means, by some note, by some voice, to be informed of my feelings towards her, and in return to know else upon the subject. After that, we can easily find some means.
Only let me manage it. I shall try so many sorts of things that something or other, in short, may succeed. Come, day breaks. I shall go and fetch my men, and wait here until our jealous fellow goes out.
Scene 7. Don Pedro, Isidore.
I do not know what pleasure you can have in waking me so early. It agrees badly, I think, with your intention of having my portrait painted today. You can hardly expect me to have a fresh complexion and sparkling eyes by making me get up at break of day.
Some business compels me to go out at this hour.
But this business can be very well transacted, I believe, without my presence, and you might, without incommoding yourself, have allowed me to taste the sweets of the morning slumber.
Yes, but I am very glad of having you always with me. It is as well to be on one's guard a little against those vigilant swains, and not later than last night people came and sang at our windows.
That is true. The music was charming.
It was intended for you.
I must believe so, since you say so.
Do you know who gave the serenade?
I do not, but whoever it was, I am obliged to him.
Obliged?
Undoubtedly, since he seeks to amuse me.
You think it right, then, that people love you?
Decidedly. There is never anything offensive in that.
And you wish well to all who take that trouble?
Certainly.
You say pretty plainly what you think.
What is the good of dissimulating? Whatever we may pretend, we are always well pleased to be loved. This homage to our charms is never disagreeable to us. Whatever we may say, believe me, the great ambition of women is to inspire love. All the cares they bestow upon themselves are for that only, and the proudest inwardly applauds herself for the conquests which her eyes make.
But if you take so much pleasure in being beloved, do you know that I, who love you, do not take any in it?
I do not know why this should be, and if I loved anyone, I should have no greater pleasure than seeing her beloved by everyone. Is there anything which marks more plainly the beauty of one's choice? And ought we not to congratulate ourselves in thinking that what we love is found very lovable?
Each one loves in his own peculiar fashion, and this is not my way. I should be very delighted if people did not think you so beautiful, and you will oblige me by not trying to appear so in other people's eyes.
What? Are you jealous of these things?
Yes, jealous of these things. but as jealous as a tiger, or, if you like it better, as a devil. My love claims you all for itself. Its delicacy is offended at a smile, at a glance which may be drawn from you, and all the precautions which I take are only to bar every access to these admirers, and to assure myself of the possession of a heart, the slightest part of which I cannot bear to be robbed of.
In good truth, shall I tell you, you enter upon a wrong path, and the possession of a heart is but badly secured if it is to be retained by force. As for me, I admit candidly that were I the admirer of a woman who was in someone's power, I would study everything to make that other person jealous, and to compel him to watch night and day over her whom I should like to win. It is an admirable way to forward our wishes, and people are never very long in profiting by the spite and anger which restraint and servitude awake in the breast of a woman.
At this rate, if anyone made love to you, he would find you disposed to receive his addresses.
I will say nothing about that, but in short, women do not like to be restrained, and it is running a great risk to show them your suspicions, and to keep them imprisoned.
You but little acknowledge what you owe me, and it seems to me that a slave to whom I have given her freedom, and whom I wish to make my wife.
Where is the obligation, if you but change one slavery into another more severe still, and if you do not allow me to enjoy the least freedom, and tire me, as you do, with continual watching?
But all this proceeds but from an excess of love.
If that is your way of loving, I beseech you to hate me.
You are in a pettish humour today, and I forgive you your words on account of the annoyance which you may feel at having risen so early.
Scene 8. Don Pedro, Isidore, Harley, dressed as a Turk, bowing repeatedly to Don Pedro.
A truce to these ceremonies. What do you want?
Harley, placing himself between Don Pedro and Isidore. At each word which he speaks to Don Pedro, he turns to Isidore and makes signs to her to let her understand the designs of his master.
Signor, with the signora's leave, I will tell you, with the signora's leave, that I have come to see you, with the signora's leave, to ask you, with the signora's leave, to have the kindness, with the signora's leave.
With the signora's leave, come a little on this side.
Don Pedro places himself between Isidore and Harley.
I am a virtuoso, signor.
I have nothing to give away.
I am not asking for anything. But as I meddle a little with music and dancing, I have taught some slaves, who would be glad to find a master who takes a delight in these things. And knowing that you are a gentleman of some importance, I have come to ask you to look at them and to listen to them, and to buy them if they please you, or to recommend them to one of your friends, who might be willing to engage them.
We might see their performance. It will amuse us. Fetch them hither.
Chalabala! That is a new song, the latest out. Listen well. Chalabala!
Scene 9. Don Pedro, Isidore, Harley, Turkish slaves. A slave, singing to Isidore.
A lover with an impassioned heart follows his beloved object everywhere, but the eternal watchfulness of an odious jealousy prevents him from speaking to her except by his eyes. Can there be aught more painful to a heart in love?
To Don Pedro.
Chira bira da uchala star bon turca, non avadonara, ti vola compara, mi servir a ti, si paga per mi, far bona cucina, mi lavar mattina, far bolla caldara, parlara, ti voler comparara.
First entry of the ballet. Dance of the Slaves. A slave singing to Isidore.
It is a complete torture under which this lover expires. But if the fair one will only look upon his martyrdom with a gentle eye, and consent that he may sigh for her charms in the eyes of the whole world, then he may soon laugh at all the precautions of jealousy.
To Don Pedro.
Chiribirida ochala, star bon tuca, non aver denara, ti volor compara, mi servir a ti, si pagar per mi, far bona cucina, mi levar mattina, far bolla caldara, parlara, ti volar compara.
Second entry of the ballet. The slaves recommence dancing. Don Pedro sings.
Do you know, you scamps, that this song smells of stick for your backs? Kiribirita ucara miti non comparara, ma ti bastonare, si ti non andara, andara o ti bastonare. Oh, what merry sparks!
To Isidore.
Come, let us go in again. I have changed my mind, and moreover, the weather looks rather threatening.
To Harley, who comes back.
Ah, you rogue, let me catch you at it again.
Well, yes, my master adores her. He has no greater desire than to show her his love, and if she consents to it, to take her as his wife.
Yes, I will keep her for him.
We shall get her in spite of you.
What do you mean, you scoundrel?
We shall get her, I tell you, in spite of your teeth.
If I take...
You may watch as much as you like. She shall be ours. I have sworn it.
Leave me alone. I shall catch you without fatiguing myself.
It is we who will catch you. She shall be our wife. Our mind is made up.
Alone.
I must accomplish it, or perish in the attempt.
Scene 10. Adraste, Harley, 2 servants.
Well, Ali, are our affairs improving?
I have already made some little attempts, sir, but
Do not trouble yourself about it. I have found by accident all that I wish, and I shall enjoy the happiness of seeing this fair one in her own house. I happen to be at Damon's, the artist who told me that he had to go today to paint the portrait of this charming creature, and as we are intimate friends of long standing, he wishes to serve my flame, and sends me in his place with a few words of introduction. You know that I was always fond of painting, and that I sometimes handle the brush myself, much against the French custom, which forbids a nobleman to know how to do anything. So shall I have the liberty of seeing this fair one at my ease. But I do not doubt that my jealous beau will always be there, and prevent any conversation between us, and, to tell you the truth, I have, by the aid of a young slave girl, prepared a stratagem to get this fair Greek out of the hands of her tormentor, if I can prevail with her to consent to it.
Leave it to me. I will put you in the way to converse with her.
Whispers to Adraste.
It shall not be said that I count for nothing in this affair. When are you going there?
This very minute. I have already prepared everything.
And I am going, on my part, to prepare myself.
I will lose no time. Although I will not delay the pleasure of seeing her.
Scene 11. Don Pedro, Adraste, 2 servants.
For whom are you looking in this house, sir?
I am looking for Don Pedro.
He stands before you.
He will take the trouble to read this letter, if it please him.
I send you, instead of myself, for the portrait in question, this French gentleman who, anxious to oblige, has been good enough to undertake this task at my wish. He is unquestionably the first man in the world for this sort of work, and I thought that I could do you no more agreeable service than to send him to you, since you intend to have a finished portrait of the person whom you love. But above all, take care not to speak to him about any remuneration, for he would be offended at it, and does these things only for the sake of fame and reputation. Sir Frenchman, you intend doing me a great favour, and I am very much obliged to you.
All my ambition is to oblige people of standing and merit.
I will call the person in question.
Scene 12. Isidore, Don Pedro, Adraste, 2 servants. Don Pedro to Isidore.
This is a gentleman whom Damon sends us, and who will be kind enough to undertake your portrait.
To Adraste, who, in saluting Isidore, embraces her.
Hallo, Sir Frenchman, this way of saluting is not the fashion in this country.
It is the fashion of France.
The fashion of France may suit your ladies, but for ours it is somewhat too familiar.
I accept this honour with much pleasure. The adventure surprises me immensely, and to tell the truth, I did not expect to have such an illustrious painter.
There is no one, doubtless, who would not think it an honour to engage in such a work. I have no great talent, but in this case the subject provides more than enough in itself, and we can do something beautiful with such an original to work from.
The original is but little to speak of, but the skill of the painter will be able to hide its defects.
The painter cannot perceive any, and all that he wishes is to be able to represent its charms to the world's eyes in the same perfection as he sees them.
If your brush flatter as much as your tongue, you will paint a portrait which will not be at all like me.
Everyone who made the original has prevented us from making a portrait of it that could be flattering.
Whatever you may say, heaven has not—
Let us finish this, pray. Let us leave compliments and think about the portrait.
Adraste to the servants.
Come, bring my things.
They bring the necessary painting implements. Isidore to Adraste.
Where shall I sit?
Here, this is the right spot, and catches best the precise light we want.
Isidore, after sitting down.
Am I right thus?
Yes, hold yourself up a little more that way. Your body turns thus, your head raised a little to show the beauty of the throat. This is a little more open.
He uncovers her neck a little more.
That is it. There, a little more. Just another shade.
Don Pedro to Isidore.
What a fuss to put you right. Cannot you sit properly?
These things are altogether new to me, and it is for this gentleman to place me as he likes.
Adraste, seated.
There, it could not be better, and you sit admirably.
Turning her a little towards him.
Like this, if you please. The whole depends upon the attitude which we give to the people we paint.
Very good.
A little more this way. Your eyes turned towards me, I pray, your looks fixed on mine.
I am not like those ladies who, having their portraits painted, wish them to be unlike themselves, and are not satisfied with the painter unless he makes them more lovely than the day. To content them, one ought to make but one picture for them all, for they all ask for the same thing, a complexion entirely of lilies and roses, a well-shaped nose, a small mouth, and large sparkling eyes, and above all, the face no larger than a hand, even if they have one a foot wide. As for me, I ask you for a portrait that is like me, and which shall not compel people to ask whose it is.
It would be difficult to have it asked of yours, and your features are very unlike those of others. How sweet and charming they are, and how much risk there is in painting them.
The nose seems to me a little too large.
I have read, I know not where, that Apelles of old painted a mistress of Alexander so marvellously beautiful that, while painting, he became so hopelessly enamoured of her that it nearly cost him his life. Had not Alexander, out of generosity, ceded to him the object of his love?
To Don Pedro.
I might do the same here as Apelles did of old, but you would not do the same perhaps as Alexander.
Don Pedro makes a grimace. Isidore to Don Pedro.
This is like all those of his nationality. These French gentlemen have always such a stock of gallantry that they scatter it everywhere.
One is seldom mistaken in this sort of thing, and you have too much good sense not to see whence comes the words which one says to you. Yes, were Alexander present and your lover, I could not help telling you that I have never beheld aught so beautiful as what I see now, and that—
Sir Frenchman, I think you ought not to talk so much. It takes your attention from your work.
Ah, not at all. I am in the habit of talking when I paint, and a little conversation is necessary in those cases to wake up the mind and to keep the faces of those we paint in a requisite gay mood.
Scene 13. Harley disguised as a Spanish gentleman. Don Pedro, Adraste, Isidore.
What does this man want? And who lets people walk up without announcing them?
Harley to Don Pedro.
I have entered boldly, but between gentlemen such freedom is allowed. Sir, am I known to you?
No, sir.
I am Don Gile d'Abelos, and the history of Spain must have made you acquainted with my merit.
Do you wish anything from me?
Yes, advice upon an affair of honour. I know that it would be difficult to find a gentleman more perfect in these matters than you, but I must beg you as a favour to draw a little aside.
This will be fair enough.
Adraste to Don Pedro, who catches him whispering to Isidore.
She has blue eyes.
Harley, drawing Don Pedro away from Adraste and Isidore.
Sir, I have received a slap in the face. You know what a slap is, when it is given with an open hand in the very middle of the cheek. I take this slap much to heart, and I am uncertain whether to avenge the insult I ought to fight my man, or rather to have him assassinated.
Assassinated? That is the surest and quickest way. Who is your enemy?
Let us speak low, if you please.
Harley holds Dom Pedro, while speaking to him in such a manner that he cannot see Adraste. Adraste at Isidore's knees, while Harley and Dom Pedro whisper together.
Yes, charming Isidore. My looks have told you as much for the last 2 months, and you have understood them. I love you more than aught else, and I have no other thought, no other aim, no other passion than to be yours all my life.
I do not know whether you speak the truth, but you make me believe you.
But do I make you believe me sufficiently to inspire you with ever so little kindness towards myself?
I only fear I have too much.
Have you enough, fair Isidore, to consent to the plan of which I have told you?
I cannot tell you yet.
What are you waiting for?
To make up my mind.
Ah, when people love with all their hearts, they make up their minds quickly.
Very well, then. Yes, I consent to it.
But do you consent? Tell me that it be this very moment.
Very well, then. Yes, I consent to it.
But do you consent? Tell me that it be this very moment.
When once our mind is made up about a thing, do we consider the time?
Don Pedro to Harley.
This is my opinion, and I kiss your hands.
Sir, if you ever receive a slap in the face, I am also a man of counsel, and I may be able to return the service.
You will pardon me for not seeing you to the door, but between gentlemen such freedom is allowed.
Adraste to Isidore.
There is nothing that could efface from my heart the tender proofs.
To Dom Pedro, who perceives him speaking very closely to Isidore.
I was looking at this little dimple which she has got at the side of her chin, and I thought at first that it was a mole, but we have done enough for today. We will finish at another time.
To Dom Pedro, who wishes to see the portrait.
No, do not look at anything yet. Have it carefully put aside, I pray.
To Isidore.
And you, I beseech you not to give way, and to keep your spirits up in order, that I may finish my work.
I shall reserve all the gaiety I can for this.
Scene 14. Don Pedro, Isidore.
What say you? This gentleman seems to me the most polite in the world, and one must admit that the French have in them something so polished, so gallant, which other nations have not.
Yes, but they have that against them that they are somewhat too free, and that madcap-like they are too fond of whispering sweet nothings to every woman whom they meet.
It is because they know that those things please the ladies.
True, but if they please the ladies, they very much displease the gentlemen, and one is not very glad to see one's wife or mistress openly courted to one's very face.
They do so only in sport.
Scene 15. Zaide, Dom Pedro, Isidore.
Ah, sir, save me, I beseech you, from the hands of an enraged husband who is close upon my heels. His jealousy is incredible, and surpasses in its violence everything imaginable. He carries it so far as to wish me to be always veiled, and for having found me with my face a little uncovered, he has drawn his sword, and he has compelled me to throw myself upon you, and to ask for your protection against his injustice. But I see him coming. For heaven's sake, honored sir, save me from his fury.
Don Pedro to Zaide, pointing to Isidore.
Go in there with her, and fear nothing.
Scene 16. Adraste, Don Pedro.
What, sir, is it you? So much jealousy in a Frenchman. I fancied that only we were capable of such a thing.
The French always excel in everything they do, and when we take it into our heads to be jealous, we are 20 times more so than a Sicilian. This infamous girl thinks to have found a safe refuge with you. But you are too sensible to blame my resentment. Allow me, I pray you, to treat her as she deserves.
Ah, for pity's sake, stop. The offence is too trifling for so much anger.
The extent of the offence lies not in the importance of the deed. It is in the transgression of the given orders, and in such matters that which is only a trifle becomes very criminal when it is forbidden.
To judge by what she has said, all that she has done was unintentional, and I pray you to be reconciled.
What? You take her part? You who are so particular in matters of that kind?
Yes, I take her part, and if you would oblige me, you will forget your anger and be reconciled to each other. It is a favour which I ask of you, and I shall look upon it as an earnest of the friendship which I should like to subsist between us.
Under these conditions I can refuse you nothing. I will do as you wish.
Scene 17. Zaide, Don Pedro, Adraste hidden in a corner of the stage. Don Pedro to Zaide.
Come along, I say. Only follow me. I have made your peace. You could not have fallen into better hands.
I am much more obliged to you than you think, but I shall take my veil. I shall take care not to appear before him without it.
Scene 18. Don Pedro, Adraste.
She will be here directly, and I assure you that she seemed very glad when I told her that I had made it all right.
Scene 19. Isidore with Zaide's veil, Adraste, Don Pedro.
Since you have consented to forego your resentment, allow me to make you shake hands together here, and to beg of you to live henceforth for my sake in a perfect understanding.
Yes, I promise you, for your sake, I shall live on the best possible terms with her.
You oblige me greatly, and I shall bear it in mind.
I give you my word, Don Pedro, that out of consideration for you, I shall treat her with the utmost possible kindness.
You are really too kind.
Alone.
It does one good to make matters pleasant and peaceful. Hello, Isidore, come.
Scene 20. Zaide, Don Pedro.
What is this? What means this?
Zaide without her veil.
What means this? That a jealous man is a monster hated by all the world, and that everyone delights to annoy him for annoyance' sake. That all the locks and bolts cannot keep people, and that the heart must be won by gentleness and kindness. That Isidore is in the hands of a gentleman whom she loves, and that you have been duped.
And shall Don Pedro suffer this mortal insult? No, I have too much courage, and I shall go and demand the assistance of the authorities to punish this perfidy to the utmost. Here lives the senator. Hello!
Scene 21. A senator, Don Pedro.
Your servant, Don Pedro. How opportunely you come.
I come to complain to you of an insult which I have suffered.
I have just arranged the most beautiful masquerade in the world.
A treacherous Frenchman has played me a trick.
You have never in all your life seen anything so beautiful.
He has abducted a girl to whom I had given her freedom.
They are people dressed like Moors, who dance admirably.
You may judge whether this is an insult which I ought to bear.
Most marvelous dresses, made expressly.
I demand the assistance of the authorities in this matter.
I wish you to see this. They are going to rehearse it to amuse the people.
What are you talking about?
I am speaking about my masquerade.
I am speaking of my affair.
I will not occupy myself about any matter except pleasure today. Come, gentlemen, come. Let us see whether it will go all right.
Plague take the fool with his masquerade.
The deuce take the boar with his affair.
Scene 22. A senator, troupe of dancers. Entry of the ballet. Several dancers, dressed as Moros, dance before the senator, and finish the comedy. End of the Sicilian, or Love Makes the Painter, by Moliere, translated by Henri van Laun.
When Witches Ride, a play of Folk-Superstition, by Elizabeth A. Lay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters.
Uncle Benny, owner of the Crossroads store. Read by Todd.
Ed, his son. Read by Larry Wilson.
Jake, formerly a railroad engineer. Read by Jim Gallagher.
Phoebe Ward.
The Witch.
Read by Jennifer Pratt.
Scene Directions. Read by Kelly Taylor. Scene: the storehouse of a crossroads store. The action takes place in the back country of North Carolina, near the Roanoke River, at a time when the people of Northampton County still believed in witches. A stormy night. The room is a typical log cabin, roughly built. Red pepper, herbs, and dried vegetables hang from the low rafters. Boxes and bales are piled in disorder among the farm implements. Kitchen utensils and miscellaneous articles from the stock of a crossroads general store. Dust and cobwebs are everywhere. In the back wall at the right, a small opening cut in the logs serves as a window, with a rough shutter hinged loosely at the right side. The door in the back wall at the left is hidden by a dirty sheet, hung over it to keep out the cold air. In the right side wall is a huge stone fireplace, in which a hot fire blazes, the opening being nearly filled with logs. A large supply of wood is piled beside the fireplace at right. A big jug of liquor stands on a box in that corner. There is a rough bench in the front of the fire. In the front at the left is a table, 3 lighted candles, a small straw-covered jug, mugs of liquor, and coins are on the table. Ed, Jake, and Uncle Benny are seated around the table, playing cards and drinking. Outside, the storm is gathering. Uncle Benny is very old. His face is wrinkled and weather-beaten. He has no teeth and is nearly bald. He wears an old shirt and rusty trousers. Ed is middle-aged and red of face, very tall and lank. His shoulders droop, and his whole appearance is that of slouchiness. He wears a dirty shirt and sleeves rolled up, and ragged overalls. Jake is older than Ed. He is burly and strong, commanding respect from the others who fear his bad temper. He is something of a bully. He wears a dark coat over his overalls. An engineer's cap is on his head. Uncle Benny, speaking in a high, nervous voice.
This here's mighty good liquor, ain't it so, Jake?
Jake pours himself another glass.
Uh-huh. It's your play, Ed.
I reckon you might as well pour me some more, too, while you're about it.
Jake pours while Uncle Benny holds his cup. Suddenly, a loud crash of thunder is heard. Uncle Benny starts up and jerks his hand away, nearly spilling the contents of the jug. Jake grabs the jug and sets it down with a bang.
Drat your hide, old man. Do you want to waste all this good whiskey? What's the matter with you, eh?
Thou now, Jake, I didn't mean no harm.
I reckon you nigh about wasted all this here liquor.
Ed, drawling testily.
Well, 'tain't none of your liquor, is it?
Jake, turning on him.
And what are you jumping in about? You're both about to jump out in your skins. What you feared of? 'Tain't nothing but thunderin' a mite.
But it's an awful night, Jake. It's witch weather. Thunder and lightning on a cold night like this here. Just the night for witches to be riding and spirits to be walking, and I can't leave off from feeling that bad luck's coming to us here.
A very loud thunderclap is heard as the storm grows more fierce.
Oh, lordy, lordy!
It's one powerful queer storm, sure, but brace up, Pop, and have another drink.
The mugs are filled again.
Mighty strange things has happened on a night like this here, and right nigh the Roanoke River here, too. I mind as how 'twas just a storm such as this when a old witch rid my old woman to death. Oh, yes, sir. When she woke up in the morning, there was dirt in between her fingers, and her hair was all tangled up what the witch had done made stirrups of it for to ride her through the briars. She was nigh about wore out, and all she could do was to stare and gape and mumble about going through the keyhole.
Oh, shucks. Your old woman drunk herself to death, and I reckon it didn't take much riding to finish her, neither. If you'd been driving a railroad engine nigh about all over Carolina and into Virginia like I have, you'd have seen so many sights that it'd take more'n any old hag give you the shakes. Any old backcountry witch like Phoebe Ward can't scare me off from a good dram like this here, let me tell you all that.
They do say old Phoebe herself is prowling round in this neighborhood. Her and that derned old toad she carries round. She slept across the river last night, and Jeff Bailey seen her cutting through the low grounds 'bout dawn.
Well, I'd just like to see old witch Phoebe one more time, and I'd finish for her. Declare to goodness, the last time she come round my house, I fixed her good and purty. I chucked the fire right full of red pepper pods, and she nigh about sneezed her head off. It didn't take old Phoebe long to pick up that toad of hers and clear out of there, damn if it did. I reckon she won't come soon again to stay with me.
Rolling thunder is heard.
They do say as how she was married to the devil himself once. I've heard him say he's coming himself and carry her off one of these days when her time's come.
I reckon he'll get us all when our time comes, for all that. Oh, brace up, Benny. I'd like to get my hands on that old toad.
Uncle Benny looks around fearfully as though dreading her appearance. He gets up and shuffles slowly to the fireplace, speaking as he goes.
I heard tell it was her toad that's her spirit. The varmint leads her to a place and then sets on the hearthstones till it's time for her to move. She won't stir from that place till her old Gibby commences to hop off first.
She didn't wait for her toad to hop last time she visited me, let me tell you all that.
You'd best to mind how you rile old Phoebe, Jake. They do say as him what angers her will be witched. They say her spell'll pass on him and Gibby'll be his spirit. He'll have to move when that toad commences to hop, just the same as old Phoebe.
I'd like to see any old toad frog make me move on. A good jug of liquor's the only thing that put a spell on me.
Ed rises and speaks to Uncle Benny, who is warming his hands at the fire.
Oh, let's have another dram, Pop.
As they stoop over the big jug in the corner to the right, a terrific thunder crash is heard. They drop the jug with a bang, and Jake strides over to them in a rage. The witch has entered unseen. Having slipped through the curtain over the door, Phoebe Ward is very old and bent and wrinkled. Her dress is wrapped around her in rags, and on her head she wears an old bonnet which does not hide her wizened face. There are 2 pockets in her skirt. She stands rubbing her hands, pinched and blue with the cold. Jake, with his back to the door. He has not seen Phoebe.
Damn you, give me that jug, you 2 old fools. Are you going to waste all that liquor yet?
The others are bending over the jug, paralyzed by the sight of Phoebe, who advances slowly into the room.
What are you staring at?
He wheels around, sees Phoebe, and starts back in amazement.
The witch!
There is a dead silence while Phoebe shivers towards the fire.
Good Lord! How'd she get in?
Uncle Benny, cowering in fear.
Sure you're born. She's done come through the latch hole.
Jake, hesitating.
What are you doing here?
Phoebe ignores Jake and comes down center. Ed and Uncle Benny cross to the left as she advances and retreat behind the table in fear. She speaks to an object concealed in her pocket.
Shh, now, Gibby, quit your hopping.
She takes the toad out of her pocket, shuffles slowly to the right, and puts the toad on the end of the bench.
Shh, now, this here's where you'll leave me rest a bit now, ain't it? There now, Toad Frog.
She crosses to the right of the table.
Uncle Benny, I's powerful tired. I's done come nigh on to 10 mile from the river. Leave me rest a spell, me and Gibby.
Sure now.
Jake takes a step forward menacingly.
Get out of here, you damned witch.
Ed and Uncle Benny regarded his boldness with alarm. Phoebe slowly turns to Jake, watching the effect of her words, which make even Jake draw back.
"'Tain't no good luck it'll bring to you, Jake, if you drives me out again into the storm. My spell'll pass on him that harms me, and the spirits be driving him like they drive old Phoebe. For it's my old man, the devil, you'll be reckoning with this time. It's the demons what are riding the storm. Them and Gibby, they'll be driving. Ain't it so, Gibby? Driving and never resting twell Gibby rests. Won't you leave me warm myself a bit, poor old Phoebe, what the spirit's been driving?"
Don't rile her, Jake. Don't rile her.
Jake, grudgingly, as he goes to the back of the room.
Well, sit down, Phoebe, and warm yourself.
Turns on her.
You got to ride yourself off presently, you hear me?
He comes down towards the table. Phoebe sits down on the bench, looking very helpless and old.
"'Tain't as if I'll ever warm myself again, Jake. 'Tain't as if I'll ever sit again and watch the flames a-snapping and the sap a-sizzling in the hickory logs. When my Gibby starts to hopping off for me this time, poor old Phoebe's 'bliged to go. She'll be gone for good, Jake, and this here's the last time you'll lay your eyes on this poor old woman. Jake, this here's the last time. This here's the last time.
What are you talking about, Phoebe? Are you studying for a ride off home to hell with your old man, the devil?
She's gonna ride us all to death, Jake. Don't make her witch us. Leave her be.
A loud crash and roll of thunder is heard as the storm increases. The shutter and the door rattle loudly in the wind. Phoebe looks around wildly.
"I done heard the black uns calling in the thunder."
She rises and goes to the window.
"The devil's riding on the fiery blaze of lightning, and the black uns are a-screeching in the wind. Oh, they're straddling on the storm clouds, and they're leaning down and stretching out and calling for old Phoebe. Don't you hear 'em, Jake? Don't you hear them voices shrieking?
The wind blows loudly.
Don't you hear them demon claws a-scratching at the door? They're calling me, ain't they, Gibby? And when my time's done up, I'll go riding through the storm clouds, and this here's the last time you'll be seeing me on this earth. This here's the last time, ain't it, Gibby?
She mumbles to herself.
Ah, what's she mumbling about?
The candles flare in the draught.
Look, Jake. We've got 3 candles a-burning, and it's a sure sign of death in this place.
Quavering.
Don't let her curse us all by dying in this place.
He goes to Jake and seizes him appealingly.
I ain't no witch doctor.
Be you feared I'll leave this here old corpse behind me when I go? Oh, the Blackens'll be calling when my time's done over here, and the devil hisself take me to riding by his side. I'll be riding on the storm clouds as they thunders through the sky. I'll be riding off in lightning, and you won't see no trace of Phoebe left behind. Just a little while. Just a little while.
Ed, less frightened.
Ah, stay and warm yourself, Phoebe. And don't mind Jake. He's sort of queer himself, I reckon.
They watch as Phoebe pulls the bench nearer to the fire and settles herself, crouched over the warmth. They sit down as far away from her as possible, but Ed and Benny are still uneasy. Thunder is heard.
Gibby, you been a-wraggling around and hopping. Don't be signing me to go right yet. Just leave me set a spell and get a rest and warming. Set still, Gibby. Set still. Set still.
Uncle Benny, staring fascinated at the toad.
I don't like these here goings-on. I don't like that varmint of hers.
I sure wish that old toad would hop off from here and sign the hag she's got to move on. I hope to God this here is the last time for old Phoebe.
Phoebe lies down on the bench.
Set still, Gibby. Set still.
I don't like to stay in this place, Jake. 'Tain't no good luck coming from 3 lights in a room, and I'm feared of that varmint. It's a demon, sure. One of us'll be witched if we stays. Let's us go.
Jake, shaking off any fears and speaking with studied gruffness.
And let the screeching devils get you from the clouds.
Rolling thunder is heard.
Ah, that old toad makes my flesh crawl. Something's going to happen.
Oh, come on, boys. I ain't going to let this here hag and her dirty old toad spoil my good liquor. I'm going to have a drink.
He fills the jug and pours more whiskey in the mugs. As he goes to the corner to the big jug, he looks defiantly at Phoebe.
She's done gone to sleep as peaceful as you please.
He sits down to drink, and the others recover a little.
I ain't going to let old Phoebe witch me. I ain't feared of her.
Ed, looking intently at Jake.
They do say how witches can't harm them as is like themselves.
Insinuating.
They do say they's men witches, too.
Jake begins to show drunken bravado. He speaks sarcastically.
Well, now, maybe I am a witch. I ain't never thought about it before. I never did know just how to call myself, but maybe that's just what I am, a witch.
Laughing, with a swagger at Uncle Benny.
You better look out for me, Benny.
Oh, now, Jake. I ain't never done nothing agin you, Jake. Now you know I ain't, Jake.
Ed, half maliciously.
They do say there's something queer when a man ain't afeard of a witch and her demon.
No, I ain't feared of her.
He takes another drink. All show the effects of the liquor.
And I'll tell you all what I'll do. I'll go right up to the old hag and snatch that cap right off in her head, I will.
He rises.
They do say she keeps a heap of money in that old bonnet of hers.
Uncle Benny. He rises.
Don't touch her, Jake. Don't rile her. Let her be.
As Jake advances to the bench where Phoebe lies.
Oh, Jake.
I'll see if this here old bundle is full of demon witch spells or just good money.
He puts out his hand towards the calf. Uncle Benny jumps up, trembling with horror, as a crash of thunder is heard outside.
Don't, Jake. Look at that witch. Look there. There ain't nothing but her skin lying there. See how shriveled 'tis. Oh, Lordy, Jake. She's done already slipped out of her hide and she's sliding through the sky. She left her skin behind. Oh, Lordy, Lordy.
Oh, drat you, Benny. Quit your shrieking. You'll jump out in your skin next. This here's Phoebe Ward and all her too.
With a swagger.
And I'll show you.
Before Uncle Benny can stop him, he reaches out and lays a finger on Phoebe's hand. He draws back, awestruck.
Well, I'll be damned.
He touches her again.
My God, Benny, if she ain't dead. Get a looking glass, Ed.
Ed brings a cracked glass from the mantel shelf. Jake holds it before Phoebe's mouth.
Yes, sir, sure as you're born, Phoebe Ward's done blew out. She had her last ride for sure.
Cover her up, Jake. Cover her up. I don't want to see her no more. Them 3 lights was a sign. Oh, Lordy, Lordy.
Jake goes to the door and pulls down the old sheet, throws it over Phoebe.
There, now, that'll do.
He goes to the table and drains the glass.
Here, brace up, all, and have a drink.
They all drink in silence.
Well, she's gone.
Say, you all, old Phoebe's dead, and I reckon we might as well drink her wake right now. Fill up, all.
Ed pours the whiskey, while Jake takes the candles from the table, and places 2 at her head, and 1 at the feet of the corpse.
Here's you, Jake.
He drinks.
Here's old Phoebe.
He drinks.
Oh, Lord help us.
He drinks.
This place getting cold. Needs some more wood on the fire.
The fire has burned low, and the light is dim.
Well, you put it on.
I wouldn't go nigh that there witch's corpse, not if her old cap was plumb full of gold.
I'd shake hands with her old man the devil himself tonight.
Jake gets up and goes around the bench to the woodpile, with his back to the corpse. Phoebe sits up, very slowly, and feebly pushes aside the shroud. The thunder is heard above the storm outside, the shutter bangs, and the candles are puffed out. Jake drops his load of wood into the fire and turns towards the bench as he hears the sound behind him. He leans against the side of the fireplace. All stand spellbound, gazing at the witch.
Uncle Benny, give me a drap of liquor. It's mighty cold over here.
Shivering, she gets up and shuffles towards the table. Ed and Benny retreat in horror.
I'm done frizzled clean through. Just 1 little drop before I go. This here's my last time.
She picks up a cup and gulps hurriedly, as if fearful that she will be forced to go before it is finished.
This here's my last time.
This here's your last time, is it? Aren't you dead? Ain't we done drunk your wake? Ain't it time to bury you now? You get yourself out in that there door, Phoebe Ward. You're dead for sure, and I'm going to bury you now.
The storm outside grows fiercer, with the heavier sound of thunder. Flashes of lightning are seen through the window as the shutter swings in the wind.
You best leave me be, Jake. 'Tain't in your hands to dig a grave where Phoebe lie. Won't be no good that'll follow him as sees me ride the clouds tonight.
Jake, frenzied, he dashes her aside and strides to the door.
You won't ride the clouds no more than I will, you damned witch. You're dead and it's time you're buried.
He stumbles through the door.
Come on out, or I'll come back and drag you out when I get your grave dug.
Vivid lightning is seen through the door as Jake strides out. Loud crashes of thunder sound nearby. Phoebe, exalted, listening as she moves to the door.
Oh, I hear the blackens thundering down the pathways of the sky. I see 'em whirling through the clouds and darting flames of fire. It's all of hell is rising up to carry me away.
Strong wind and rolling thunder are heard.
Oh, they're screaming out for Phoebe, and they're wild to sweep her through the storm with the devil at her side. 'Tis the devil hisself is waiting, and he's scorching up the blackness with the lightning of his eyes.
As though in answer to a call from without.
I'm coming, I'm coming. I'll be riding, I'll be riding.
She stands in the open door, facing the room, and a terrific flash of lightning throws her figure into dark silhouette. Then she retreats backwards, and the door bangs behind her. Uncle Benny and Ed are left crouching by the table.
She's gone. She'll get Jake.
Oh, Lord! Oh, where's her toad? Where's her spirit?
There is a wild crack and crash of thunder. The doors bang open, and there is another blinding flash of lightning. Jake stumbles through the door in terrible fright. His hands are over his eyes, as if he is blinded. He gropes, stumbling, to the table and falls into a seat.
I seen him! I seen him!
My lord!
What? What was it, Jake?
I'm witched. Oh, I seen the blackens in hell. I seen the devil hisself. I seen him. I seen the old man. The heavens done opened like a blazing, roaring furnace, and the storm clouds wrapped old Phoebe round and snatched her up in fire. And all the clawing demons out in hell rid roaring past my ears. Oh, they blinded me with balls of fire and knocked me to the ground. And the devil hisself done carried off old Phoebe to ride among the witches. I seen him. I done seen him.
My God, you seen the devil? He's witched us, sure.
Uncle Benny moves back trembling and steps against the toad, which has moved near to the table. He jumps in fright and stares at it in horror.
Oh, good Lord, the spell's here.
What do you see?
The toad.
My God, she left her toad.
It's done moved. It's moved from where she put it.
Her spell's passed on Jake. Her demons witched him. Oh, Lordy!
It's moved. It's moved.
Struggling, as with a spell.
Oh, I got to go too. That witch's toad done got me, and I got to go.
Retreating from the toad, with his hands to his eyes as before.
I'm going, Gibby. I'm going. I'm going.
He turns at the door and stumbles out into the night. The door remains open on blackness, and a roaring wind blows through the room, leaving it nearly in blackness, as Ed and Uncle Benny stare at the toad and retreat in horror.
It done got him.
The devil took him. Oh, Lord, help us. Oh, Lordy, Lordy.
Ed and Uncle Benny fall on their knees and crouch in abject terror. The sound of thunder is heard rolling in the distance. Curtain. End of When Witches Ride by Elizabeth A. Lay. The Woman Tamer by Louis Essen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Woman Tamer, a play in one act. Characters:
Katie, read by Sonia.
Chopsy Rhine, thief and busker, played by son of the exiles.
Smithy the liar, his cobber, Read by Tomas Peter.
Constable Jones. Read by Algie Pug.
Stage directions. Read by Kelly Taylor. Scene. Front room of Katie's cottage. Front door and window open on a narrow lane. Another door leads to an inner room. A plain table, a horsehair sofa, sideboard, some cheap ornaments, etc. Katie, a good-looking young woman, reclines on a sofa, smokes a cigarette, and looks over a sporting paper. She turns around eagerly as Chopsy Ryan enters. Chopsy is fat and lazy, an unsuccessful thief, but a street musician, and a pessimist philosopher. He enters singing, and seems pleased with himself. Katie, rising.
How's it going?
You leave it to me, little bird.
Did you put up the job with shipmate?
You'd like to know, wouldn't you?
What is it? Jewelry?
Shh, don't blab.
Can't you give a civil answer to a civil question?
Run away, fairy, and cool your head.
He takes coat off slowly.
Did you ferret out anything?
Perhaps.
You might tell us, Chopsy. Don't be an oyster. I won't word nobody, not me.
He sings another line, throwing coat at hooks on wall. It falls. He turns and moves towards sofa.
What's the strength of it? I've been waiting all afternoon to hear how you got on. Don't be a narc.
Chopsy, on sofa.
Give it a breeze.
Come on, Chops. Tell us all about it. What's doing?
Why don't you give your tongue half an hour off?
Growl, snarl. You ought to be in your kennel. Did he take you on? What did he say? My oath, we want a few bones in the truck.
Put a rope around it and drown it.
Curse you, I've got a right to know. Ain't I been keeping you?
Blast you. I know what I'm doing, don't I?
Oh, you was turned down again, was you? Shipmate wouldn't have you on his mind.
Shut your jaw. Pick me coat up and don't.
Look here, I'm getting sick of this. You mess up everything.
Oh, it's hot. Don't bustle me. Pick me coat up.
I ain't your servant, am I?
Pick me coat up, do you hear me?
Why don't you get work? You ain't no decent thief.
Chopsy, stung.
You know too much, don't you?
Fat lot you ever done. I ain't seen you dive on no red lot. I ain't seen you stoush no rozzer. I ain't even heard about you in the Herald for snowdropping. Oh no, not you. You play the organ.
You think I'll tell a woman me biz?
He ain't got none. You couldn't get a job roasting peanuts. You couldn't offside in a fourpenny fish joint.
You can't kid me. I know what woman is.
You was proud to get on with me.
God blimey proud. I could have had Fishy Liz.
Fishy Liz. Can she keep a bloke?
You ain't the only silver fish in the pond.
You're all talk. Bongo Williams got 9 months for topping off a mob of chows with a bottle. He passed out 4 of them.
You know I've been seeing Shipmate, don't you?
Rats. Bongo didn't talk and skite about it. He done it.
Look here. Pick me coat up.
Katie, examining him critically.
What can you do? You busk outside the pubs for beer. Oh, you're Boshta with the tarts, ain't you? Singing your pretty songs. I ain't seen you bring in much anyhow. There ain't nothing in music. I don't flash no silk skirts. I don't drive no motor car since I took you on. All you get away with couldn't keep me in fags.
Do you hear me? Pick me coat up.
Look here, Chopsy Ryan.
I ain't a-going-to argue the point with you. I don't argue with women.
I don't argue with women. Oh, no. Strike me pretty.
Oh, God, blimey, chain it up.
Why don't you get work? That's all you're fit for.
Pick me coat up.
Do your own dirty work.
Chopsy, with cigarette in mouth, rising slowly, and takes a step towards Katy.
Do you hear me?
Katy, putting stool in front of her.
Yes, I hear you. What about it?
Chopsy, in moving after her, knocks over stool, while Katy slips behind table.
Come here, curse ya.
Katy, accepting his challenge, comes from behind table and boldly faces him.
I'm here, blast you. What's your trouble?
Chopsy, hesitatingly.
I'll pass you one to go on with if you don't.
What'll you do?
Chopsy raises his hand. Katy involuntarily draws back slightly. Chopsy follows her.
I've a good mind to throttle you, dear.
Grabs hold of her.
Oh!
You're squealing now, are you?
Gives her a half-hearted shove. Katy, with hands before her eyes, pretends to weep.
Why don't you behave yourself? You will nag at a man. You put me all in a haze. Don't want to hurt you. Struth, turn it up.
Katy still weeps. Chopsy, frightened.
You brought it on yourself now, didn't you? I didn't mean to hurt you, I tell you. I ain't one of them blokes, Katy.
Katy burst out laughing.
Hurt me? You couldn't hurt me, you waster.
Moves up to the door of inner room.
Hurt? A thing like you?
She kicks coat.
You ain't over the fence yet. I don't argue with women. Oh, blimey.
Exit Katy into inner room. Chopsy picks up coat and hangs it on hook. Katy, from inner room, sings a few lines of one of Chopsy's songs.
Why don't you strangle it right off? You're murdering it anyway.
Don't be hasty, Clarence. You'll strain your pretty voice, and you won't be able to busk no more to the tarts.
You give a man the chase.
He ain't very strong since he had the measles.
Can't sleep it off.
He can't stand excitement. He's got a weak heart.
Katy enters, humming, with Jem straw hat on, confident and scornful. She picks up her basket.
Where you going?
Don't talk to me. A nice sort of thing you are.
You brought it on yourself, didn't you? I don't job women.
Ugh, you only make me tired.
Where you going?
You'll find out soon enough.
Hurry up with me tea.
Don't you worry. I'll come back all right, bright and early too.
Oh, take the acid off.
You won't be nervous by yourself, will you?
Exit Katy, front door.
Oh, get a move on.
Katy, looking through window.
Cheer up, birdie. Sing a little song to yourself. I'm going to bring you home a surprise.
Katy goes away.
Don't be all day spruiking.
He lies down on the sofa. Smithy the liar comes to the door, with a couple of rabbits over his shoulder. Smithy is small, but well-built and agile, keen-eyed and light-fingered, affable, but rather apologetic in voice and bearing. He is a pickpocket and spieler. He has a gray suit and green hat. Smithy, at door.
How is it, Chopsy?
That you, Smithy?
Smithy, looking down the street.
Where's she lobbing?
Nowhere.
Ain't she a high stepper?
Smithy enters.
Had a barney, Chopsy?
Tain't nothing.
Fair dinkum?
Tain't nothing, I'll tell you. I just put me hand on her.
God blimey.
Didn't hurt her. I ain't one of them blokes, Smithy.
How did she take it?
All right. Me and Katie's getting on splendid. I knew she was mine the first time I ever seen her. Look here, Smithy, it's this way. I know how to handle 'em. I've had experience. I've tamed one or two of the beauts.
I'd sooner tame one of them tigers down in the circus.
You don't know women. When I got on with Katie, I reckoned I'd be master in my own house.
I thought it was her place.
It's mine when I'm here, ain't it? You don't want to murder him, you know. I've got Katie anyhow, like a fantail. She'll do anything for me. Sit down, Smithy. How's things?
Not pretty slow. Too many Johns. There's still a drop of beer left, though.
Any luck coming your way?
Luck? I don't mark no tickets for the chows, I'll tell you. We were blowing down to Sorrento t'other day on one of them bay boats. I was with the Heart and Arrow push. Since we had a cook at the engine, Scorpline, we were pinched, 5 of us. 2 of them smart D's nicked us for being suspicious-looking characters.
Relates his anecdote with explanatory gestures.
We were all hooked out and handcuffed together. The 5 of us were stood up in a row, blimey. We did look a lot of mugs. We smothered up the derbies, of course, and started wording the tarts. We were on a good wicket when Pete says to his bit of fluff, "Would you like to see a real solid bracelet, Ducky?" "Yes, I would," she says to Pete. And with that he lifted his hands and he shook the bracelets in her face. She did do a bunk. The fireman wanted to stand us a couple of bottles of beer, but the John says no, the cow. Blarm, I ain't got no luck.
Working?
Hawking.
Can't you make your living at the game?
It's hard to make a living now without work.
Don't be a mug. What do you get out of it?
I'm hawking for Carlo Rossi on commission.
I'd sooner bring a moon than work for a dirty dago.
I don't want to go up to the farm.
I'm getting full up. I've been singing all over the town. They all like to hear me sing, but they don't sling much into the hat.
The brass don't seem to come my way.
I'm going to turn it up. They won't let a busker live. I was talking with old shipmate this afternoon. We're all thieves, he says, every bleeding one of us. We're all at the same game, as long as we're not found out. We're all taking the mugs down. One bloke, he says, does the trick with a silk hat on the stock exchange and a shyster mine. We do it with a jemmy. It's funny, ain't it?
Yes.
We're the mugs, if we don't get a bit of our own back.
I fell in. 9 months I done. I was dead innocent.
Get out, you liar.
I was dead innocent. They'll all tell you that.
All men have a right to live. Honesty may be the best policy in a 2-up school, but it won't keep a busker in shanties. Ugh. Mugs are made to drink out of, ain't they?
Yes.
Well, drain 'em dry. It don't hurt me to do it.
I fell in, a bird.
What's the odds? It's a free life. It's better than bone grubbing and washing bottles, ain't it? Have you found out anything?
I'm having a cook round.
Nothing doing?
No, I haven't tumbled to nothing yet. I've only been out 3 weeks.
Chopsy, quietly and confidently.
Come here, Smithy. I know something.
Yes? How's a fag, Chopsy?
Chopsy gives cigarette. Smithy lights up.
Me and Shipmate talked it over this afternoon. Shipmate done lose his block.
He's getting a bit old, though.
He's a shrewd head, he is. He's the daddy of the lot, let me tell you. We've put up a tidy little job down at St Kilda. We want a cove with a steady nerve to help us. Or to suit you, Smithy.
Yes, but I fell in. I never done a job I didn't fall for.
We've got the strength of it. It's all planned by old shipmate, under the lap. All you got to do is carry it out.
Oh, is that all? I've only got to carry it out.
Yeah, it's a sweet thing. You know, the big house, the one with the green shutters?
Constable Jones passes window. The constable is a young, athletic man, tall and strong.
Yeah, Idjit. Here's Big Jones, the cow.
Ugh.
Constable looks in at door.
Good day, Mr. Jones.
Hello, Chopsy. How is it, Smithy?
Constable enters.
Pretty hot outside, ain't it?
I saw Katie down the street.
Did she say anything?
No. I saw her buying a crayfish off the barrow.
Oh, she said she'd bring me home a surprise. Crayfish, eh? I know a bit about women, Mr. Jones. They're funny, ain't they? It all depends on how you treat 'em.
Been having an argument, Chopsy?
Nah, 'tain't nothing.
That's right. Have you heard who's out today?
No? Who?
Bongo Williams.
Bongo?
Yes. Wasn't he on with Katie before?
I don't know. Ugh. The bloke that assaulted a blind man?
Bongo's a tough snag. He can fight a bit, and he'll be pretty fresh after his air and exercise.
Who said he could fight?
I saw him knock out Bunny Thompson in 5 rounds at the stadium.
He has a terrible solid left.
You're right. It got him 9 months. You were in with Bongo, weren't you, Smithy?
Yes, Mr. Jones.
How did he take it? It was his first stretch in the jug.
Rotten. I done model with him.
A bad-tempered gentleman. I've marked him. You'd better watch yourself, Chopsy.
Ugh. What can he do?
The tarts will be dead nuts on him when they know he's out. They pinched you all right, Smithy.
I was dead innocent. They'll all tell you that.
How did you fall in?
Got wrung into the pool somehow. Well, I couldn't drop my bundle, could I?
What were you doing in that yard? There was nothing there.
Something pretty good wasn't far off.
I see. You would have taken a hand in that then.
Well, Mr. Jones, I can't afford to miss a chance. It ain't likely.
You'll have to get busy soon, Smithy. The law's strict nowadays.
I've only been out 3 weeks.
You're qualifying for a stiff for the crust.
Smithy, innocently.
What have I done, Mr. Jones?
Nothing that I know of. That's why you'll get it. You're likely to bring a 6er. I'm warning you.
God blind, Mr. Jones, ain't you seen me hawking?
Hawking?
Yes, Mr. Jones. I ain't in smoke. You'll see me at 4 o'clock any morning down at the market, buying my rabbits. It ain't fair. That ain't justice. Look here, Mr. Jones.
Showing his hands proudly.
I'm getting blisters on my hands.
Constable, unimpressed.
They're more used to picking pockets than skinning rabbits.
That's red hot. You can't book me for the Vogue. Good day, Mr. Jones. I've got to mend my barrow.
Casually.
You'll see me any morning down at the market. Bye-bye, Chopsy. See you after.
Righto.
Remember me to Katie. Tell her I always loved her.
At door.
God blind, Mr. Jones. Give a man a chance.
Exit Smithy the liar, pushing barrow past door, and called,
Wild Rabbit-o!
Smithy's trying to do his little bit.
What are you doing yourself, Chopsy?
Katie's working, doing a bit of washing. I still busk outside the pubs over the organ.
I haven't heard you this week.
I got a cold. I'm learning a new song, Mr. Jones. It's another Doreen. I don't care for comics. They all tell me I ought to stick to ballads.
Getting on well together?
Yeah, all right. I know how to handle women.
You're a philosopher, Chopsy.
You want to be master in your own home.
You're a cleverer man than I am, Chopsy, if you can do that.
Yeah, I've tamed one or two of them. You don't want to knock 'em about, Mr. Jones. Humour 'em. Katie'll do anything for me.
Katie passes window.
Hello, here's Katie now.
Katie enters proudly, carrying basket.
Good day, Katie.
Glad to see you, Mr. Jones. Pretty stuffy in here, ain't it?
Katie puts down basket by sideboard, takes off hat, etc.
You're looking well, though. What's this? Expecting visitors?
Oh, you never know what's going to happen.
That's so. You never can tell. I might happen to drop on Chopsy any day now, to see what he's doing for a living.
Hope you do. Good riddance to bad rubbish.
I've got her beat.
Constable, taking out watch.
I'll have to be going now.
Turning round at door.
Did you hear anything of old shipmate lately?
No, I ain't heard nothing of him.
Well, it's funny. I saw you down the street this afternoon with him.
No, you never seen me with him.
It's a Kathleen Morvenine, you know. It may be for years, or it may be forever. You'd better watch yourself. Good day, Katie.
Good day, Mr. Jones. Look in any time you're passing. Glad to see you.
Thanks, Katie. Be good. So long, Chopsy.
G'day, Mr. Jones.
Constable goes out whistling.
That's right. Lay the tea. I'm hungry.
Katie is busy at the sideboard. She polishes things. She hums a little. She sets down knives, forks, etc. She tries 2 or 3 different arrangements of the crockery, till her decorative sense is satisfied. In a bowl in the center of the table she places a bunch of boronia. From the basket she takes out a loaf of bread, a piece of cake, a crayfish, etc. Chopsy's eyes goggle.
How is it, Katie? What's up? Blimey, you clean the knives. Cake? Struth, we are oddies. Boronia? You expecting the Lord Mayor for tea? Where'd you pinch the lovely Cray? Ain't he Bosco? It's like a trip to the seaside. It's all right, Katie. It's time we had a banquet. Things ain't been too good with us. Hello? What's this? Beer? Glorious.
Keep your hands off.
What? Look here, Katie.
Talk to your equals.
I'd get lots of things for you, Katie. I want to get 'em for you. They don't sling much into the hat for singing, do 'em? I don't forget how you stuck to me.
No, blow the froth off.
Straight, I've had a bit of luck at last.
Eyeing table.
It ain't for you, nor nobody like you.
Now don't start nagging or I'll...
What will you do? I'm sick of the sight of your ugly dial.
Katie, ain't we got on well together? I've done all I could to help you. Ain't my fault.
What sort of life can the likes of you give a woman? I made a bloomer when I took you on. Precious little happiness I've had in the world. This ain't the life that I want.
I bring you in all I get, don't I? I don't get lathered on the takings, do I?
Your music. That's how I fell in. Ugh. I'm sick of you and your music and your busking and your organ. Yes, and your flesh clobber and your fringe and your...
Here's a kiss. Come here.
Chopsy tries to kiss her. Katie breaks away.
No, you don't, me buck. None of that game with me.
What the blazin'?
No liberties from you.
Oh, straight, Katie, what the hell?
Don't be making your tots jealous.
Strike me blind, Katie. You're off your nut. Look here.
You ain't no proper man. You're an ornament.
Didn't mean to hurt you. I ain't that sort.
You couldn't hurt a plate of hot peas.
Chopsy, with sentiment.
Now don't go crook, Katie. You remember that picnic we had down the bay, the first time I ever seen you? I never loved nobody but you. Gore strike me dead.
Garn, none of that. That's all dead and buried. I'm done with you, you smoozer. I ain't going to keep a fat, lazy loafer like you.
Blast you, me luck's turned, I'll tell you.
Lob off now.
Don't sling off, Katie. Haven't I had enough trouble?
It's a shame, ain't it? Get back to your organ.
I've had enough of this. I'll tame you, be cripes,
You'll tame me, will you? Garn, you couldn't tame white mice.
What do you mean?
This is what I mean. Get.
I don't mean to argue.
Don't waste your time. You can take your clearance from me now.
Katie throws him his coat from the hooks.
Pack up your duds. The furniture's mine, and the house is in my name.
Is this way, Katie?
No, it ain't.
Pointing to the door.
It's that way.
What do you mean?
Katie, with deadly deliberation.
This is what I mean. A better man than you, or two of you, is coming out today.
What, Bongo?
Yes, Bongo Williams. It's God's truth. You don't like it, don't you?
Look here, I'll give up busking if you like. I've put up a job with Shipmate.
Why didn't you say so before? It's too late now.
Gives a chance, Katie.
You've had your chance. You done it in.
I've been so happy, Katie, ever since I got on with you. You don't forget that day out at Greensboro when you said you loved me? God blimey, you can't forget.
You ain't a bad sort, Chopsy.
I ain't been too good to you, I know. I want to make it up. Look, we'll have real bonza times going out together. I'll take you to all the dances. What?
It's all over now. You can't ring the changes on me.
Strike me, barmy. I didn't mean to punch you, Katie.
You punch? Bongo's the bloke that can punch.
Katie?
No, you're out of bounds.
Chopsy, facing the position.
So you want to give me the chuck? Me for Bongo Williams?
Katie, with some touch of pity.
Yes, you've done your dash, Chopsy.
Bongo? The beer sparrer?
He'll spar you any day of the week.
He's a bloke that bashes women.
You're jealous, ain't you? Well, me and Bongo's fixed it up again. He'll be here any minute now.
Straight I'll murder you.
Ah, don't get rattled. You ain't very strong, you know.
Listen, Katie, I can't give you up. I love you, I do. I can't live without you. It's lonely on you, Pat. God blimey, I couldn't love nobody but you, Katie. Me luck's turned, I'll tell you. I'll get the stuff. We'll start all over again. We'll have the bonza times. We'll be sweethearts, yeah, like we used to be.
Moving towards her.
You've been kidding me, Katie. I know you didn't mean it.
A buck's whistle is heard outside.
Here's Bongo.
Chopsy stands helpless and perplexed. Katie pointing dramatically to the door.
Get.
Gorstruth, Katie.
Bongo passes the window.
Scab off.
Bongo, a powerful, square-set man, dressed in a blue sweater with cap and black silk muffler, bulldog-jawed, clean-shaven, gel-cropped, smiling and confident, comes to the door.
Come in, Bongo.
Bongo enters, silent and masterful. He stares at Chopsy.
Take no notice of him. You ain't no busker, are you, Bongo?
To the terror-stricken Chopsy, who picks up coat and hat.
Get out, you cow.
Bongo makes a step towards Chopsy. Katy clutches his arm.
Don't dirty your hands on him, Bongo.
To Chopsy.
See if you can get on with Fishy Liz. She's fond of music.
Chopsy makes for the door, while Bongo fans him out.
Blimey, you're looking pink. How'd they treat you? Have you got your punch back, Bongo? Sit down.
Bongo takes seat at table. Katy puts crayfish on plate, etc.
Have a bit of cray, Bongo. Better than hominy, eh? We'll stick together, Bongo. When are you going to fight in the halls? Ain't you feeling peckish? This is what you want.
She produces jug of beer and fills large glass.
Here you are, Bongo. It'll do you good. Have your taste first. You're the bloke, Bongo.
Bongo drains glass, stretches out arms, and drags Katy to him as the curtain falls. End of The Woman Tamer by Louis Essen.
The Cyclops by Euripides. Translated by Edward Coleridge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cyclops. Dramatis Personae.
Silenus, read by Jim Locke.
First half chorus of Satyrs, read by Todd.
Second half chorus of Satyrs, read by Jen Broda.
Odysseus, read by Adrian Stevens.
The Cyclops, read by Alan Mapstone.
Narrated by Avai. Scene: Mount Etna in Sicily, before the cave of the Cyclops.
O Bromius, unnumbered are the toils I bear because of thee, no less now than when I was young and hale. First, when thou wert driven mad by Hera, and didst leave the mountain nymphs thy nurses. Next, when in battle with earth-born spearmen, I stood beside thee on the right as squire, and slew Enceladus, smiting him full in the middle of his targe with my spear. Come, though, let me see, must I confess 'twas all a dream? No, by Zeus, since I really showed his spoils to the Bacchic god, and now am I enduring to the full a toil still worse than those. For when Hera sent forth a race of Tyrrhene pirates against thee, that thou mightest be smuggled far away, I, as soon as the news reached me, sailed in quest of thee with my children. And taking the helm myself, I stood on the end of the stern, and steered our trim craft, and my sons, sitting at the oars, made the grey billows froth and foam as they sought thee, my liege. But just as we had come nigh Moliere in our course, an east wind blew upon the ship, and drove us hither to the rock of Etna, where in lonely caverns dwell the one-eyed children of Ocean's god, the murdering Cyclops. Captured by one of them, we are slaves in his house. Polyphemus they call him whom we serve, and instead of Bacchic revelry, we are herding a godless Cyclops' flocks. And so it is my children, striplings as they are, tend the young thereof on the edge of the downs, while my appointed task is to stay here and fill the troughs and sweep out the cave, or wait upon the ungodly Cyclops at his impious feasts. His orders now compel obedience. I have to scrape out his house with the rake, you see, so as to receive the Cyclops, my absent master, and his sheep in clean caverns. But already I see my children driving their browsing flocks towards me. What means this? Is the beat of feet in the Sicilian dance the same to you now as when ye attended the Bacchic god in his revelries, and made your way with dainty steps to the music of lyres, to the halls of Althea?
Offspring of well-bred sires and dams, pray whither wilt thou be gone from me to the rocks? Hast thou not here a gentle breeze, and grass to browse, and water from the eddying stream set near the cave and troughs. And are not thy young ones bleeding for thee? Psst, psst. Wilt thou not browse here on the dewy slope? Ho, ho! Ere long will I cast a stone at thee. Away, away! O horned one, to the fold-keeper of the Cyclops, the country-ranging shepherd. Loosen thy bursting udder, welcome to thy teats the kids, whom thou leavest in the lambkin's pens. Those little bleeding kids, asleep the livelong day, miss thee. Wilt then leave at last the rich grass pastures on the peaks of Etna and enter the fold? Here we have no Bromian god, no dances here, or Bacchantes Thyris-bearing, no roll of drums or drops of sparkling wine by gurgling founts. Nor is it now with the nymphs in night I sing a song of Bacchus. Bacchus, to the queen of love, in quest of whom I once sped on with Bacchantes, white on foot. Dear friend, dear Bacchic god, whither art roaming alone, waving thy auburn locks, while I, thy minister, do service to the one-eyed Cyclops, a slave and wanderer I, clad in this wretched goatskin dress, severed from thy love.
Hush, children, and bid our servants fold the flocks in the rock-roofed cavern.
Chorus of Satyrs. To servants.
Away!
To Silenus.
But prithee, why such haste, father?
I see the hull of a ship from Hellas at the shore, and men that wield the oar on their way to this cave with some chieftain. About their necks they carry empty vessels and pitchers for water. They are in want of food. Luckless strangers, who can they be? They know not what manner of man our master Polyphemus is, to have set foot here in his cheerless abode, and come to the jaws of the cannibal Cyclops in an evil hour. But hold ye your peace, that we may inquire whence they come to the peak of Sicilian Etna.
Pray, tell us, sirs, of some river spring, whence we might draw a draught to slake our thirst, or of someone willing to sell victuals to mariners in need. Why, what is this? We seem to have chanced upon a city of the Bromian god. Here by the caves I see a group of satyrs. To the eldest first I bid, all hail.
All hail, sir. Tell me who thou art, and name thy country.
Odysseus of Ithaca, king of the Cephallenians' land.
I know him for a prating knave, one of Sisyphus' shrewd offspring.
I am the man, abuse me not.
Whence hast thou sailed hither to Sicily?
From Ilium and the toils of Troy.
How was that? Didst thou not know the passage to thy native land?
Tempestuous winds drove me hither against my will.
God wot, thou art in the same plight as I am.
Why, wert thou too drifted hither against thy will?
I was, as I pursued the pirates who carried Bromius off.
What land is this, and who are its inhabitants?
This is Mount Etna, the highest point in Sicily.
But where are the city walls and ramparts?
There are none. The headlands, sir, are void of men.
Who, then, possesses the land? The race of wild creatures?
The Cyclopes, who have caves, not roofed houses.
Obedient unto whom? Or is the power in the people's hands?
They are rovers. No man obeys another in anything.
Do they sow Demeter's grain, or on what do they live?
On milk and cheese and flesh of sheep.
Have they the drink of Bromius, the juice of the vine?
No, indeed, and thus it is a joyless land they dwell in.
Are they hospitable and reverent towards strangers?
Strangers, they say, supply the daintiest meat.
What? Do they delight in killing men and eating them?
No one has ever arrived here without being butchered.
Where is the Cyclops himself? Inside his dwelling?
He is gone hunting wild beasts with hounds on Etna.
Dost know, then, what to do, that we may be gone from the land?
Not I, Odysseus, but I would do anything for thee.
Sell us food, of which we are in need.
There is nothing but flesh, as I said.
Well, even that is a pleasant preventative of hunger.
And there is cheese curdled with fig juice, and the milk of kine.
Bring them out. A man should see his purchases.
But tell me, how much gold wilt thou give me in exchange?
No gold bring I, but Dionysus' drink.
Most welcome words. I've long been wanting that.
Yes, it was Maron, the god's son, who gave me a draught.
What, Maron, whom once I dandled in these arms?
The son of the Bacchic god, that thou mayest learn more certainly.
Is it inside the ship, or hast thou it with thee?
This, as thou seest, is the skin that holds it, old sir.
Why, that would not give me so much as a mouthful.
This, and twice as much again as will run from the skin.
Fair the rill thou speakest of, delicious to me.
Shall I let thee taste the wine unmixed to start with?
A reasonable offer, for of a truth a taste invites the purchase.
Well, I haul about a cup as well as the skin.
Come, let it gurgle in, that I may revive my memory by a pull at it.
There, then.
Ye gods, what a delicious scent it has!
What, didst thou see it?
No, i'faith, but I smell it.
Taste it, then, that thy approval may not stop at words.
Zoons, Bacchus is inviting me to dance. Ha, ha!
Did it not gurgle finely down thy throttle?
Aye, that it did, to the ends of my fingers.
Well, we will give thee money besides.
Only undo the skin, and never mind the money.
Bring out the cheeses, then, and lambs.
I will do so, with small thought of any master, for let me have a single cup of that, and I would turn madman, giving in exchange for it the flocks of every Cyclops, and then throwing myself into the sea from the Leucadian rock, once I have been well drunk and smoothed out my wrinkled brow. For if a man rejoice not in his drinking, he is mad. For in drinking there is love with all its frolic, and dancing withal, and oblivion of woe. Shall not I then purchase so rare a drink, bidding the senseless Cyclops and his central eye go hang?
Exit Silenus.
Hearken, Odysseus.
Let us hold some converse with thee.
Well, do so. Ours is a meeting of friends.
Did you take Troy and capture the famous Helen?
Aye, and we destroyed the whole family of Priam.
After capturing your blooming prize, were all of you in turn her lovers, for she likes variety in husbands, the traitress. The sight of a man with embroidered breeches on his legs and a golden chain about his neck so fluttered her, that she left Menelaus, her excellent little husband. Would there had never been a race of woman born into the world at all, unless it were for me alone.
Silenus, reappearing with food.
Lo, I bring you fat food from the flocks, King Odysseus, the young of bleating sheep and cheeses of curdled milk without stint. Carry them away with you, and be gone from the cave at once, after giving me a drink of merry grape juice in exchange.
Alack! Yonder comes the Cyclops. What shall we do?
Then truly we are lost, old sir. Whither must we fly?
Inside this rock, for there ye may conceal yourselves.
Dangerous advice of thine, to run into the net?
No danger. There are ways of escape in plenty in the rock.
No, never that. For surely Troy will groan, and loudly too, if we flee from a single man, when I have oft withstood with my shield a countless host of Phrygians. Nay, if die we must, we will die a noble death. Or, if we live, we will maintain our old renown, at least with credit.
A light here. Hold it up. What is this? What means this idleness, your Bacchic revelry? Here have we no Dionysus, nor clash of brass, nor roll of drums. Pray, how is it with my newly born lambs in the caves? Are they at the teat, running close to the side of their dams? Is the full amount of milk for cheeses milked out in baskets of rushes? How now, what say you? One of ye will soon be shedding tears from the weight of my club. Look up, not down.
There, my head is bent back till I see Zeus himself. I behold both the stars and Orion.
Is my breakfast quite ready?
'Tis laid. Be thy throat only ready.
Are the bowls too full of milk?
Aye, so that thou canst swill off a whole hogshead, so it please thee.
Sheep's milk or cow's milk, or a mixture of both?
Whichever thou wilt, don't swallow me, that's all.
Not I, for you will start kicking in the pit of my stomach and kill me by your antics.
Catching sight of Odysseus and his followers.
What is this crowd I see near the folds? Some pirates or robbers have put in here. Yes, I really see the lambs from my caves tied up there with twisted osiers, cheese presses scattered about, and old Silenus with his bold pate all swollen with blows.
Oh, poor wretch that I am, pounded to a fever.
By whom? Who has been pounding thy head, old sirrah?
These are the culprits, Cyclops, all because I refused to let them plunder thee.
Did they not know I was a god and sprung from gods?
That was what I told them, but they persisted in plundering thy goods, and in spite of my efforts, they actually began to eat the cheese and carry off the lambs, and they said they would tie thee in a 3-cubit pillory, and tear out thy bowels by force at thy navel, and flay thy back thoroughly with the scourge, and then after binding thee, fling thy carcass down among the benches of their ship to sell to someone for heaving up stones, or else throw thee into a mill.
Oh, indeed. Be off then, and sharpen my cleavers at once. Heap high the faggots, and light them, for they shall be slain forthwith, and fill this maw of mine, what time I pick my feast hot from the coals, waiting not for carvers, and fish up the rest from the cauldron, boiled and sodden. For I have had my fill of mountain fare, and sated myself with banquets of lions and stags, but 'tis long I have been without human flesh.
Truly, master, a change like this is all the sweeter after everyday fare, for just of late there have been no fresh arrivals of strangers at these caves.
Here the strangers too in turn, Cyclops. We had come near the cave from our ship, wishing to procure provisions by purchase, when this fellow sold us the lambs and handed them over for a soup of wine to drink himself, a voluntary act on both sides. There was no violence employed at all. No, there is not a particle of truth in the story he tells, now that he has been caught selling thy property behind thy back.
I? Perdition catch thee!
If I am lying, yes.
O Cyclops, by thy sire Poseidon, by mighty Triton, and Nereus, by Calypso, and the daughters of Nereus, by the sacred billows, and all the race of fishes, I swear to thee, most noble sir, dear little Cyclops master mine, it is not I who sell thy goods to strangers, else may these children, dearly as I love them, come to an evil end.
Keep that for thyself. With mine own eyes I saw thee sell the goods to the strangers, and if I lie, perdition catch my sire, but injure not the strangers.
Ye lie. For my part, I put more faith in him than Rhadamanthus, declaring him more just. But I have some questions to ask. Whence sailed ye, strangers? Of what country are you? What city was it nursed your childhood?
We are Ithacans by birth, and we have been driven from our course by the winds of the sea on the way from Ilium after sacking its citadel.
Are ye the men who visited on Ilium, that bordereth on Scamander's wave, the rape of Helen, worst of women?
We are. That was the fearful labour we endured.
A sorry expedition yours, to have sailed to the land of Phrygia for the sake of one woman.
It was a God's doing. Blame not any son of man. But thee do we implore, most noble son of Ocean's God, speaking as free-born men, be not so cruel as to slay thy friends on their coming to thy cave, nor regard us as food for thy jaws, an impious meal. For we preserved thy sire, O king, in possession of his temple seats, deep in the nooks of Hellas, and the sacred port of Taenarus and Malia's furthest coves remain unharmed, and Sunium's rock, the silver vein sacred to Zeus-born Athena, still is safe, and Geristus, the harbour of refuge, and we did not permit Phrygians to put such an intolerable reproach on Hellas. Now, in these things thou too hast a share, for thou dwellest in a corner of the land of Hellas, beneath Aetna's fire-streaming rock, and although thou turn from arguments, still it is a custom amongst mortal men to receive shipwrecked sailors as their suppliants, and show them hospitality, and help them with raiment. Not that these should fill thy jaws and belly, their limbs transfixed with spits for piercing ox-flesh. The land of Priam hath emptied Hellas quite enough, drinking the blood of many whom the spear laid low, with the ruin it has brought on widowed wives, on aged childless dames, and hoary-headed sires. And if thou roast and consume the remnant, a meal thou wilt rue, why, where shall one turn? Nay, be persuaded by me, Cyclops, forego thy ravenous greed, and choose piety rather than wickedness, for on many a man ere now unrighteous gains have brought down retribution.
I will give thee a word of advice. As for his flesh, leave not a morsel of it, and if thou eat his tongue, Cyclops, thou wilt become a monstrous clever talker.
Wealth, mannikin, is the god for the wise. All else is mere vaunting and fine words. Plague take the headlands by the sea, on which my father seats himself. Why hast thou put forward these arguments? I shudder not at Zeus's thunder, nor know I wherein Zeus is a mightier god than I, sir stranger. What is more, I reck not of him. My reason's here. When he pours down the rain from above, here in this rock in quarters snug, feasting on roast calf's flesh or some wild game, and moistening well my upturned paunch with deep draughts from a tub of milk, I rival the thunderclaps of Zeus with my artillery. And when the north wind blows from Thrace and sheddeth snow, I wrap my carcass in the hides of beasts and light a fire. And what care I for snow? The earth, perforce, whether she likes it or not, produces grass and fattens my flocks, which I sacrifice to no one save myself and this belly, the greatest of deities, but to the gods not I. For surely to eat and drink one's fill from day to day, and give oneself no grief at all, this is the king of gods for your wise man. But lawgivers go hang, checkering as they do the life of man. And so I will not cease from indulging myself by devouring thee. And thou shalt receive this stranger's gift, that I may be free of blame. Fire and my father's element yonder, and a cauldron to hold thy flesh and boil it nicely in collops. So in with you, that ye may feast me well, standing round the altar to honour the cavern's god.
Enters his cave.
Alas, escaped from the troubles of Troy and the sea, my bark now strands upon the whim and forbidding heart of this savage. O Pallas, mistress mine, goddess daughter of Zeus, help me now, for I'm come to toils and depths of peril worse than all at Ilium, and thou, O Zeus, the strangest god, who hast thy dwelling mid the radiant stars, behold these things, for if thou regard them not, in vain thou art esteemed the great god Zeus, though but a thing of naught.
Follows the Cyclops reluctantly.
Ope wide the portal of thy gaping throat, Cyclops, for strangers' limbs, both boiled and grilled, are ready from off the coals for thee to gnaw and tear and mince up small, reclining in thy shaggy goatskin coat. Relinquish not thy meal for me, keep that boat for thyself alone. Avaunt this cave, avaunt the burnt offerings which the godless Cyclops offers on Aetna's altars, exulting in meals on strangers' flesh. Oh, the ruthless monster! To sacrifice his guest at his own hearth, the suppliants of his halls, cleaving and tearing and serving up to his loathsome teeth a feast of human flesh, hot from the coals.
Odysseus, reappearing with a look of horror.
O Zeus! What can I say after the hideous sights I have seen inside the cave, things past belief, resembling more the tales men tell than aught they do?
What news, Odysseus? Has the Cyclops, most godless monster, been feasting on thy dear comrades?
Aye, he singled out a pair, on whom the flesh was fattest and in best condition, and took them up in his hand to weigh.
How went it with you then, poor wretch?
When we had entered yonder rocky abode, he lighted first a fire, throwing logs of towering oak upon his spacious hearth, enough for 3 wagons to carry as their load. Next, close by the blazing flame, he placed his couch of pine boughs laid upon the floor, and filled a bowl of some 10 firkins, pouring white milk thereinto, after he had milked his kine, and by his side he put a can of ivy wood, whose breadth was 3 cubits, and its depth 4 maybe. Next he set upon a brazen pot a-boiling on the fire. Spits, too, he set beside him, fashioned of the branches of thorn, their points hardened in the fire, and the rest of them trimmed with a hatchet, and the blood bowls of Aetna for the axe's edge. Now, when the hell-cook, God detested, had everything quite ready, he caught up a pair of my companions, and proceeded deliberately to cut the throat of one of them over the yawning brazen pot, but the other he clutched by the tendon of his heel, and striking him against a sharp point of rocky stone, dashed out his brains. Then, after hacking the fleshy parts with glutton cleaver, he set to grilling them, but the limbs he threw into his cauldron to seethe, and I, poor wretch, drew near with streaming eyes, and waited on the Cyclops, but the others kept cowering like frightened birds in crannies of the rock, and the blood forsook their skin. Anon, when he had gorged himself upon my comrade's flesh, and had fallen on his back, breathing heavily, there came a sudden inspiration to me. I filled a cup of this Maronian wine, and offered him a draught, saying, Cyclops, son of ocean's god, see here what heavenly drink the grapes of Hellas yield, glad gift of Dionysus. He, glutted with his shameless meal, took and drained it at one draught, and lifting up his hand, he thanked me thus, Dearest to me of all my guests, fair the drink thou givest me to crown so fair a feast. Now, when I saw his delight, I gave him another cup, knowing the wine would make him rue it, and he would soon be paying the penalty. Then he set to singing, but I kept filling bumper after bumper, and heating him with drink. So there he is, singing discordantly, amid the weeping of my fellow sailors, and the cave re-echoes, but I have made my way out quietly, and would fain save thee and myself if thou wilt. Tell me, then, is it your wish, or is it not, to fly from this unsocial wretch, and take up your abode with naiad nymphs in the halls of the Bacchic god? Thy father within approves this scheme, but there he is powerless, getting all he can out of his liquor, His wings are snared by the cup, as if he had flown against birdlime, and he is fuddled. But thou art young and lusty, so save thyself with my help, and regain thy old friend Dionysus, so little like the Cyclops.
Best of friends, would we might see that day, escaping the godless Cyclops. For 'tis long we have been without the joys of men, unable to escape him.
Hear, then, how I will requite this vile monster, and rescue you from thraldom.
Tell me how. No note of Asiatic lyre would sound more sweetly in our ears than news of the Cyclops' death.
Delighted with this liquor of the Bacchic god, he fain would go a-revelling with his brethren.
I understand. Thy purpose is to seize and slay him in the thickets when alone, or push him down a precipice.
Not at all. My plan is fraught with subtlety.
What then? Truly we have long heard of thy cleverness.
I mean to keep him from this revel, saying he must not give this drink to his brethren, but keep it for himself alone, and lead a happy life. Then, when he falls asleep, o'ermastered by the Bacchic god, I will put a point with this sword of mine to an olive branch I saw lying in the cave, and will set it on fire, and when I see it well alight, I will lift the heated brand, and thrusting it full in the Cyclops' eye, melt out his sight with its blaze. And as when a man in fitting the timbers of a ship makes his auger spin to and fro with a double strap, so will I make the brand revolve in the eye that gives the Cyclops light, and will scorch up the pupil thereof.
Ho, ho! How glad I feel, wild with joy at the contrivance.
That done, I will embark thee, and those thou lovest with old Silenus, in the deep hold of my black ship, my ship with double banks of oars, and carry you away from this land.
Well, can I too lay hold of the blinding brand, as though the god's libation had been poured? For I would fain have a share in this offering of blood.
Indeed thou must, for the brand is large, and thou must help hold it.
How lightly would I lift the load of even 100 wains, if that would help us to rub out the eye of the doomed Cyclops like a wasp's nest.
Hush, for now thou knowest my plot in full, and when I bid you, obey the author of it, for I am not the man to desert my friends inside the cave and save myself alone, and yet I might escape. I am clear of the cavern's depths already, but no, to desert the friends with whom I journeyed hither and only save myself is not a righteous course.
Re-enters the cave.
Come, who will be the first, and who the next to him upon the list to grip the handle of the brand, and, thrusting it into the Cyclops' eye, gouge out the light thereof?
Hush, hush! Behold, the drunkard leaves his rocky home, trolling loud some hideous lay, a clumsy, tuneless clown whom tears await. Come, let us give this boor a lesson in revelry. Ere long will he be blind at any rate.
Happy he who plays the bacchanal amid the precious streams distilled from grapes, stretched at full length for a revel, his arm around a friend he loves, and some fair dainty damsel on his couch, his hair perfumed with nard and glossy, the while he calls, "Oh, who will ope the door for me?"
Ha ha! Full of wine and merry with the feast's good cheer am I, my hold freighted like a merchant ship up to my belly's very top. This turf graciously invites me to seek my brother Cyclops for a revel in the springtide. Come, stranger, bring the wineskin hither and hand it over to me.
Forth from the house its fair lord comes, casting his fair glance round him. We have someone to befriend us. A hostile brand is awaiting thee, no tender bride in dewy grot. No single color will those garlands have that soon shall cling so close about thy brow.
Odysseus, returning with the wineskin.
Hearken, Cyclops, for I am well versed in the ways of Bacchus, whom I have given thee to drink.
And who is this Bacchus? Some reputed god?
The greatest god men know to cheer their life.
I like his aftertaste at any rate.
This is the kind of god he is. He harmeth no man.
How does a god like being housed in a wineskin?
Put him where one may, he is content there.
It is not right that God should be clad in leather.
What of that, provided he please thee? Doth the leather hurt thee?
I hate the wineskin, but the liquor we have here I love.
Stay then, Cyclops, drink and be merry.
Must I not give my brethren a share in this liquor?
No, keep it thyself, and thou wilt appear of more honour.
Give it, my friends, and I shall appear of more use.
Revelling is apt to end in blows, abuse and strife.
I may be drunk, but no man will lay hands on me for all that.
Better stay at home, my friend, after a carouse.
Who loves not revelling, then is but a simpleton.
But whoso stays at home when drunk is wise.
What shall we do, Silenus? Art minded to stay?
That I am, for what need have we of others to share our drink, Cyclops?
Well, truly the turf is soft as down with its fresh flowering plants.
Silenus seating himself.
Ay, and 'tis pleasant drinking in the warm sunshine. Come, let me see thee stretch thy carcass on the ground.
Cyclops sitting down.
There then, why art thou putting the mixing bowl behind me?
That no one passing by may come upon it.
Nay, but thy purpose is to drink upon the sly. Set it between us.
To Odysseus.
Now tell me, stranger, by what name to call thee?
No, man. What boon shall I receive of thee to earn my thanks?
I will feast on thee last, after all thy comrades.
Fair indeed the honour thou bestowest on thy guest, Sir Cyclops.
Cyclops turning suddenly to Silenus.
Oh, sirrah, what art thou about, taking a stealthy pull at the wine?
No, but it kissed me for my good looks.
Thou shalt smart if thou kiss the wine when it kisses not thee.
Oh, but it did, for it says it is in love with my handsome face.
Cyclops holding out his cup.
Pour in. Only give me my cupful.
How is it mixed? Just let me make sure.
Takes another pull.
Perdition! Give it me at once.
Oh, no, I really cannot, till I see thee with a crown on, and have another taste myself.
My cupbearer is a cheat.
No, really, but the wine is so luscious, thou must wipe thy lips, though, to get a draught.
There, my lips and beard are clean now.
Bend thine elbow gracefully, and then quaff thy cup, as thou seest me do, and as now thou seest me not.
Burying his face in his cup.
Ah, what next?
I drunk it off at a draught with much pleasure.
Stranger, take the skin thyself and be my cupbearer.
Well, at any rate, the grape is no stranger to my hand.
Come, pour it in.
In it goes. Keep silence, that is all.
A difficult task when a man is deep in his cups.
Here, take and drink it off, leave none. Thou must be silent, and only give in when the liquor does.
God, what? It is a clever stock that bears the grape.
Ay, and if thou but swallow plenty of it after a plentiful meal, moistening thy belly till its thirst is gone, It will throw thee into slumber, but if thou leave aught behind, the Bacchic god will parch thee for it.
Ah, what a trouble it was getting out. This is pleasure unalloyed. Earth and sky seem whirling round together. I see the throne of Zeus and all the Godhead's majesty. Kiss thee? No. There are the Graces trying to tempt me. I shall rest well enough with my Ganymede here. Yea, by the Graces, right fairly.
What, Cyclops, am I Ganymede, Zeus's minion?
Cyclops attempting to carry him into the cave.
To be sure, Ganymede, who I am carrying off from the halls of Dardanus.
I am undone, my children. Outrageous treatment waits me.
Dost find fault with thy lover? Dost scorn him in his cups?
Woe is me, most bitter shall I find the wine ere long.
Exit Silenus, dragged away by Cyclops.
Up now, children of Dionysus, sons of a noble sire. Soon will yon creature in the cave, relaxed in slumber as ye see him, spew from his shameless maw the meat. Already the brand inside his lair is vomiting a cloud of smoke, and the only reason we prepared it was to burn the Cyclops' eye. So mind thou, quit thee like a man.
I will have a spirit as of rock or adamant, but go inside, before my father suffers any shameful treatment, for here thou hast things ready.
O Hephaestus, lord of Aetna, rid thyself for once and all of a troublesome neighbour by burning his bright eye out. Come, sleep as well, offspring of sable night, come with all thy power on the monster God detested, and never after Troy's most glorious toils destroy Odysseus and his crew by the hands of one who reckoneth naught of God or man. Else must we reckon chance a goddess, and heaven's will inferior to hers.
Odysseus re-enters the cave.
Tightly the pincers shall grip the neck of him who feasts upon his guest, for soon he will lose the light of his eye by fire. Already the brand, a tree's huge limb, lurks amid the embers charred. Oh, come ye then, and work his doom. Pluck out the maddened Cyclops' eye, that he may rue his drinking. And I too fain would leave the Cyclops' lonely land, and see King Bromius, ivy-crowned, the god I sorely miss. Ah, shall I ever come to that?
Odysseus leaving the cave cautiously.
Silence, ye cattle, I adjure you. Close your lips. Make not a sound. I'll not let a man of you so much as breathe, or wink, or clear his throat, that yon pest awake not, until the sight in the Cyclops' eye has passed through the fiery ordeal.
Silent we stand with bated breath.
In then, and mind your fingers grip the brand, for it is splendidly red hot.
Thyself ordain who first must seize the blazing bar and burn the Cyclops' eye out, that we may share alike whate'er betides. Standing where I am before the door, I am too far off to thrust the fire into his eye.
I have just gone lame.
Why, then, thou art in the same plight as I, for somehow or other I sprained my ankle standing still.
Sprained thy ankle, standing still?
Yes, and my eyes are full of dust or ashes from somewhere or other.
These are sorry fellows, worthless as allies.
Because I feel for my back and spine, and express no wish to have my teeth knocked out, I am a coward, am I? Well, but I know a spell of Orpheus, a most excellent one, to make the brand enter his skull of its own accord, and set alight the one-eyed son of earth.
Long since I knew thou wert by nature such a one, and now I know it better, I must employ my own friends. But though thou bring no active aid, cheer us on at any rate, that I may find my friends emboldened by thy encouragement.
Exit Odysseus.
That will I do. The Carians shall run the risk for us. And as far as encouragement goes,
Let the Cyclops smoulder.
What ho! My gallants, thrust away! Make haste and burn his eyebrow off, the monster's guest devouring.
Oh, singe and scorch the shepherd of Etna! Twirl the brand and drag it round, and be careful lest in his agony he treat thee to some wantonness.
Cyclops, bellowing in the cave.
Oh, oh! My once bright eye is burnt to cinders now.
Sweet indeed the triumph song. Pray sing it to us, Cyclops.
Cyclops from within.
Oh, oh, once more! What outrage on me, and what ruin! But never shall ye escape this rocky cave unpunished, ye worthless creatures, for I will stand in the entrance of the cleft, and fit my hand into it thus.
Staggering to the entrance.
Why dost thou cry out, Cyclops?
I am undone.
Thou art indeed a sorry sight.
I am a sad one too.
Didst fall among the poles in a drunken fit?
No man has undone me.
Then there is no one hurting thee after all.
No man has blinded me.
Then art thou not blind?
As blind as thou, forsooth.
How, pray, could no man have made thee blind?
Thou mockest me. But where is this no man?
Nowhere, Cyclops.
It was the stranger, vile wretch, who proved my ruin, that thou mayest understand rightly, by swilling me with the liquor he gave me.
Ah, wine is a terrible foe, hard to wrestle with.
Tell me, I adjure thee, have they escaped, or are they still within?
Here they are, ranged in silence, taking the rock to screen them.
On which side?
On thy right.
Where?
Close against the rock. Hast caught them?
Trouble on trouble. I have run my skull against the rocks and cracked it.
Aye, and they are escaping thee.
This way, was it not? 'Twas this way, thou sayest?
No, not this way.
Which then?
They are getting round thee on the left.
Alas, I am being mocked. Ye jeer at me in my evil plight.
They are no longer there, but facing thee that stranger stands.
Master of villainy, where, oh, where art thou?
Some way from thee I am keeping careful guard over the person of Odysseus.
What, a new name? Hast changed thine?
Yes, Odysseus, the name my father gave me. But thou wert doomed to pay for thy unholy feast, for I should have seen Troy burned to but sorry purpose, unless I had avenged on thee the slaughter of my comrades.
Woe is me! 'Tis an old oracle coming true. Yes, it said I should have my eye put out by thee on the way home from Troy. But it likewise foretold that thou wouldst surely pay for this, tossing on the sea for many a day.
Go hang. E'en as I say, so have I done. And now will I get me to the beach, and start my hollow ship across the sea of Sicily to the land of my fathers.
Thou shalt not. I will break a boulder off this rock and crush thee, crew and all, beneath my throw. Blind though I be, I will climb the hill, mounting through yonder tunnel.
As for us, henceforth will we be the servants of Bacchus, sharing the voyage of this hero Odysseus.
End of The Cyclops by Euripides, translated by Edward Coleridge.
Dod Gast Ye Both, A Comedy of Mountain Moonshiners, by Hubert C. Hefner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters.
Noah Setzer, a mountain moonshiner, read by E.J. Wiley.
Walt, his son, an ex-member of the AEF, read by A&B Suite 13.
Mary, read by Kelly Taylor.
Bill Spivens, a rough mountaineer, read by E.J. Wiley.
Mose, frequenter of the still and bootlegger for Noah, read by Wayne Cook.
Sank, frequenter of the still and bootlegger for Noah, read by Jim Locke.
Lawrence Abner, a revenuer, read by Todd.
Stage directions, read by Devorah Allen. Scene: a dense thicket in the mountains of North Carolina. Time: 4 o'clock in the morning. The spring of 1919. A typical mountain moonshiner's retreat in a remote cove in the mountains of western North Carolina. The whole scene is hedged in on all sides by a thicket of tall rhododendron. At the back runs a small, trickling brook which supplies the water for distilling purposes. On the left is the still proper. To the right, at the rear, the mash tub. Boards are nailed between some of the trees to form rough benches. Near the front of the stage, 3 modern high-powered rifles are stacked against a tree. The ground immediately around the still shows signs of much tramping. When the curtain rises, Walt is discovered, standing by the mash tub, leaning idly on his paddle and smoking a cigarette. Sank is stretched out on a bench at the right, fast asleep and snoring loudly. Mose sprawls on the ground near the still, smoking an old cob pipe. Mose is a heavy-set, rough mountaineer. He is dressed in a blue shirt, patched coat, and dirty khaki pants, stuffed into heavy laced boots. There is almost a week's growth of stubby beard on his face. Sank is a thin, shriveled old man of about 60 years, so bent as to appear little. He is dressed in dirty khaki trousers, blue shirt, worn coat, and heavy shoes, with blue knit socks hanging down over his shoe tops. His beard is very scant, thin, as is his shrill, effeminate voice. Walt is a lank, lazy-looking fellow of about 22. An ex-member of the AEF, he still wears his overseas cap and military breeches. Walt, looking at his heavy turnip watch.
About 4 o'clock. Soon be through. So the cops give you a hard run of it, did they, Mose?
He stirs the mash.
Yeah, since that Pro-Sur-Surbation, they're getting tight in a rum jug. I used to could take a run of brandy out to Lenore and major hit right out on the straits, but you can't do that no more.
Guess you took the preachers their half-gallon per all right, did you?
Mose, speaking with a drawl between the puffs of his pipe.
Yeah, ever sanctified one of 'em. They can't preach their hellfire and brimstone sermons if they ain't got the fire of spirits. It's about time the old man's coming back. He had time to send in the watches, and he seemed to be so anxious to finish up and go home. You'd better get to stirring that mash.
Walt, smoking idly.
Well, Mary meet the old man if she went by the back way. What you reckon she came for anyway, Mose? 'Tain't nothing here she wanted this time of night, and she didn't get nothing.
Don't know.
He puffs his pipe a moment.
Walt, ever since that revenuer's come to these parts, I don't like for your old man to send in the watches like he always did before, till we get the run off.
Well, but I don't reckon that's any danger. He's been at it for about 40 years and ain't got took yet. I'll say something to him about it before long.
You'd better not tonight. The old man's mad as a hornet tonight. Everything's gone wrong, and he's a-bawling over.
You needn't worry. I know thy old man better than that.
There is a sound of heavy footsteps outside as Noah stumbles in the thicket and mutters an oath.
That's him, coming now. Don't you say a word about Mary's being here, hey?
Yeah, but some of these nights he's going to send in the watches too early for the last time.
Don't reckon so. But if he does, then rewa.
The sound of tramping draws nearer, and Noah stamps heavily in. He is a stocky mountaineer, 65 years of age, heavy-set, active and muscular. He wears dirty breeches, stained with mesh, rough laced boots, a worn hunter's coat, and blue shirt. His bushy grey hair sticks through the torn crown of the old hat, which he wears jammed down on his head. His face is covered with a stubby grey beard. He looks crabbed and sullen. Sank snores on. Mose smokes in silence. As Noah enters, Walt stirs the mash industriously, but he stops and leans lazily on his paddle as the old man goes to the still and begins fussing with the fire, muttering to himself. Noah glares at him several times, then bursts out,
"Walt, darn your lazy hide. Stir that mash and get a move on you."
Oui, monsieur. But, Pa, what do you want to rush so far? I'll give this mess ready toot sweet, for you're ready for it.
Stop your darn toot sweet and then get to work. How the devil you expect to get this run done 'fore morning if you ain't a-going to work?
Noah continues to work at the still. Walt stirs the mash for a few moments, and then leans idly on his paddle once more. Mose, still sprawling on the ground.
T'other night, like I was telling you, Walt, when I was coming back from taking that run of brandy down to Lenore, I heard that man Abner had been kind of hanging round with your sis Mary.
Who told you that?
He pokes his mash paddle at Sank's nose.
Wake up, that scent. Fall out.
Walt laughs. Sank sleepily strikes at the paddle and begins to yawn and stretch.
I heard it down Patterson when I was coming back, but I disrelect who told it.
Petite, mademoiselle. Did I hear that, Pa?
Noah works on, sullenly refusing to answer. Sank is now sufficiently awake to catch the last remark.
Hear what, Walt? Hear what you say?
Hear the mayor's been carrying on with that Abner. You heard it.
Yes, Walt, that's right. So 'tis. I hear Jenkins, the post office man down to Patterson, says he that this here Abner was a revenuer, for he got letters from the government, so he did, and that he's a-carrying on with Mary, so he was.
Noah, unable to remain silent any longer, turns and glares at Sank.
That's a ding-busted lie.
Nah, 'tain't, Pa. I seed Mary talking to him.
Then why in hell didn't you?
'Twon't do, Pa. I thought about it, but I lied when they took me to camp that it was beaucoup hell to pay for getting one o' his kind. Then over there in France one time.
That darn France. Hit don't make a dang what you learned in France. Hit's a-going down the ridge thar that this here Abner's a revenuer.
Parlez-vous. How'd you get like that, Pa?
Noah again turns to his work in surly silence.
Say, Pa, are you sure of that?
Noah refuses to answer, and Walt points to him, laughing.
That measure no parlez français.
He picks up a can of liquor near him and drinks from it, then offers it to Mose and Sank. Both refuse.
Too early in the morning to drink. Want my liquor in the daytime or in the fore part of the night. 'Bout time Bill would come for his liquor.
Yes, it be, and it be. He ought to soon be here.
Bill's old woman said that Mary was purty well took with that Abner feller.
She must be, yes, she be. My old woman said that Bill's old woman said that Mary sees a right smart of that feller.
How do you know Mary sees him?
I heard said that Mary meets him in the daytime when you're sleeping, Noah.
Yes, she do, and she do.
Pa, do you hear that?
Noah, unable to hold in any longer, now bursts out in a rage.
Dardgast her devilish soul. Gal of mine carrying on with a revenuer. She ain't been the same since she came back from that thar ding-busted school over thar to Boone. Dod burn her darn hide. I's allus agin her going over thar. But her ma sent her, and then laid down and died on me, and left her for me to tend to.
You ain't tended to her much, Pa. You be tending to this hair most of your time.
Noah furiously.
Who in hell axed you to speak? Stir that mash, damn you. Stir that mash.
Walt goes to work as Noah fumes on.
So you think I'd let a gal of mine marry one of them dang revenuers, do you?
No, Pa, but...
Shut up, darn you. Shut up.
Stamping about in a rage.
I'd see her in hell first.
That's right, Noah. So 'tis, I don't blame ye. So I don't, so I...
Noah turning on him.
Shut up. Who axed you to speak?
Sank, fawningly.
Well, Noah, I...
Shut up, I said. What are you doing here anyhow?
You told us to come and get this run of liquor to take to Patterson, so you did.
How you going to expect me to get this run off and ye and Mose setting around running your mouths? Get that thar bucket and go fotch some water. If an I's as ding busted lazy as the rest of you, I never would get enough juice made for them thar judges and lawyers, not to say nothing about them preachers.
Mose and Sank hurry off with a bucket. Noah continues to fume around the still.
Pa, the other day, when we were talking about that man, Abner, being a revenuer, Mary comes in and says that he wasn't no revenuer, and that he's some kind of old magazine scribbler, or something, and we asked her how'd she know it, and she said she's giz, no he weren't.
Noah pays no attention to him. Mose and Sank enter with the water.
Yeah, that's so 'tis, for Mary told my old woman that you always tellin' lies about that thar man, Abner. She did, so she did, and she said that Abner's a better man than any of us'ns. She did, so she did.
Noah breaking out.
Con, Sonia, bring that dar water here.
He grabs the bucket.
What you standing thar for?
He goes to pour the water into the still, but in his anger he spills it on the fire, almost putting it out. He turns on Sank furiously.
Dod limb ye, Sank. Dod gast ye, goozle-necked old fool ye. What you going and putting that thar fire out for? Ding bust ye, you're...
Sank, cringing.
I didn't put it out, Noah, so I...
Noah, sputtering.
Ye humduzzled?
Sank, shrinking from him.
Leastwise, I didn't go fur to do it, Noah, so I didn't.
Pa, yeah, put the fire on yourself, and...
Shut up, you wing-duzzled yaller boomer, ye. You ain't no better'n your sis. Both of ye be a bunch of cowards, and ye...
Oh, la, sweet papa.
Dod gast ye, stop that there la-line and pop-ine, or I'll wring your neck.
Pa, I didn't go for two.
Shut up them jaws of yourn. You hear me?
No, my old woman said that there gal of yourn went plumb down to the rock to meet that there Abner, and...
Ding dang her, I'm a-going home right now and see if she'll...
He starts off right, just as 3 owl hoots ring out in the distance, followed by a shrill bob white. Noah hesitates a moment.
There comes Bub, his brandy. That's his call. I'll give him the come on. Hoo, hoo, hoo.
He returns the call. Bill, singing drunkenly as he approaches from the left.
Way up on Clinch Mountain, I wander alone. I'm as drunk as the devil, oh, leave me alone. I'll eat when I'm hungry and drink when I'm dry, and if whiskey don't kill me, I'll live till I die. Oh, Lulu, oh, Lulu, oh, Lulu, my dear, I'd give this whole world if Lulu was here. Jack of diamonds, I know you of old. You robbed my poor pockets of silver and gold.
Aha! Drunk again.
Bill, he enters from the left. Bill Spivens is a rough, careless mountaineer. He wears clothes of the same drab tone as those of the other men. His big, bloated face marks him as a heavy drinker, and he shows in his singing and in his speech the effects of his liquor. He calls after Noah.
Hey there, Noah. Where you be a-goin'? I want to get my brandy afore you leave. You done and sent your watchers in, ain't you? Where be you a-goin'?
Noah, coming back.
That dodgasted gal of mine been carrying on with that thar damn revenue, Abner, and I just started to give her hell and make her stop it. A gal of mine carrying on with a revenuer.
It must be so then. I've been down the ridge, and when I come back, my old woman said that your gal Mary was a-carrying on with him.
What else did you say, Bill? Mary lots tells you of and everything.
Well, she said that Mary said that this here Abner wa'n't no revenuer, and that she had met him over thar to Boone.
She's a lying. That Abner gets letters from the government.
And he ain't never been to Boone. He's a furriner in these parts, and he's a ding-busted revenuer.
My old woman says Mary wants to run off with him, but she's scared to, for she knows what you do, Noah, and she says he ain't no revenuer, and she's going to show us he ain't, and that she's a-going to marry him.
Dodgast her, I'll be the one to say about that. My gal run off with a revenuer? No, by the holy damn, I'll see her in hell first.
My old woman says that Mary was just like her ma, and that she's up to something now, and if you didn't watch out, she'd marry that revenuer yet.
Yes, she will, Noah, so she will. Ye'd better watch her so ye had.
Shut up, Sank, you ding-busted old jayhawk, you. Shut up.
My old woman said that your old woman always had her way before she died, and that she didn't listen to you when she didn't want.
Dodgast your old woman. She's always saying too much. Give me your jug.
He takes the jug, fills it, and hands it back to Bill.
Don't you forget to bring me them taters to pay for this. You owe me 2 bushels now.
My old woman said that man Abner's up in these parts today, and that your gal met him over to the rock, and that she believed they's up to something. Mary ain't been home today. You better watch her, Noah. She'll get you yet.
Dad burn you, get out of here. A gal of mine and a revenue would get me. You ding-busted yaller-livered fool, get out. Ain't I the best man on this side of the ridge? Ain't I boss here?
Yes, ye be, Noah, so ye be.
Bill reels out with his jug.
Noah, t'other night down to Curtis's store, I heard that Abner was sent here by the government to get you for killing the other revenuer a few years ago.
Noah, startled.
What's that? What are you saying, Mose? You're a liar. That's what you are. You're a liar, I say. You're...
Stop that, Noah. I's giving you straight talk, and you ain't to be calling me a liar. I don't have to work for you, and I ain't going to.
Noah, more calmly.
I didn't mean it exactly like that, Mose, but...
That's the truth, Noah. Old man Jenkins told hisself.
Yes, it be, so it be. I heard it myself, so I did.
Pa, that's why he been hanging around Mary. He's trying to pick her out of her, so he can't get us. And he's caught her. That's it.
At this moment, Mary Setzer carefully peers through the rhododendron branches at the right. She is a pretty mountain girl, simply dressed in a plain but becoming pink gingham. Without having been seen, she withdraws noiselessly into the bushes again.
Gol ding her, she ain't got no more sense than to let him catch her and then let him be hanging round to spy and learn all he can.
Pa, hadn't we better skip and get out in this?
And leave all this and be scared to come back to get it? No, I ain't going to let no revenue run me. They ain't never done it yet, and they ain't never going to do it. I'll go down there to Patterson's tomorrow, and I'll take old Beck over there.
Pointing to his rifle.
And I'll fix this here dodgasted ding-fuzzled revenuer like I did t'othern. And then I'll take that gal of mine.
Noah is interrupted by Lawrence Abner, who breaks through the thicket at the right, followed by Mary Setzer, who keeps a safe distance in the rear, yet is on the alert, ready to assist him if necessary. Abner is a good-looking young man, trimly dressed in clothes suitable for mountain wear. Abner, firing a shot and then covering the moonshiners with a pistol.
"Hands up, gents!"
They turn, startled. Walt and Mose spring toward the rifles, but Abner stops them.
"None of that, gents. It'll mean death if you try it again."
"Dodgast you."
"First time a revenuer ever had the ups on you, isn't it? Now, gents, kindly move over to this side and remove your coats so I may see that you are not armed."
The men obey his orders as he motions them over to the left with his pistols.
"No tricks, remember. I learned to shoot pretty straight in the army."
"Learned to shoot in the army, huh? Oh, that ain't nothing. Well, over there in France, I captured about 40 butchers, 3 big old rumble-button guns, and a dozen more rifles, and—"
Mary, advancing.
"Oh, now, Walt, you wasn't near up at the shooting line. You said you peeled taters all the time."
"Parley, whippy, dolly, doodle-doo. Air you here, sis? Well, yes. What's the old man?"
Noah, seeing Mary.
"Dodgast you, gal, ding damn you, here's that damned old jay-piping horn frog what you been hanging around with. You see now if he ain't a revenuer, don't you? Dad burn your humduzzled soul. Consarn the dod-limbed hide of you. You see where your paw is, do you? Damn you, I'll fix you."
He starts toward Mary, but Abner motions him back with his pistol.
"Hold on there. You want to be careful and not forget that I've got you at present, and the law doesn't deal any too lightly with your kind, especially since Prohibition."
Walt slinks around behind the mash tub and picks up a club. The revenuer is occupied watching Noah, and Walt steals closer to him, while the old man rages.
"Damn you, you yeller-back tater bug, you. You got me now, but you just wait. What you going to do with us?"
"What would you give me to let you off?"
Noah, surprised.
"What? What's that you say?"
Walt has now crept up close behind Abner. He raises his club and springs forward, but Mary seizes his arm.
"Don't try nothing like that, Walt. It won't work."
Noah, regaining his voice. He sputters in his uncontrolled rage.
"Ding damn you. Dodgast you, consarn you, damn you, you be helping this here revenuer to take your own paw. So that's what you come here for, you dern yeller boomer, you devilish dog. You allus was just like your ma. You said he wa'n't no revenuer, so you did. Well, you lied, gal, you lied, and I get you."
"Hold on a minute. You seem to forget that I've got you all just at present, and I'm likely to keep you. But just for the fun of knowing, what would you give me to let you go?"
"Ding bust you, by that rotten mash over there."
"Don't swear by the mash. I've captured it, too."
"So he has, Noah, so he has."
"Dad darn you, Sank. Damn you, Walt. If you do something, if you drag him off, he wouldn't be standing there with his gun drawed on us. But you stand there running your clop-trop mouths and doing nothing. Why don't you—"
"Holy sense of sweet-smelling acidity. Why don't you hate yourself, Pa?"
"Here now, let's come to business. If you're not going to make me an offer, I'll make you one. If you'll let me marry your daughter, we'll call this off. What do you say?"
Noah, amazed.
"What's that?"
Beginning to understand, he stamps the ground in a rage and advances toward Abner, who motions him back with his pistols.
"Marry my gal? A revenuer marry my gal? You dodgasted polecat, you ding-busted stinking possum skunk. You bow-legged tater-bug, you. I'll see you in Hex old Pinefield 20 miles t'other side of hell first. I'll—"
"Just a minute before you go on. Listen to this. If I take you down the ridge, as I certainly will if you don't do as I say, Think of the days in prison. You're an old man, and you would probably die there between the walls, behind the bars. People would come to see you, and point their fingers through the bars at you as they do the animals of the circus, and they'd say, "There's Noah Setzer. He used to be the leader on this side of the ridge, but a revenuer gets them all, and one got him." Then there'll be your son and all these other fellows in cages beside you.
That's right, Noah. So 'tis. He'll take us all, so he will, and...
Shut up, you.
And then there's another thing I want to tell you before I take you. I have the proof that you and your son were the men who killed the revenue officers 4 years ago. At your trial, I shall turn the evidence against you both. That means death for you.
What's that?
Just think. They'll lead you, the boss of the ridge, in like a cow and sit you down in a chair, and then they'll turn on just enough juice to burn you and let you know how it feels. Then gradually they'll turn it on full force, and your bones will snap and it'll cook the flesh off your live body.
Give him your gal, Noah, give him your gal.
Mary, glancing at Abner with a smile.
Pa, he's got you, so you'd better give in. If you don't, just think what the ridge'll say when he takes you to jail. You'll be the only Setzer they've ever got yet. I'm willing to marry him, and if you'll let me, it'll save us all. I'm going to marry him anyhow.
Well, marry him, then. Damn you both.
Abner, lowering his pistol and laughing.
Thank you, Mr. Setzer.
Damn you. Don't Mr. me, and I don't want none of your thanks.
To Mary and Abner, who are now both convulsed with laughter.
What are you laughing at?
Well, you see, I'm not a revenue officer after all. I'm just a magazine writer up in these mountains, collecting materials, and, incidentally,
smiling at Mary,
a wife. This has been the first real fun I've had since the Boston police riot.
You're not a dodgasted...
Mary, who has been standing by Abner's side, now steps forward.
No, he ain't, Pa. We wanted to get married, but I couldn't think of running away like Lawrence wanted me to, and the whole ridge thinking me, a Setzer, had run away with a revenuer. And then I could have never come back. For you'd have got us.
Yes, he woulda, so he woulda.
And we wanted to be married right away, but we couldn't think of no way to prove that Lawrence wasn't no revenuer, so we...
Mary happened to remember a hold-up like this, which she told me about when we were over at Boone, and then...
Walt interrupting with a loud guffaw.
And then you send all this to get us?
Mary and Abner nod a smiling assent.
Yes, and I'm going to get a corking good story out of it, too.
Pa, you said a revenue wasn't nothing going to get you. Why, he ain't even a revenue's pitcher, and he got you.
Noah, unable to restrain his rage.
Dad burn you, ding dang you, and you hain't no revenuer. If I'd known that, Dad burn you. By jumping Jupiter's horn snake, I'll not stand for it.
Hold on there, Pa. You've done give your promise, and Walt and Mose and Sank all heard ye.
Yes, you did, Noah, and you did.
We got you, Pa, and you can't go back on your promise, so we're going to get married and stay on right here.
Noah, violently.
Damn you! Dod limb you, you humduzzled...
He recovers his composure, takes a quart bottle, goes to the still, and fills it from the worm.
I'll get even with you. Just wait. I'll get you, darn you.
He hands the bottle to Abner.
Here, take this here quart and clear out of here and stay out and...
He stands, shaking his fists at them as they go off laughing. There is just the trace of a grin on his face.
Dodgast you both!
Curtain. End of Dodgast Ye Both by Hubert Hefner.
An Irish Engagement, a Farce in One Act, by Walter Watts. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae.
Mr. Bullfinch, read by Algie Pug.
Mr. McCarthy, read by Alan Mapstone.
Captain Foxlove, read by Todd.
Tim Rafferty, read by Andrew James.
Julia Bullfinch, read by Jennifer Pratt.
Nora, read by Nettle.
Stage directions, read by Jen Broda. An Irish Engagement. Scene, a room in the house of Mr. Bullfinch, handsomely furnished. Folding doors, cupboard right, window left, a table center with breakfast set. Julia and Nora discovered. Julia seated at table right.
Hope. Nora, there is no hope.
Then, ma'am, don't say so. Sure, you're not married yet.
But soon shall be. He's expected every day, every hour, and then—
Don't have him. Pluck up a spirit. Tell him you can't love him, won't love him. And what's more, don't intend to love him. That your whole and undivided heart is given to the captain, and you're determined your hand shall go with it.
But my father will disown me if I dare disobey him.
He loves you too much to do that, ma'am, I'm sure. How unlucky the captain is, poor. But never despair. Take my word for it. You'll have him yet.
Hail, poor Foxlove, all our dreams of happiness are gone forever.
Oh, lovers' dreams, all smoke.
Noise without.
Hush! As I live, that's Tim, my Tim. I'd know his own beautiful voice in 1,000.
Runs to window left.
Yes, it's him. And as I live, the captain. Your father's out, miss, so I think we might venture to let him in.
By all means, fly.
Exit Nora.
Moments like these are indeed precious. With what joy my heart bounds when he is near. I feel that with him alone I could be happy. Foxlove.
Enter Captain Foxlove, left.
Dearest Julia, what joy once again to see you. Say, what news of the enemy?
The worst possible, dear Foxlove. By a letter received by my father this morning, he's already on the road here to claim his bride.
Then we have not a moment to lose, my dear Julia. I have thought of a stratagem, which, if successful, may yet save us.
A stratagem?
Yes, love. Stratagems in love and war are equally allowable. You say that neither your father nor yourself have yet seen your intended husband?
Nor have we. My father and his were schoolfellows. Their friendship increased with their years. They married at the same time. Their wives brought them one a son, the other a daughter. An agreement was then made between them that the children should wed when they became of age. That time has now arrived, and Mr. McCarthy is on his way from Ireland to claim his bride.
And should you refuse to marry him?
My father forfeits £10,000, unless the agreement is mutual.
It must be our endeavours to make it so. So, now for my project. What think you of passing off my Irish servant, Tim Rafferty, as he expected Mr. McCarthy?
Yes, but what then?
And, by his behaviour, try and disgust your father with his Irish engagement.
Excellent. But should the real one arrive?
Leave that to the fortune of war, a forlorn hope that may end in love and happiness.
'Tis worth the trial. Cupid assist us and crown it with success.
Let us hope for the best. Meanwhile, I'll jump into his clothes, so that I may be at hand to watch and guard you.
Bravo! Let us at once to action.
Immediately. Here, Tim! Tim!
Tim, without, left.
Come on, sir, come on.
He is exactly suited for our purpose. A genuine Irishman, full of fun, humour, and impudence. Here, Tim! Tim, I say!
Tim, without.
Easy, sir, easy. I'll be with you in the twinkling of a cat's tail.
Nora and he are sweethearts.
Confound the fellow. Tim! Tim!
Enter Tim Rafferty, left.
Here I am, your honour.
At last, sir.
Politeness beats duty, sir. Serve the ladies before all the world.
Nay, dear Foxlove, we ourselves know how hard it is to part.
Tim, crossing to centre.
Wish a long life to you. Maybe you're not a jewel of the first salt water, and it's yourself I'd like for a master, and no mistake.
Now, Tim, we want your assistance.
Sure it's yours before you ask it.
I am aware you are a clever, intelligent fellow, Tim.
Be my faith the truest sentiment you ever uttered.
You will then consent to what I shall name to you.
Faith, that I will, before you name it at all at all.
That is enough. Farewell, dear Julia. We go at once to put our scheme into execution.
Farewell, dear Foxlove. Heaven grants you success.
Exit Foxlove, left.
And Tim, remember the happiness of my future life depends on you.
Your happiness. Make yourself easy, my darling. Depend on me. I'll go through fire and water for you.
Exit Julia, right.
Tim Rafferty, your soul now will be after showing the universe what an edification you have had. Whatever your scheme is, I'm with you, and by the piper that played before Moses, if I don't teach them what an Irishman can do, may I never set eyes on old Ireland again, or obtain my own dear little Nora for life. I've a bit of a little song that I coax her with. Come down here, and Nora dear.
Exit Tim. Enter Julia, right.
Pray heaven we may succeed. My heart is again filled with hope, with love and hope who should despair. Now to play my part. Oh, love, love, to what wild schemes do you drive your votaries?
Enter Nora.
Och, mistress, there's my Tim a-going to transmogrify himself. He says I'll not know him a bit, that he'll make as elegant a gentleman as ever eat buttermilk with a fork or praties with a spoon.
Yes, Nora, to serve me.
Oh, what a trembling I'm in, supposing it's found out who he is.
'Tis merely a harmless scheme after all.
And what will I do if he never comes back to his own elegant self again?
Why then, Nora, you'll have a gentleman for a sweetheart.
A gentleman? And is it the likes of me that would have a gentleman for a sweetheart?
And why not, Nora?
Because it's not their manners I like, at all, with their fine curled-up moustaches and whiskers, dandy-cut coats, polished boots, and dainty, delicate hands. It's too much trouble for the likes of them to make love properly, and tell a girl what a beauty she is. I wouldn't give a brass sixpence for such a man, no. Give me one of my own darling boys, without a brogue to his foot or a corbeen to his head, but with a simple honest heart and a good shillelagh, one that makes love like an angel and fights for you like a lion.
Nora, you're eloquent.
And isn't it in a good cause, Miss Machree? Oh, if you'd only had the luck to fall in love with an Irishman, with one of the darling boys of Tipperary, they're the jewels to lay hold of a poor girl's affections and kick up a rebellion in her heart. They twist and they turn, wheedle, flatter, and kiss until they so bewilder a poor girl that it's glad she is to say, "Paddy, you devil, take me at once and make an honest woman of me." But here comes your father, miss. I'll be off and prepare for the scrimmage. What a frustration I'm in. Oh, this love, this love! It bothers all creation entirely, and us poor servants into the bargain.
Exit Nora. Enter Mr. Bullfinch from back left.
Well, my dear Julia, all's ready. Everything is prepared to give a right hearty welcome. a welcome worthy the blood of the bullfinches, to the son of my old friend, and your intended husband.
But, my dear father, I really cannot bear the idea of marrying a man whom I've never seen.
But you'll see him before you do, I suppose. And here, listen to what his father says of him. By the blood of the bullfinches, it does my heart good to read it.
Reads.
My dear son, who has been brought up and educated in England, is a quiet, amiable, good-tempered, fascinating young man, possessing all the qualities necessary for making a good husband, and I think I may venture to say, worthy of your lovely daughter. There, what would you have more than that?
I would have one, sir, on whom I can bestow my heart.
Then bestow it on him. By the blood of the bullfinches, the girl's unreasonable.
Not so. The whole study of my life has hitherto been to please you. But on such an occasion as this, in which the happiness of my future life is concerned, I do hope you will allow me those little privileges to which my sex are entitled.
You are a good girl, Julia, a very good girl. But I have promised you, and by the blood of the bullfinches, I cannot break it. So make up your mind to like the young gentleman, which I am sure you will, if he at all resembles my old friend.
I'll do my best to please you, sir.
That I am sure you will.
Knocking without.
Hulloa! Who's there? As I live, a young man and his servant. It must be he. By the blood of the bullfinches it is. How I long to embrace you.
Julia aside.
'Tis the captain and Tim, so I'll away and prepare for my part in the scheme.
Exit Julia right.
Now, Julia. What? Gone? Ha, ha, ha! The little rogue's off to put herself in apple-pie order. Ha, 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 ha! How the ladies do love to have everything comme il faut. Now then, for my future son-in-law.
Enter Tim Rafferty left, ridiculously dressed, followed by Captain Foxglove as his servant. Tim enters singing, St. Patrick was a gentleman.
I presume I have the pleasure of seeing Mr. McCarthy?
And it's right you are for once in your life, as the man said when St. Paul's clock struck 13. I presume you're old bullfinch.
At your service. Very happy to see you, sir. By the blood of the bullfinches, you are right welcome.
Tip as your fist, my tulip, and it's myself that's glad to see you, old gentleman, and may we live to know each other till we die, and ever so long afterwards.
Tim squeezes Mr. Bullfinch's hand until he dances about with pain.
My dear sir, really your shake is so very cordial. By the blood of the bullfinches, my hand is almost off. But allow me to ask, how is your worthy father?
By my soul, he's in mighty good health, in as fine a state of preservation as any old gentleman can expect to be.
Aside.
He's been dead these 20 years.
You bring me letters from him, I suppose?
Tim aside.
I'd be troubled to do that. And is it letters, sir? By the powers, when I set out you wouldn't have known me from Dennis O'Doherty the postman, but you see, sir, I had an idea.
A good one, I've no doubt.
And it's right you are, then, for when I looked at the bundle of letters, what's the use, says I to myself, of carrying you across the sea? Divil a word, said they. So I took the liberty of opening the dirty blackguard, so it's by word of mouth you'll be getting all the news of my respectable old father. And by the powers of Moll Kelly, my idea beats the penny postage, both in cheapness and convenience.
Mr. Bullfinch aside.
Rather an off-hand way, I must say. Well, letters or no letters, you are welcome.
And ain't I after knowing I am? So I'll be making myself as much at home as Paddy that took all his meals and slept in the drawing-room. Here, John, you rascal.
Captain Foxglove comes down left.
Be after getting my room ready. Learn the way of the house, take pattern by me, make yourself easy and comfortable. Kiss the cook and bosom yourself of the housemaid, and show them how we do it in old Ireland, you devil.
Yes, sir.
Aside.
A pretty berth I've got into.
Mr. Bullfinch aside.
A quiet, unassuming young man? What different eyes fathers see with!
Now, all gentlemen, where's this lovely intended of mine? Och, I'm in a bilin' state, as a man said as he fell into the copper. I'm in a favour of love.
I'll fetch her immediately.
Aside.
Oh, dear, I'm afraid this boisterous fellow won't suit her at all.
Mr. Bullfinch exit right.
Capital, Tim, capital. Do but continue, and I have no doubt he will soon have had enough of his Irish engagement.
Never fear, Captain, never fear. Leave me alone for sarving him out. I'll be giving him a touch of the schoolmaster of Ballywapham who flogged his scholars before breakfast to give them an appetite for dinner.
Do your best. If you succeed, you know your reward.
£20 and Norva for life. If woman and money won't make a man do his best, by my faith, I should say he's good for nothing at all at all.
I don't think you'll find us out.
Silence, Sir Garrett. Here they are.
Enter Mr. Bullfinch and Julia.
Allow me, sir, to introduce my daughter to you. Julia, Mr. McCarthy. Mr. McCarthy, Miss Bullfinch.
Now, it's myself that's mighty proud and happy to see you, my darling. By the powers, you're a rose with the colour of a tulip.
Really, Mr. McCarthy?
I know what you'd be after seeing, my darling, but I'll be stopping it. And there's only one way of stopping a woman's mouth, so by your leave I'll be a-stealing a kiss.
Goes to kiss her, Foxglove aside.
Be quiet. How dare you, sir?
John, be easy. What's come over you? Won't I salute my wife, that is to be, for the honour of our island?
Foxglove aside.
At your peril, sir.
Pulls him back. Tim aside.
I must do it, it's natural. My darling, it's a beauty you are, and no mistake. By this and by that, my heart's like a red-hot pratie, with a skin on, and it's yourself I'd live with till I die, and then never leave you.
Kisses her. Mr. Bullfinch aside.
This is the quiet, modest young man? By the blood of the Bullfinches, he's a perfect devil.
Foxglove aside.
Confound the fellow. He shall answer for this liberty.
By my soul, it's as reviving as the whole gentleman's elixir that made everybody young again. Therefore, as the doctors say, the dose to be repeated immediately.
Kisses her. Foxglove aside.
I'll stand this no longer. I'll have no more of this, sir.
What do you mean, you dirty spalpeen? Do you forget who I am? Leave the room, sir.
What do you mean, sir?
And is it the meaning you wish to know? Is it myself or you that is the master? Get out with you. Leave the room. Be off.
Tim pushes Captain Foxglove out of the room left. Julia runs out right.
The impertinent rascal.
He certainly presumes.
Presumes, do you call it? By my faith, I call it impudence. The impudence of servants is wonderful. They bait their masters holler at that. What, my little Julie's off too, by my faith. If all the bullfinches are like her, it's elegant birds they are.
Mr. Bullfinch aside.
I fear she won't say as much for you. I'm glad you like her, sir. She is indeed a charming creature.
A perfect angel in petticoats. And her fortune, how much do you mean to tip up with her?
Mr. Bullfinch aside.
Rather an indelicate question. On her marriage I should give her £10,000.
10,000? And is it only a dirty 10,000 you'll be giving? Sell myself for £10,000? Why, we'd be worse off than Paddy O'Flanagan, who kept a wife and 10 children on 6 praties a day. Would you be starving as you old vagabond?
Starve? Vagabond? By the blood of the Bullfinches, what do you mean?
What I say, and now I'll be after telling you how a man to live, and then say if a paltry 10,000 will be doing it.
Let me hear what you intend to do. By the blood of the Bullfinches, I was never so treated.
Listen, then. First I'll be after taking the largest house in town. Servants shall be as plentiful as mushrooms. I'll have valets and footmen, coachmen, grooms, butlers, ladies' maids, chambermaids, dairymaids, housemaids, cooks, and in all very short time it's a nursery maid I'll be wanting likewise. Then I'll have coaches, cabs, foreign hands, and an elegant jaunting car. Whisk, dash along, I shall keep up with everything, but nothing shall keep up with me. There goes a decent boy, says one. A dear little devil, says the ladies. Ah, my darling, you may says that, says I. He's a beauty, says another. Hurrah for the wild Irishman, whoop Tipperary forever. Whoop, you devil, my blood's up.
Jumps on table and upsets cups, etc.
But, my dear sir.
Easy, sir, easy. Then, my pretties, look, what intelligent parties I'll be giving. Wine and whiskey, punch galore, the largest bowl in all Ireland, nothing to it. Then lords and ladies, knights and baronites, lovely women, enchanting music, dancing. Och, won't I give them a beautiful jig? I'll astonish the weak minds of the dirty world. And how can I be doing this on a paltry 10,000? By my faith, you must multiply that sum by 10.
I'll do no such thing. By the blood of the bullfinches, I'll give not 1 penny more.
Say that again.
I repeat it.
You do.
I do. By the blood of the bullfinches.
Then, by the blood of the McCarthys, I'll make the bullfinches pipe to a beautiful tune. Whoa, my blood's up a dirty 10,000, you spalpeen. Come on, I'll pepper you, I'll fight you for the honour of all Ireland. Come on, my old cock chaffinch.
Beats Mr. Bullfinch, who retreats around the stage, followed by Tim, who keeps striking him.
Help! Murder! Help!
Enter Julia right and Captain Foxglove left.
Dear father, what is the matter?
That badman was about to murder me.
Murder, what's that he says? I murder him. I'd have as pretty a fight with him as ever was seen at Donnybrook, and all for the sake of friendship, if he hadn't come in to spoil sport.
By the blood of the bullfinches, I don't require striking proofs of your friendship. Oh, that ever I should have such a son-in-law.
And that is the man on whom I am to bestow my heart? How is it possible?
I have been an old fool, I know. I feel I have. But what's to be done? Let us give him a farther trial. I must, however, retire and compose myself. By the blood of the bullfinches, I have not been so ruffled for years. I leave you, sir, for the present.
And joy go with you, my daisy.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Quiet, gentle, unassuming.
Exeunt Mr. Bullfinch and Julia through centre. Tim right.
Hurroo, hurroo, there's a dose for the old gentleman. I feel my 20 sovereigns kicking each other already in my pocket.
But you carry it a little too far, sir. What occasion was there for you to take the liberty of kissing the lady?
Mustn't I be doing the thing natural, sir? Could I be a lover, and not salute my wife? Such a thing was never heard of in all Ireland. Now, I'll tell you what it is, sir. Just be after giving her of a dozen or so, and then it's quits. We'll be crying no say no more about it.
Crosses left.
All goes all right, and before night it's 500 more he'll be glad to give to get rid of me.
Be more discreet for the future. My dear Julia.
Enter Julia through centre.
My father has retired to his room to obtain a short repose, but I was alarmed by a knocking at the gate.
Enter Nora in great haste, left.
Och, ma'am, och, sir, my heart's as big as a whale and my head's as full of blubber. It's all over.
Is it over, you mean? I wish it was, and the 20 pounds in my pocket, and you in my arms. What's over, my darling?
Och, Tim, he's come. He's come.
Who?
The real Mr. McCarthy. Bad says to him, he's this moment arrived.
Och, botheration. Bad luck to him, the dirty-faced vagabond, and how will I be getting out of the bog now?
We are lost. Was ever anything so unfortunate?
Is there no hope? No way of getting rid of him?
I have it, leave it to me, and it's the battle I'll win yet. Follow me, and I'll just be explaining it to you. And Nora, do you first turn the key on the old gentleman, and then be showing the young one up here. Away with you, my darling.
Exit Nora through centre.
Will I be giving up 20 pounds so easy? No, I'll first be giving him a touch of Irish cunning, so follow me.
Tim, exeunt through centre. Enter Nora, shooing in Mr. McCarthy left.
Be kind enough to wait here, sir, while I announce your arrival to the family.
Nora exit through center right.
Well, here I am at last, in the house of my father's old friend, in the character of a suitor to his daughter, who I have never seen. But if she is ever so beautiful, I can never love her. My heart is already given to another. So I must manage to break off the match as easily as possible, so as not to exasperate either of the old gentlemen, or be the death of the lady, who, luckily, can't care a straw about a person she's never set eyes on. Who have we here?
Enter Tim through center right. Tim aside.
Now I must play the gentleman.
Aloud.
Servant, sir. I presume you are Mr. McCarthy.
Aside.
That's just what's said to me.
At your service, sir. May I ask who I have the pleasure of addressing?
My mother was called Fitzpatrick, and she's always said I was her son. Very much at your service. We've been expecting you a devil of a time.
My father, I believe, announced my intention of coming some time ago. May I inquire for Mr. Bullfinch?
Poor old gentleman.
I trust there is nothing the matter with him? No sudden illness?
Poor old fellow, but he's pitied he's to be all the world over, but it's in the family.
In the family? My dear sir, pray explain.
Then you haven't heard?
About what?
The poor gentleman, poor fellow.
Not a word since his last letter to my father.
Then it slipped his memory to write and tell you, I suppose. It's my painful duty to inform you he's wrong here.
Taps his forehead.
What do you mean? Is he ill?
In the mind, but not in the body. In fact, sir, it's apartments he's got to let in the upper story.
I really don't understand you, sir. In plain language, what is his complaint?
Then in plain language, sir, it's mad he is.
Mad?
As Dennis O'Flaherty, who hung himself behind the street door instead of his great coat. His head's as light as a potato peel, and it's myself that's his keeper.
Good heaven! What a misfortune! When did this happen?
I couldn't take upon myself to say, seeing as I don't be after knowing.
Is he raving?
Raving it is. He's as quiet and as easy as a suckling pig at its mother's bosom. But you see, sir, it's strange fancies he's after taking into his head. What do you think he's got in his head now?
I really can have no idea.
Why, it's myself he takes for yourself, and McCarthy, he always calls me. Now that's strange.
Very.
You may say that, but when he sees you, he'll declare you're not yourself.
Then what am I to do?
Just be after letting him have his own way, and it's all right. But contradict him and whoop, he's off like a skyrocket. There's a system in his madness, take my word for it.
I'll take great care. Have you any idea of the cause of it? What brought it on?
Is it the cause you'd know? Then between ourselves this is confidential and private, so mind, don't tell anybody. You don't want to know it.
Of course. You may trust me.
Then by my soul, sir, between you and myself it's in the family.
You don't say so. His daughter?
Och, the creature. I wouldn't be giving a brass farthing for all the brains she's got, and it's worse than the old gentleman she'll be before long, and it's myself knows nothing about it.
What a misfortune. What an escape I've had. How is she affected?
Her husband's like the man who went up in the balloon to fish for stars. Rather too high-minded. Sometimes off she goes, whisk-pop, och! Botheration, you never saw such a she-devil.
The sooner I'm out of this, the better. Madness in the family. I wouldn't have her with 50,000.
By the piper of war, here she is. Now, sir, it's yourself we'll see with your own eyes.
Mr. McCarthy, aside.
This will be a good excuse for my declining the match. Now for my bride that was to be.
Enter Julia, fantastically dressed, through centre right.
Permit me to introduce you to Mr. McCarthy, from the sweet little town of Doomvara.
Aside.
Give it him, miss. It's yourself must fight your own battles now, while I go and stir up the old gentleman. Whoop! Won't I make him raw?
Tim exit through centre left. Julia right.
Mr. McCarthy, how delighted I am to see you. I have read of you, thought of you, dreamt of you, and now to gaze upon you. Oh, 'tis heavenly.
Mr. McCarthy, aside.
This is rather an awkward situation. My dear madam, I'm delighted to see you.
They sit.
I am in a galaxy of delight. When quite an infant I toddled from my mother's arms, I heard thy name, blended with my future fate. Our names were woven with a wreath of roses. I treasured up all in my heart. There thine image has lain slumbering. In murmuring brooks I've pictured thee, on starlight nights were wafted unto thee, and now like a bright luminary you burst upon my sight, and dazzle me with thy lustre.
Mr. McCarthy, aside.
Mad, without a doubt. My dear madam, I regret to hear about your father.
My father? He's a saint in heaven. Angels watch around his pillow. He was my guardian angel until you came to take me from him.
Mr. McCarthy, aside.
Heaven forbid. I would not for the world deprive him of so great a treasure.
But now you're come to take me to your bosom. Therefore, with wild delight, I throw myself into your arms, mad with supreme bliss.
Embraces him.
But, my dear madam, upon my word, I really, this is...
Hush, hush. Now we're in the garden of paradise, where universal happiness reigns. No misery is there, for all is love and pleasure. I feel the balmy incense of love stealing through the air, and you, like an angel, are watching me. You'll never part from me?
Mr. McCarthy, aside.
I only wish I could. No, never, never.
Always love me, tender me with a jealous care?
Yes, always, always.
Aside.
Anything to get rid of her.
Never smile on others more fair and lovely?
Never, I assure you.
Swear to be true to me forever.
Really, my dear madam.
Swear, or the demon of jealousy will take possession of me, and I shall tear you into little stars. Swear.
Mr. McCarthy, aside.
She's raving. I swear, I swear.
Then here I'll rest forever.
Lays her head on his shoulder. Mr. McCarthy, aside.
On my life, this is pleasant. How shall I get rid of her? An interesting situation. Will you lead me to your father?
Here I will slumber. Oh, what's that I see? 'Tis a demon, a vampire. He comes to devour me. See, 'tis there, there.
Clings to him.
Save me, save me. Let us away, love. Let us away into the realms of bliss. Oh, he comes again. Away, away, away.
Julia rushes out through centre right.
Thank heaven she's gone at last. I breathe freely again. Poor creature, she's raving. The sooner I get out of this, the better. This will free me, and I can now wed my own Kathleen without further opposition from my father.
Enter Tim, laughing through centre left. Tim aside.
Ha ha ha! Fuck botheration, I'll die for laughing. Haven't I riz the blood of the bullfinch? Ha ha! Peppered his head like the flower box. There'll not be a shindy at all. Get out of the way, sir, for here comes the old gentleman in one of his fits, as wild as O'Brien's coy that went mad because she couldn't eat her own tail.
Then I'll be off. I've had quite enough of one of the family.
And is it yourself that would be running away? Here, just pop into this snuggery, and there you'll be seeing what an old divil it is.
Thank you, thank you. It will be as well to see him, or my father will not be satisfied.
Exit into cupboard right. Tim aside.
Now then for the finisher. If this don't put everything as it ought to be, why I'll be hanged for murder, as the man said when he cut his own throat. Here he is now, sir, keep quiet.
Mr. Bullfinch without.
You rascal, you villain.
You hear him, sir? Keep quiet, or he'll be murdering you.
Enter Mr. Bullfinch left, his wig on the wrong way, covered with flour, his clothes in disorder.
How dare you use me so? By the blood of the bullfinches, you shall pay for this. I'll not put up with it. I'll not endure it.
Easy then, easy with the hay, honey. Or you'll be putting yourself in as great a perspiration as a ball of snow in the dog days.
What is the meaning of this treatment? Look at me, sir. Here's a figure.
You may say that, and it's yourself that would look mighty well in an exhibition.
Aside to Mr. McCarthy.
Just take a peep at him, sir.
Mr. McCarthy peeps out. Aside.
Good heavens, poor creature.
By the blood of the bullfinches, you drive me mad. But I'll not endure it. So let me tell you, Mr. McCarthy.
Tim aside to Mr. McCarthy.
You hear what he calls me?
Although I have a great respect for your father, I'll not put up with such treatment from his son. So get out of my house.
Now be easy with you.
I say again, get out of my house. By the blood of the bullfinches, I'll no longer bear your presence. So be off directly.
Then it's yourself that will be off directly. Be quiet with you while I speak to you.
Aside to Mr. Bullfinch.
Be off the listening to me. They say you're mad.
Mad? By the blood of the bullfinches.
Stark, staring, raving mad, and they've sent for a keeper to keep you quiet.
A keeper for me? Oh, nonsense. You're insane.
Is it persuading you I am? Why, you know you're mad as the Dublin hatter who wore the napless hat and swore he never felt sleepy.
I wonder I'm not. By the blood of the bullfinches.
I can see it in the twinkling of your eye. Och, it's mad you are, and no mistake.
I'll not endure this any longer. Here, John.
Be quiet with you. You'll not believe you're mad.
No, I'm damned if I do.
Then it's a secret I'll be telling you. The keeper, he's here to take you. The big blackguard's in that cupboard.
Aside.
Now for a row.
In the cupboard? I'll soon have the scoundrel out. Come out, you villain, come out.
Pulls Mr. McCarthy.
You'll tell people they're mad, will you? Look at me, sir. Tell me, to my face. Am I mad, sir? Am I mad?
Really, sir,
Answer me, sir. Am I mad?
Aside to Mr. McCarthy.
Remember what I told you.
Mr. McCarthy aside.
Not to contradict him. Then, sir, if you wish, I should say most decidedly mad.
I am mad? Oh, you villain! This is the way innocent people are destroyed. It's worse than burking. I am mad. By the blood of the bullfinches, I think I am.
Easy, sir, easy. Don't be after flustering yourself. Take it coolly as the boy did when he fell through the ice.
I'm too easy. Get out of my house, both of you, or I'll kick you out.
Sir, my name's McCarthy.
Mr. McCarthy crosses to centre.
McCarthy?
Son of your old friend and schoolfellow. McCarthy of Tipperary?
Poop! Who's the madman, I should like to know?
I came hither, sir, to see and marry your daughter. But I trust you will not be offended if I say I must decline that honour after what I've seen.
Decline that honour? Ha, ha, ha! I like that. You decline. I wish you'd be off.
All's going on as smooth as the sea in a cannon.
Aside to Mr. McCarthy.
Conclude the interview as soon as possible, for it's a mighty big fit I see coming on.
Here, sir, is an agreement I have drawn up, by which I voluntarily resign the lady, and thus release you from the forfeiture.
I'll be after squinting at it.
Takes it.
Wish a long life to you, the very thing. £20 an hour for life.
Exit Tim, centre right.
Here, sir, is a letter from my father, and I now, sir, take my leave.
Crosses to left.
Trusting that before long yourself and your daughter will be perfectly restored.
Stop! Stop! What's all this? My old friend's writing. My dear son, the bearer of this. Signed, Dennis McCarthy. Here's some mistake. You can't be Mr. McCarthy.
No other has a right to that title, I can assure you.
By the blood of the bullfinches! Then who was the person who just left us? He's Mr. McCarthy.
I know him only as your keeper, by name Fitzpatrick.
My keeper?
Yes, sir. He informed me that both yourself and your daughter were mad.
Mad? I only wonder I'm not. Damn me, I think I am. I'm bewildered. First one McCarthy, now another. What is he? Who is he? Where is he?
Enter Captain Foxlove, Julia, and Tim.
Here, my jewel. Tim Rafferty at your honour's service.
By the blood of the bullfinches, will nobody explain?
Permit me, sir. You had promised your daughter, whom I loved, to another, under a forfeit of £10,000, to obtain your release, from which we assumed the various disguises you have seen, and I now hold it in my hand.
And I hold mine in mine, as good a looking £20 note as ever I clapped eyes on.
By the blood of the bullfinches, do I hear right?
Yes, my dear father.
Crosses to Mr. Bullfinch.
I could not give my hand without my heart. We have saved you a large sum of money, and from the misery of knowing you had rendered an only daughter wretched.
Then who the devil are you, sir?
Captain Foxlove, of the Dragoons, and this is my servant. I trust, sir, you will forgive everything, and make your daughter happy.
If you don't, I'll be powdering your wig again, and this time I'll be doing it with a shillelagh.
This is all very fine, but what says Mr. McCarthy?
That I am happy to find you really a reasonable being. My hand and heart are promised to another. So allow me, one of the parties deceived, to add my entreaties for their forgiveness.
Arrah, my Joel, says the word, and it's myself that will serve you for 100 years, and then bury you comfortably. So just be after making us all happy and yourself into the bargain.
Well, I suppose I must. There, take her, Captain Foxlove. The deceitful little hussy has played her part so well, there's no refusing her.
Here, Nora, Nora.
Enter Nora, through centre right.
Now, your honour, it's flattering myself I've played my part so well, that you'll bestow on me your servant Nora here, for it's ourselves that are anxious to follow the captain's example and increase the family.
You're welcome to her, and by the blood of the bullfinches, I'll give away the bride.
Your honour's a trump to the backbone, and therefore I promise you that it yourself shall stand godfather to the first boy or girl, and now we are all pleased. Hurroo, I'm like the horse that ran so fast, you couldn't see him. How do I know my friends here are pleased? Allow me just to ask. Ladies and gentlemen, are you pleased? If you are, just be putting your hands to our Irish engagement.
The End. End of An Irish Engagement by Walter Watts.
Damon, or True Friendship by G.E. Lessing. Translated from the German by Ernest Bell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dramatis Personae
The Widow, read by Jennifer Pratt.
Leander, a Suitor, read by Adrian Stevens.
Damon, a Suitor, read by Jim Locke.
Orant, cousin to Damon, read by Alan Mapstone.
Lisette,
Maid to the Widow,
read by Michelle Eaton.
Stage directions, read by Kelly Taylor. Damon, or True Friendship, a comedy in one act. Scene 1. The Widow, Lisette.
Well, it is true, our house has altered a great deal in a short time. Only a week ago it was a lively rendezvous for innumerable young gentlemen and love-sick fools. Every day some of them have dropped off. One day these stayed away, the next day those, and others the day after. God be thanked. 2 are still left. If they too should find their way off, our house will be deserted. Madame, Madame.
Well, what is the matter?
Then I too should certainly remain no longer with you, however well off I may be. Society is the half of life.
You would have been better fitted for an inn than for my service, then?
True. In an inn it is lively at any rate. If there was not so much work there, who knows what I might not have done? If one is unfortunate enough to be a servant at all, I think it is most sensible to have a place where one can have the greatest pleasure with one's work. But joking apart, what are Herr Damon and Herr Leander to you at present?
What are they?
This question seems strange to you. I know well enough what they were to you before. They were your suitors.
And so they are still.
So they are still. Really? Damon is then Leander's rival, and Leander Damon's. And yet Leander and Damon are the best of friends. That is a new fashion. Against that I protest with might and main. What? Rivals who do not quarrel with each other, and slander, abuse, deceive, challenge, and fight each other, nice creatures they would be. No, the old way is right. Between rivals there must be enmity, or they are no rivals.
It is true. I myself have been rather astonished at their behaviour. No one behaved more affectionately towards me than they did before either of them knew that they had one and the same aim. No one was more tender, no one endeavoured more to gain my favour than they. No sooner did they perceive that one was the rival of the other than both relaxed in their zeal to please me. Each spoke in favour of the other, Damon of Leander and Leander of Damon. Both were silent about their own affairs.
And in spite of this, you still consider both of them your suitors?
Yes, I am thoroughly convinced that both love me. Both love me sincerely. Damon only appears to me too vacillating, and Leander a little too impetuous.
I should almost like to ask you something.
Very well, let me hear it.
But will you answer me candidly?
Shall I answer you candidly? I do not see what should make me give you a false answer. If your question does not please me, I should prefer not to answer you at all.
You believe that you are loved by both, and perhaps rightly, but which of them, then, do you love?
Which?
Yes.
Which? The question is curious. I love them both.
Well, that is good. Will you marry them both too?
You confuse matters. We were speaking, at present, of loving, not of marrying. All suitors that I have had have been either vain, love-sick poltroons or low-minded, egoistic creatures. What have I not had to endure from both sorts? Only Damon and Leander differed from them from the very beginning. I perceived this difference with the greatest pleasure. And I also think that I have given them to understand plainly enough how well I knew how to make a distinction with them. I have given their discharge to all who were not wise enough to take it themselves. I have only kept those two here, and I still see them with pleasure in my house.
But what is to come of it?
I will wait and see. If I cannot become the best beloved of both, I can become the friend of both, I suppose. Yes, truly, friendship appears to be now much more charming than love. I must ascribe this to the example of my tender lovers.
What? Friendship? Friendship more charming than love? Dry friendship? Don't talk so philosophically, pray. I assure you I believe only as much of it as I like. Your heart thinks quite differently, and it would not do it much honour either if it did agree with the lips. Just let me try whether I understand its mute language. I hear it. Yes, yes, it speaks. What? Are these sincere lovers? What new kind of love is this, which the sight of a friend can stifle? Neither of them will run the risk of losing his friend for my sake. Oh, the undeserving creatures! I will hate them, yes, I will. But shall I then be able to do so? Shall I?
Silence, silence, Lisette. You understand its mute language very badly.
Oh, pardon me. This interruption proves to me that I understand it very well. Well, how can it be otherwise? I should be very vexed if friendship played me such a trick. Just consider what else but friendship is to blame. That you are now without a suitor at all, when you might have two of them. Ah, it would be a shame if love were not stronger than friendship.
Alas!
Ha, that I understand too. Just listen if I can't explain it cleverly. It says this, does it not? Lisette, do not force me further to confess to you what you already know. Would to heaven that love were stronger than friendship only in one of them. If you can do anything towards making my lovers more sensitive and less conscientious.
What wanderings are these?
Oh, I beg your pardon. They are your own wanderings.
Suppose now I confess to you that I would prefer to see them both reveal their love to me more openly. Both strive tenderly to conquer my heart. The one try to take the precedence of the other, to see even the favours which I should bestow upon one in greater degree estrange them a little, to be able even to have the pleasure of reuniting them in order to separate them anew. Suppose, I say, I confess this to you. What then?
Well, certainly, it would be rather more than you were willing to confess a little while ago.
But really, I do not know at all what reason I have to give account of my heart to you.
I agree with you. You have none. You do it from mere kindness. But your kindness shall not have been in vain, I assure you. I will do my utmost to make all happen as you wish. But just tell me first, for which one do you think you would like best to declare yourself? For Damon or Leander? You hesitate. Listen, a good idea occurs to me. You know that a year ago each embarked almost the whole of his fortune on a particular ship which traffics with the East Indies. They are in daily expectation of the return of their ships. How would it be if we too waited, and then declared ourselves for the one who has been most fortunate in this transaction?
I am willing, only—
Here comes Herr Damon. Just leave me alone with him. I will sift him.
Scene 2. Lisette, Damon.
Your servant, Herr Damon. You seem to be looking for somebody. Who is it?
Leander was to meet me here. Have not you seen him?
No. But must you go away again immediately on this account? Stay a moment. Does the time already seem long to you, because he cannot come immediately and prattle to you his sweet dreams of friendship? If you have only come to hear pleasing fibs and enrapturing thoughts from your friend, stay here. I will give you them as well as he. Truly, since you and Herr Leander have met here, the very walls resound with the praise of friendship. I must surely have retained a little of it.
These railleries are at my friend's expense. They must necessarily be offensive to me. Be silent, if you please.
The deuce might be silent under such circumstances. Just consider for yourself. You are in the house of a young, amiable widow. You love her. You seek a return of your love. But, dear me, in what a peculiar way. A friend intimidates you in your courtship. You will not offend him. Your love is much too weak to endure his groundless reproaches. You prefer to neglect your lover rather than your friend. Very well, that might pass, if only the other one was not just as whimsical a fellow.
Our conduct cannot in any way appear strange to your mistress. She is aware of the affection of both of us. We both declared ourselves to her before we knew we had declared the same thing. We endeavoured to be sincere friends. Would it not therefore be unjust if, with impatient solicitation, I wished to rob Leander, or Leander to rob me of a heart, which may perhaps in time surrender itself to one of us from affection?
From affection? As if a woman had not equal affection for every well-favoured man. For instance, what would I care whether I got you or Herr Leander? Do not take it amiss that for once I indulge my pride in such sweet dreams. You and Herr Leander are of healthy constitution, robust and cheerful. One cannot go wrong in the choice between two equally good things. Take the first that comes.
You judge your mistress by yourself, and certainly you do not do her much honour by it. I know her too well. She has nobler ideas of love.
Do not take it ill of me. Love is love. A queen does not love better than a beggar, or a philosopher more nobly than a stupid peasant, and I and my mistress certainly would not differ a hair's breadth in the important part of love.
Good morning. I have neither inclination nor time at present to refute your groundless talk. Should Herr Leander come, beg him, please, to wait a moment. I have first a little business to transact. I shall be back directly.
Bother it. Just wait another moment. You call my talk groundless. Well then, just listen and I'll tell you something. Perhaps it will seem a little better grounded to you then.
Well, I shall have to hear something extraordinary then.
Do you know what my mistress has decided to do? She is going to wait until the 2 ships have come back in which you have placed your fortunes, and she will marry the one straight off who has been most successful in the business. Do you believe now that it will be all the same to my mistress whether she gets you or Herr Leander, eh?
What? Your mistress has decided to do that? Go and tell your tale to someone else.
Well, why does that seem so improbable to you? Is it so wicked that one rather marries a rich man than a poor one? You foolish men would sooner count your buttons, I suppose, when you cannot make up your mind, and yet I should think she has acted 10 times more wisely in leaving it to fate to turn the scale and settle her feelings for her.
Heavens, how unhappy I am, if you speak the truth. Could I ever have imagined that riches had such charms for her? Do they alone make us precious? Does she not find anything in Leander or myself which could counterbalance this dazzling trifle? I could almost repent of loving a person who so basely—
Come, gently, gently. Not so much abuse. Did you expect something better? The money itself is not exactly what she desires in you. The feelings of my mistress towards you and Herr Leander are equally balanced at present, and the money is only to be a little addition which will give the advantage to one scale or the other. Oh, grasping we are not. Do not say that of us, mind. Although, after all, it would be no shame for us if we were so. Why, you show her plainly enough, by not having spoken to her again for a long time of your love, that it would be all the same to you if she declared herself for you or for your friend, and Leander has done the same. So how could she act more judiciously?
Alas, that I am so enamoured of her, and that I am so conscientious in friendship.
Would you have been better pleased if my mistress had let you cast lots for her, the one with the most or the fewest points to have had her for his wife? This is a very praiseworthy custom among soldiers, when, of the 2 culprits who are to be hanged, his life is to be granted to one, and each of them deserves it as little as the other. Yes, she ought to have followed this fashion here too, I suppose, oughtn't she?
Your railleries are very much out of place. My heart is, but I will go. Lisette, how uneasy you have made me. Good heavens!
Scene 3. Lisette.
Well, he has a flea in his ear now, but what does it profit me? I can understand him as little now as before. If only I could have got him at least so far as to come out with his love declarations again. But really words are thrown away on him. He was on needles and pins. Hush, here comes Leander. Let me see what can be done with him.
Scene 4. Lisette, Leander.
A little sooner and you would have met him.
Really? Has Damon been here already?
Yes, and he will be back again immediately. You are to wait a little. But how cross you look today for once, Herr Leander. That face does not become a suitor at all. For shame, be lively now and nice and merry.
He who has as much cause for vexation as I?
Bah, don't tell me that. You have a great deal on your heart to trouble you, I dare say. I can almost guess too what it is. Ah, love torments you. Are you tired at last of ranking friendship above it? That would only be what is right. Courage, never mind a friend. Make my mistress another offer. I give you my word you will get her. But if you go on dallying any longer, I will not answer for anything. My mistress cannot choose. She has resigned all to blind chance. Unless one of you comes soon to take her, she means to give her heart, hand, and fortune to the one who is most fortunate in the business with the East Indies. What is the matter with you? What is the matter?
Lisette, for heaven's sake, to the one who is most successful? Now my misery is complete.
Complete? What does that mean? Explain yourself.
Well, I will confide in you. Know then that only last night I received news that my ship was wrecked in a storm. Cruel fate! Was it then not enough to rob me of my fortune? Must you also tear away from me the object of my so tender love?
The other abused my mistress, and he abuses fate, and both after all are innocent. Herr Leander, your misfortune touches me. I can well believe that it must cause one enough vexation to lose one's fortune. I have not yet gone through this painful experience, for heaven be thanked, I have not got a fortune. But if the vexation at losing riches is as great as the desire of gaining them, then it must be insupportable. I confess it, but to come to the other point, the object of your tender love, I presume you mean my mistress, don't you? Listen now. This loss you have brought on yourself, but if you will obey me, Herr Leander, she may not be quite lost yet, however it may seem to be.
Speak openly, pray. I will obey you in everything which can be of use to me.
But I doubt if you will do it.
Do not doubt, I beg you.
I know your obstinacy only too well. You are too much taken up with your lofty notions of friendship. Damon, your dearest friend in the world, the most precious gift of heaven, without which all things, all honour, all pleasure, seem but despicable to you, but vain and tasteless. Damon, your second self, whose happiness is your happiness, whose misfortune is your misfortune. Damon, the noble Damon, the...
Yes, quite so, Lisette. You will never be able to praise him sufficiently. He is the only one who will help me to bear my misfortune.
I have always had the best opinion of him, and the tenderest feelings towards him. I doubt not he will now show how worthy he is of my friendship. Had he lost his fortune, mine would have been his. I should refuse for his sake the hand of the most lovable being, Damon, yes, Damon, had he my heart. But I know the true tenderness of friendship he never has been quite able to feel properly.
Yes, Herr Leander, if you wish to be happy, you must forget this Damon for a time. Do not start at this proposition.
How do you mean that?
Well, I see that you demand my explanation with a tolerably composed face. Do not be afraid. I recommend no treason against your friend. Neither will he nor you yourself have cause to reproach you for anything. To be brief, go to my mistress, make her a straightforward offer, assure her that Damon does not love her any more. If necessary, add a few fibs, which will make him more hateful to her. You will see all will go well.
But suppose, now, she persists in waiting to see who will be the most successful in this affair. Nothing will help me then.
Lisette, aside.
Is that the steadfast friend? Can he be talked over so easily?
Aloud.
She will hardly insist upon that, Herr Leander. But suppose, even she did, it won't do any harm to us. And I'll tell you something. I know that you and Herr Damon have several times been inclined to exchange your capitals. They are of equal value. I should think you might try to persuade Herr Damon to do it still. He does not know yet, I suppose, that your ship is said to have foundered.
No.
Well, that will do very well. Try to get his capital and resign yours to him with all the profits. You can easily do that, and you will easily be able to hit upon a plausible pretext. Suppose you said to him, "Dearest Damon, friendship has united us sufficiently closely. How would it be, however, if we employed our worldly possessions also to unite ourselves even more firmly? Let us therefore make an exchange of the said capitals which we have put in the East Indian affair. Should yours have yielded more interest than mine, I should have to thank you for a part of my fortune. If mine should have increased more, I shall have the pleasure of seeing in your hands that which good luck had in reality destined for me. And shall we not by this means be all the more bound to assist one another with our fortunes in any case of necessity which may occur?"
Your advice is good, and also the pretext seems plausible enough, but I fear that my friend might entertain a suspicion of me. On this account I should not like to make this proposal myself. Could you not perhaps suggest this idea to your mistress? If she appeared to like it, then—
I understand you. Rely upon me, and make haste to go to my mistress.
Directly I have spoken with my friend. God is my witness that my intentions throughout are honest. I know for certain that my friend could not be sufficiently magnanimous to fulfil the duties towards me, which in the case of the loss of my fortune our friendship would impose upon him. I will free him, therefore, from the shame of being called an unfaithful friend by posterity, but, on my side, I will show him that my words agree entirely with my deeds. He shall have the half of my fortune.
Considering that the whole belongs to him by right, that is a sincere friend.
I will do everything to help him on again. Perhaps another time he may be successful. Perhaps—
Hush, hush! Herr Damon is coming back. I will go. He might think we had who knows what to talk about together. I will go to my mistress. Follow me soon.
Aside.
Well, that I am sure I should not have expected.
Scene 5. Leander, Damon.
So I must not say anything to him about my misfortune, which, however, is just what I asked him to come here for. What then shall I have to say to him? Never mind, something will turn up.
Oh, my dearest Leander, forgive me that I have kept you waiting.
I forgive you? How have you offended me? Do lay aside once for all, dearest friend, this misconception so detrimental to me that you are able to offend me. One friend is never angry with another. The common herd, to whom the sweet union of souls is unknown, and to their irreparable loss will eternally remain unknown, the common herd, the disgrace of the human race, may quarrel among themselves. Friendship arms a noble soul with an insurmountable moderation. What its friend does, what comes from its friend, is right and pleasing to it. Offences only become offences through the evil designs of him who offends, and the sensitiveness of him who is offended. Where, therefore, no one has evil designs, and no one is sensitive, there exists no offences. And does one friend then foster evil designs against another? Or will one friend then become sensitive about another? No. Therefore, dearest Damon, even if through you the greatest disgrace should befall me, if through you I should lose honour and repute, if through you I should lose property and money, if through you I should become sick, lame, blind, and deaf, if you should deprive me of father and mother, if you even took my life, do you believe, dearest Damon, that you would have offended me? No, however much you might be wrong, you would none the less be right to me. Even should the whole world condemn you, I should exculpate you, I should acquit you.
I should like, Leander, to be able to answer you with equal ardour. I will endeavour never to put your friendship to so severe a test.
Eh, dearest friend, why so cold? Do you doubt the sincerity of my words? Do you doubt that my friendship would stand this test? Would to heaven, yes, would to heaven that you would offend me, the sooner the better, in a manner which to another would be unpardonable. How pleased, how delighted would I be to practise on you the sweet revenge of magnanimous forgiveness.
And I will wish, on the contrary, that I may never have need of this magnanimous forgiveness.
Yes, Damon, and I shall also expect the same from you in a similar case. Oh, I know you too well. Your heart is noble and generous. It does not permit me to doubt.
You credit me with too much, most valued Leander. I confess to you full of shame that I find myself too weak for that. The ideas seem true and noble to me, but their accomplishment impossible. I tremble already in anticipation at the thought that my friendship may perhaps some day have to bear such a severe test. Your virtue, however, is my security, and is a friend really constrained to use such an all too magnanimous moderation? I know it is the duty of a friend to forgive another, but it is also the duty of the other to give him as little occasion for it as possible.
My friend, in forgiving we must resemble heaven. Our trespasses, however great and frequent they are, do not weary it in this its worthy employment. Him whom one has once chosen for one's friend, one must retain. Neither his faults nor his offences must be able to banish him from our favour. He disgraces himself who lets it come to this. Or is it then no disgrace to have to confess with shame that one has been grossly mistaken in one's choice?
But, dearest Leander, tell me why you desire to speak to me. What is the important news which you have to disclose to me?
Do my words become tedious to you? I cannot believe it. You know how one likes to speak of things which are pleasant to one, and I know one also likes equally well to hear of them. But you do not seem to be quite in the mood for either to-day. What troubles you? Has any misfortune befallen you? Reveal it to me. Give me the pleasure of sharing your grief with you. You shall then hear what I have to tell you.
You are not mistaken. I am perplexed and grieved.
And at what? Oh, why do you hesitate to confide your secret to me? Do you distrust my discretion? Do you doubt that I shall help you, if it is in my power? Or do you doubt my sympathy? Whenever I can pour out my heart to you, half of my grief vanishes immediately. Only try it. Perhaps I am so fortunate that you may also find some relief in my confidence.
It concerns you and me.
And so much the more reason to speak it out. Or must you keep it secret? Oh, what one has told only to one's friend, one has told to no one. My friend and I are one. And if I had taken the most solemn oath never to breathe a word to any one of this or that, I might yet, without breaking my oath, relate it to my friend. What I confide to him, I confide to myself, and I do nothing more than repeat it once again to myself in thought.
No, no, I shall not be concealed from you. Can you imagine what Madame has resolved to do?
What?
Well, just guess on what she will make the choice between us two rest.
It was just this, my Damon, just this that I too had to tell you.
To speak candidly, I am astounded at this base resolution. No, Leander, rather than owe her hand to such a shameful cause, I will renounce her for ever.
And do you believe, then, that I should accept her? We have the most disinterested intentions with respect to her. We should love her even if she possessed nothing whatever. And she is so self-interested. Is despicable wealth the only thing which pleases her in us?
What if we tried to foil this resolution in every possible way? May I propose something to you? What do you think if we shared the gain and loss in this affair?
Leander, aside.
Hist! That is grist for my mill. The exchange would then be necessary.
Aloud?
Yes, you are right. Nothing could more easily bring her back to the right course. To choose between us for love's and merit's sake, I agree to it.
Oh, how happy you make me again by your approval. I feared all the time, I feared you might withhold it from me in this matter, and you would have had a right to do so.
How little you give me credit for. Indeed, what right could I possibly have not to be at one with you in this? Why, all things are common between friends. What is mine is yours, and I consider that I too have a little claim upon what is yours. Away with selfishness, even though by this fate should be so unfavourable to you that you should lose all. Not the half of my fortune, but the whole would be as good as yours at any time.
Friend, you make me quite ashamed.
What I say I should also do, and if I had done it, I should not, after all, have done anything more than what the duty of a friend demands.
But I do not understand what hidden feeling within me makes me doubt the very truth of her resolution. Could Lisette, after all?
I too have it from her. Yet we shall find that out. It is of no little importance to us both. Will you excuse me? I will go myself to our beloved and inquire.
But, Leander, how will that do? Will she not be hurt by this inquisitiveness?
Do not fear. I shall know how to introduce the subject in such a way that—
Very well. I rely on your skill. Come back soon and bring me word.
Leander, aside.
Well, that is a good pretext for getting away from him.
Scene 6. Damon.
Either I am quite unadapted for friendship, or Leander has very extravagant ideas about it. I should be unhappy if the former were true. Yes, friendship is certainly that which must primarily make life agreeable to us. So much I feel, but so much as my friend says he feels I do not feel. Suppose he offended me. He offended me in such manner as he wished me to offend him. Should I? No, I will not flatter myself. I should be much too weak to forgive him. Yes, I should take it in bad part if he should pardon me on such an occasion. I should even blame him, yet I do not think him even capable of it either. Let him be what he will, but perhaps I am mistaken. I judge him by myself. Does it follow then, because I am so weak, that another, but certainly such a perfect friendship is not for this world? I wonder whether Leander really thinks as he speaks. Stop, I will. Yes, suppose I told him that I had received news that my vessel was wrecked. Then I shall see. Whether his generosity, it would be rather a joke if I saw him perplexed. But no, that was a mean thought. To put one's friend to a test is to wish to lose one's friend. No, but suppose the widow held to her foolish resolution. Suppose Leander became happy through her. Shall I be able to remain his friend? I tremble. Yes, I feel my weakness. I should be angry with him. I should grow envious. Ah, I'm truly ashamed of myself.
Scene 7. Orant. Damon.
Well, there you are. D'you see? Cousin, I have had to look for you in 10 different houses. D'you see? I should have expected to find you anywhere sooner than at the young widow's.
What the deuce brings you here, cousin?
Well, can't you tell what I want? D'you see? Make yourself ready to hear some news which will half kill you, d'you see? And if you still have a little reason left, d'you see, will drive you mad.
You frighten me. What is it, then?
Did I not tell you, d'you see, that you would have bad luck with your capital? D'you see? See there, read that. Your ship is wrecked. There, just read that, d'you see. You will find all particulars, d'you see.
Really?
Well, didn't I tell you before, d'you see? But you young fellows never let yourself be told, d'you see. You want to know everything best. All right, d'you see, all right.
I should not have expected this misfortune.
Is that all one can say, d'you see, when one loses one's fortune? Oh, carelessness. Oh, iniquitous carelessness, d'you see? Up to 12,000 thalers, d'you see, 12,000 thalers. Well, cousin, say what you will do now, d'you see? You are forsaken by the whole world, and rightly, d'you see. Can you deny that I told you so beforehand? Can you deny it, d'you see? How many times have I given you the golden rule? What gets into water is as good as half lost, d'you see?
Ah, let the money go where it likes, if only...
Ah, never mind the money. Sensible talk that, d'you see? Damon, a man who can think like that is not worthy to be my cousin, d'you see? Ah, never mind the money. No, heaven be thanked, d'you see. I never was so foolish and God-forsaken in my youth. Do you think, d'you see, that the young widow will marry you now? D'you see? She would have to be a stupid. D'you see?
Yes, cousin, this is my fear, and this is also the only thing which makes my misfortune painful to me.
The fool, d'you see? As if it were not painful enough without it, d'you see? Yet, cousin, that you may see, d'you see, how well disposed I am towards you, d'you see? I will advise you under the circumstances. Announce your bankruptcy.
What such a mean...
What mean? D'you see? You call it mean, d'you see, to be a bankrupt? The deuce, d'you see, have I not been bankrupt 5 times? And have I been mean, d'you see? Haven't I got all my money from the bankruptcy, d'you see? My wife caused my first failure, d'you see? She was a proud, extravagant fool. May heaven bless her, d'you see? But may heaven also reward her, for no doubt she is there, d'you see, as she always liked to be where there were gay and grand doings, d'you see. May heaven reward her, I say, d'you see, that she has helped me to such a short road to wealth, d'you see. Do you think, cousin, I should have stopped with 5 failures if I had not been expressly forbidden, d'you see, to begin business again, d'you see?
No, cousin, I cannot flatter you at all. the wealth so basely acquired brings you little honour.
Honour, d'ye see, honour is the question. Many a one, d'ye see, must starve in spite of all his honour. Honour. What a fanciful fellow you are, d'ye see. I suppose it will be all the same with my heirs, d'ye see, whether I had my money with honour or without honour, d'ye see. They will be grateful to me even if I had stolen it. D'ye see?
No, cousin, if your heirs are sensible, they will employ their inheritance after your death to restore their fortunes to those who have been rendered unhappy by your failures.
What? D'ye see? My heirs are to do that? Well, if I thought that, certainly, d'ye see, certainly I would sooner have everything I possess put into my grave with me. Shall I have toiled and moiled for nothing? 5 times I have had to swear. Should I have sworn 5 times for nothing? D'ye see? Well, listen, cousin, as I see that you would act so contrary to right and duty, d'ye see, I will just omit you from my will, d'ye see. Then you may see after all what one does when one has nothing, d'ye see.
Heaven will then provide for me.
Who, d'ye see? Who will provide for you? Heaven? Yes, comfort yourself, yes, heaven will provide for you, as for the sparrows in winter. Heaven wants us, d'ye see, just to look after ourselves. For this reason it has given us wit and intelligence, d'ye see.
Yes, and wickedness and avarice also, to many a one, in case wit and intelligence should not be sufficient.
Cousin, is that meant for me, d'ye see? Don't you be so impertinent. I know what you are reckoning on now, d'ye see. You think now you will make a good match, but I will snatch the lamb from the wolf yet, d'ye see. Leander has now the right to it. His ship has arrived safely, although they had written him at first, d'ye see, that it had been lost. It is, however, nothing but a mistake, d'ye see. Yours is gone to the deuce, d'ye see.
What? They had written that to Leander, and he said nothing to me.
Must one stick everything under your nose, then, d'ye see? Well, you will find out what harm your misfortune will do you, in spite of your honour and heaven. I am going myself to the widow now. She shall hear everything. D'ye see? Goodbye. D'ye see?
Scene 8. Damon.
Vexatious news. I lose my fortune. That might pass. Who knows, had Leander been unlucky, whether I might have been sufficiently generous to help him? What a disgrace for me, if I had proved false to him. Heaven has wished to guard me against that. I am fortunate in all my misfortune, but I lose the amiable widow at the same time. She will give herself now to Leander without any scruple. To Leander. But then Leander is my friend. Love, that confounded love. Does not my friend deserve her just as much as I do? Why should I care much for a woman whose heart, if even I had got it, I should only have got for the sake of my money? And yet she is amiable. How I have to struggle with myself. But Leander, could it be true that he received this false news? And could he have withheld it from me? How could he have accepted the proposal which I made him? Most strange thoughts arise in me, but away with them. They disgrace my friend.
Scene 9. Lisette, Damon.
So lonely and so sorrowful.
Alas, Lisette, to lighten my grief I must tell it to the first person I meet, whoever it is. I've been unfortunate. My ship has been lost in a storm. I have the most certain information. Heavens! And at the same time I lose all hope of your mistress.
What? Wasn't Leander's misfortune enough?
How? Leander's? His ship has arrived safely, you know. What other misfortune has happened to him?
Yes, his ship has come in as nicely as yours. He told me so himself just now.
Told you so himself? My suspicion is then, after all, not without grounds. In spite of it, Lizette, you can believe me that was merely an error about his ship. But could my friend have committed a false act towards me, I wonder?
False? How false? Heaven forbid! Leander is the truest friend in the world. Ha ha ha!
Why do you laugh?
Yes, that is certain. You can rely on his fidelity now. Ha ha ha! He will stand by you honestly. Ha ha ha!
I certainly hope so too.
And I too. Ha ha ha! I know his good intentions. Ha ha ha!
Scene 10. Orant, the widow, Leander, Damon, Lizette.
Dearest Damon, I have heard the sad tidings from your cousin. I assure you your misfortune could not have touched me more if it had happened to myself.
My dearest friend, fortune has been adverse to you. I know your mind is too composed to be troubled greatly by this transitory loss. I hope also that you will be easily reconciled to fortune. It may restore to you more richly, at some future time, that of what it has deprived you now.
Yes, cousin, d'ye see? Some future time. Ha ha ha!
You, madame, have had the kindness to declare yourself for the most fortunate of us too. Heaven willed that I should be the one, but I shall only consider myself in reality to be such when, through the precious gift of your heart—
And can you repeat this offer, Leander, in the presence of your friend?
Just heaven, what do I hear?
Oh, madam, I know my friend too well. He will not attempt to stand in the way of your happiness. He cannot offer you anything but his heart. I can accompany mine with a chest of gold.
Leander, you will— Anger and astonishment deprive me of words.
Listen, cousin, I will just tell you something, d'ye see. You cannot marry the pretty widow now. That is pretty certain, d'ye see. She won't be of much use to Leander either, d'ye see. She pleases me well enough, d'ye see. I should not mind having her. I think you had better propose me to her, d'ye see. I am too timid for it, d'ye see. See to this. Do all that is in your power, and I promise I will not forget you in my will, d'ye see. I can bring her 2 chests of gold, d'ye see.
I implore you, madam, speak that my friend may know what he has to hope.
Madam, do not speak too quickly, d'ye see. My cousin knows a nice bridegroom for you, d'ye see, who might well suit you. You can get 2 chests of gold with him, d'ye see. Cousin, tell her, do.
That will be unnecessary. My resolution is already taken. It is true, Leander, that I have said I would choose the most fortunate of you. I will keep my word. You, dearest Damon, are the most fortunate.
I?
Damon?
What? What do you say? My cousin? Dear me, why? It is his ship that has been lost, madam, d'ye see. Leander has 1 chest of gold, d'ye see, and I have 2, d'ye see. Consequently, you must mean me.
Yes, Damon, you have been the most fortunate in this affair. You have been fortunate in finding an opportunity to show your noble mind in such an exceptional manner. But your greatest good fortune is that you have now received light to perceive the falseness of your friend, whose pompous gibberish has dazed you hitherto. Leander, consider your conduct. You had received the tidings that your ship was lost. In your anxiety you sought relief from me. You disregarded your friend in a shameful manner. My resolution to declare myself for the most fortunate was only disagreeable to you, in as far as you feared that you would not be the one. You tried to persuade me that Damon loved me no longer. And lastly, think of the exchange to which I was to tempt Damon at a time when you thought that his affairs stood better than yours. Consider all this, and be ashamed to have deceived a friend who esteemed you above everything. Go, enjoy your wealth, which could really have fallen to no unworthier man.
Leander, am I to believe it? You wish to deceive me?
Damon, I have wronged you. Farewell.
Leander, dearest Leander, where are you going? Stay.
Let me go, I beg you. I must flee from your presence. I die with shame. It is impossible. You cannot forgive me.
I not forgive you, Leander? Would that my forgiveness were anything to you. Yes, yes, all is forgiven you already. Remain here, my friend. You have been rash, but the man, not the friend, has committed this rashness. Madam, you are angry with Leander. I refuse all, if with me you do not forget everything. If you separate us, I shall necessarily be the most unhappy. I know how difficult it is to find a friend, and if for the first offence one will forsake him, one will seek a lifetime for one in vain.
Damon, judge from these tears whether I am moved.
Well, Leander, Damon forgives you, and I myself do not know whether I am more moved by his generosity or your repentance. Let us also begin our friendship anew. Oh, Damon, how tender will your love be, since your friendship is so tender?
So my wooing was no good after all.
Confess at least, dear Leander, that it is a little more difficult to practice the duties of friendship than to rhapsodize about it.
Yes, Damon, I have often spoken of friendship, but only today have I learnt from you what it is.
Damon, I fear I shall become jealous. Not indeed on account of a woman, but of Leander.
End of Damon, or True Friendship, by G. E. Lessing.